Douluo, modify the narration, the plot begins to collapse. Chapter 1 Modify the narration, the third brother starts to cook history. Shengun Village, Bai Yu traveled through time. The standard configuration of traveling through time, both parents died, the family was penniless. But fortunately, the system has arrived. Ding! Congratulations on binding the text modification system, you can modify the narration to affect the plot. Current modification opportunities, 3 basic modifications, 1 low-level modification. Can modify the narration to affect the plot. Bai Yu was so happy, this is a concept god. But then he calmed down and asked. System, you are so strong, there must be limitations, right? System, yes, I will remind you when I encounter specific situations. After listening, Bai Yu rubbed his hands and said impatiently. Quick, give me a plot. Current plot, 6-year-old Bai Yu stood at home, penniless. Tip, you can change 6 to 8, and stand to sit. Tip, the basic modification opportunity can currently change 1 word, and the low-level modification opportunity can change 2 words. And it can only be modified, and the functions of adding and replacing have not been unlocked yet. Bai Yu smiled, the basic modification opportunity is enough. He directly changed poor to rich. The system was silent. What does rich as a wash mean? Bai Yu asked anxiously. System, don't disconnect. Under Bai Yu's urging, there was a ping-pong sound in the bathroom. Bai Yu rushed over and saw that the bath water in the bathtub suddenly turned into gold soul coins, almost blinding his eyes. A basin of gold soul coins. Bai Yu was stunned. Taking a bath with gold soul coins, wouldn't it be rich? At this time, the system said. Congratulations on your successful modification, and you get 1 point. You will get 1 point for each modification. Each 1 point can be exchanged for a basic modification opportunity. 10 points can be exchanged for a low-level modification opportunity. 100 points can be exchanged for an intermediate modification opportunity. 1000 points can be exchanged for an advanced modification opportunity. Points can also be exchanged for blind boxes. 3 free basic modification opportunities will be refreshed at 0 o'clock every day. Bai Yu asked hurriedly. What is the difference between low-level, intermediate, and advanced modification opportunities? The difference in the modification range. The basic modification range is the smallest, and the strength cannot be modified directly. The modification ranges of low-level, intermediate, and advanced levels are larger in turn. In addition, I need to upgrade to unlock more functions. After each modification, I will gain experience points. The greater the difference between your modified plot and the original, the more experience points I will get. Bai Yu touched his chin. In other words, the more outrageous my modification, the more experience the system will have. 10,000 outrageous thoughts flashed through his mind, but were interrupted by a knock on the door. Bai Yu covered the bathtub with a cloth, then walked over and opened the door, and found that it was the village chief, Old Jack. Old Jack smiled and said, Xiao Wu, today is the day for the awakening of the martial soul. Let's go, I'll take you to awaken. Bai Yu showed a sunny and cheerful smile. Thank you, Grandpa Old Jack. At this time, Tang San popped up behind Old Jack, and Bai Yu greeted him. Xiao San, hello. The original owner was a sunny and cheerful boy. And he had a good relationship with the villagers in the village. Tang San nodded in response, and the two followed Old Jack together, preparing to call other children to awaken the martial soul together. At this time, Bai Yu checked the plot of the system. Tang San cooked a bowl of porridge for Tang Hao, and then followed Old Jack to awaken the martial soul. The system will give the plot at all times. Bai Yu can check it anytime and anywhere, and then decide whether to change it or not. Old Jack called all the children of school age in the village and prepared to awaken their martial spirits. At this moment, Tang Hao rushed over from a distance, cursing wildly. Rebellious son! Rebellious son! I will beat you to death! Tang San was shocked and didn't understand why his father suddenly went crazy, and quickly hid behind old Jack. Old Jack was also shocked and hurried to protect Tang San, questioning Tang Hao. Tang Hao, what's wrong with you? Tang Hao held the hammer he usually used for blacksmithing, stared at old Jack angrily, and his tongue trembled with anger. Tang San, this rebellious son, cooked a bowl for me, cooked a bowl. Old Jack frowned. A bowl of porridge is too little for you? Xiao San is only 6 years old. Every day, he not only has to take care of himself, but also take care of you. Don't you think that you, as a father, have given him anything besides adding burden to Xiao San? You know shit. Tang Hao finally straightened his tongue and roared. Tang San, this rebellious son, cooked me a bowl of shi. Old Jack pinched his ears, looking confused. The children stayed where they were, wondering if they had heard it wrong. Even Tang San was confused, wondering if his father had gone crazy. Tang Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Don't believe it. If you don't believe it, come and see." Everyone followed Tang Hao to his house, only to see a bowl on the stove, and in the bowl was... Ugh! Old Jack's stomach churned, and he looked at Tang San and asked, "Xiao San, what do you mean by this? No matter how useless Tang Hao is, he is still your father. You actually... He couldn't continue. You couldn't help it. Not only did you make a bowl of soup, you also pinched your nose and cooked it, and even served it in the bowl." Old Jack felt sick when he thought of Tang San standing in front of the stove. Tang San's face turned pale. He didn't know that Tang Hao was a titled Douluo, but he felt the murderous aura, so he knelt on the ground with a plop. "Father, I cooked porridge, and I don't know why it turned out like this." Tang Hao was so angry that his beard trembled and cursed, "Bullshit! Do you mean to insult my IQ?" Tang San wailed, "No, father, I don't mean that, but I really don't know what's going on." Old Jack looked at Tang San's pitiful appearance and couldn't help but soften his heart. He said to Tang Hao, "Tang Hao, Xiao San should not be that kind of person. This should not be done by him." Tang Hao suppressed his anger and said, "If it wasn't him, could it be me?" At this time, Bai Yu said beside him, "Uncle Tang Hao, it's possible that a small animal sneaked into your house, drank up the porridge, and pooped a big pile inside." Old Jack slapped his thigh. "Xiao Yu is right. Anyway, Tang Hao, you were sleeping at the time, sleeping very soundly, and you didn't know that a small animal sneaked in." Tang San was like grabbing a life-saving straw, and was extremely grateful to Bai Yu. He explained along with Bai Yu's words. Yes, father, it must be like this." Seeing several people say this, Tang Hao reluctantly calmed down his anger. Although he was a titled Douluo, he was indeed sleeping just now, and he didn't release his soul power, so he didn't know anything. Tang Hao looked at Tang San. "Okay, clean this place for me," Old Jack said. "Tang Hao, today is the day of the spirit awakening. Humph, it doesn't matter if he goes earlier or later. If he goes a few minutes earlier, the spirit will be better." Tang Hao waved his hand and said, "I'm upset. I'm going to take a nap. Xiao San, you clean up the house before going." "Yes, father." Tang San sighed, walked over and picked up the bowl, but when he looked at the contents of the bowl, he vomited. Old Jack had a strange expression and pinched his nose and said, "Children, let's go awaken the spirit first." Beside him, the children heard this and ran away one by one. It stinks. Chapter 2 Where is the black gas coming out of my human emperor banner? Village Chief Jack, hurry up, I have to rush to several other villages later. Blind Douluo, oh no, it's Master Su Yun Tao who has been waiting for a long time. Old Jack smiled and said, Master Su Yun Tao, thank you for your hard work. These are the children of school age in our village this year. There is one more who will come over later. Su Yun Tao nodded and said. Okay, you go out, I will take care of this. Village Chief Jack left. Su Yun Tao looked at the children and said in a friendly tone. Children, you line up. The children quickly lined up, and Su Yun Tao explained. Do you know what a martial soul is? Everyone shook their heads, and Su Yun Tao smiled. I'll tell you now, be mentally prepared, don't be scared. After saying that, Su Yun Tao stamped his feet and summoned his lone wolf spirit. A huge lone wolf stared at everyone, and the children were all scared, and some even cried on the spot. Su Yun Tao didn't care and explained. This is my spirit, lone wolf. After saying that, he put away his spirit and comforted. Maybe you will awaken such a spirit later. I am a beast spirit, and you may awaken a weapon spirit or a plant spirit. Forget it, there is no point in saying more, you go first. Su Yun Tao pointed casually, and Bai Yu, who was standing on the far left of the team, walked forward. He did it on purpose, to awaken earlier while Tang San and Tang Hao were away. Su Yun Tao took out a crystal ball and said to him. Put your hand up, I will guide you to guide the spirit. Bai Yu nodded, feeling a little uneasy. I still have one basic modification opportunity and one low-level modification opportunity, but Tang San is going to awaken his martial soul, and he will awaken 2 martial souls, so I have to spend one low-level opportunity on him. I have one basic opportunity left, and I don't know if I can modify my martial soul. Just awakening a martial soul, the basic opportunity should be modifiable. If I awaken a useless martial soul, I can just slowly accumulate points and go to the store to exchange for a NB martial soul. Thinking of this, Bai Yu was no longer uneasy and put his hand on the crystal ball. Su Yun Tao infused soul power, and the crystal ball began to activate. Bai Yu felt warm all over, and a stream of warm currents gathered in his palms, and then something similar to a flag appeared. Su Yun Tao took a breath. First, innate full soul power. Bai Yu also took a breath. Human Emperor banner. The moment the martial soul awakened, the situation of the martial soul appeared in his subconscious. He is not a twin martial soul, but he is more special, he is a twin. On the surface, it is the human emperor banner, but in fact it is the 10,000 souls banner. As an auxiliary martial soul, the human emperor banner is full of holiness. And the 10,000 souls banner is the evil among evil things, full of dark breath. Su Yun Tao also saw Bai Yu's human emperor banner and wondered. Is this a banner? Why is there a little black air floating? Bai Yu was shocked and said quickly. Ah! Master Su Yun Tao, did you see it wrong? He quickly moved his mind, and the black air on the human emperor banner was instantly covered by holy golden light. Su Yun Tao's eyes blurred, and he felt that the banner was very holy, which made him feel like he was bathed in spring breeze. He subconsciously believed Bai Yu's words and nodded, maybe I am dazzled. This banner should be an auxiliary spirit. Little friend, you are born with full spirit power. Do you want to join our spirit hall? Su Yun Tao was a little excited when he thought of this. If he could send a child with full spirit power to the spirit hall, his contribution would be great. Bai Yu didn't want to join the spirit hall and didn't dare to. He wanted to stay with Tang San, the former protagonist, so that he could modify more plots and the system could gain more experience points. So he said, Master Su Yun Tao, I don't understand these. I have to ask Grandpa Jack for his opinion. Su Yun Tao didn't force it. He planned to go back and do the work of old Jack to bring Bai Yu to the spirit hall. Next one. Ho Spirit, half-level spirit power, okay, although it's hard to become a spirit master, but you will farm faster in the future and get rich. Next one. Tang San hurried over when everyone was almost awakened. Su Yuntao had just awakened the last child, and frowned at Tang San who was running over. If you come later, you don't have to come. Tang San panted. Sorry, master, I'm sorry to bother you. Su Yuntao nodded slightly and guided Tang San to awaken his spirit. At this time, Bai Yu, who was surrounded by a group of children and flattered by them, also took action. Plot: Tang San awakened the two spirits of Blue Silver Grass and Clear Sky Hammer under the guidance of Su Yuntao. Bai Yu thought about it. How about using only the basic opportunity to change 2 to 0? When Tang Hao saw that his son had no spirit, would he be angry to death on the spot? No, if that happens, Tang San might not embark on the path of cultivation, and the plot will collapse directly. He still needs to have some hope. Besides, he has not experimented before, and he does not know whether the basic opportunity can directly modify the martial spirit. What's more, he wants to take away all Tang San's opportunities and peach blossoms, and let Tang San witness it with his own eyes, and finally let Tang San die in disgrace and desertion. For this reason, Bai Yu feels that there is no need to completely abolish Tang San so early, and he still needs to have some hope, but he can't make him too strong. Bai Yu thought about it, and suddenly thought of the master, so he used the low-level modification opportunity to change Blue Silver Grass to Blue Silver Fart, and Clear Sky Hammer to Clear Sky Dog. How great is the Clear Sky Dog? It sounds like it can be compared with the Roaring Sky Dog, ha 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 ha. Bai Yu held back his smile, and Tang San, at this time, also successfully awakened the martial spirit. Su Yuntao was surprised. Full innate soul power. Wait, your martial soul is actually Blue Silver Grass, that's not right. Su Yuntao looked closely, although it had the scent of Blue Silver Grass, it was not Blue Silver Grass, but a ball of blue gas, and it was smelly. Is this fart? Su Yuntao was stunned. Blue Silver Fart. Damn, I've lived for decades and have never seen such a strange martial soul. Tang San was also stunned. My martial soul is actually a fart. He wanted to jump off the building. How embarrassing it would be if this got out. The next second, he felt something in his heart, and his other palm also moved. While Su Yuntao's attention was all on the fart, he hid his other hand behind his back and quietly sensed another martial soul. Is this Haoshan dog? Tang San was almost crazy. A dog is a dog, why is the name so domineering? Oh my god, my martial soul is a fart and a dog, I don't want to live, I'd rather die. At this time, Su Yuntao saw Tang San's expression of wanting to cry but not having tears, and comforted him. It's okay, although fart is a weird martial soul, you are born with full soul power, and you will definitely achieve something in the future. He originally wanted to say fart was a useless martial soul, and full soul power was useless. But seeing Tang San's expression, he was afraid that if he hit him again, this kid would not be able to help but commit suicide, so he changed his words and comforted him. Su Yuntao couldn't hold it in any longer, and quickly went out to find old Jack, who said with expectation, Master Su Yuntao, how is it, does our village have good seedlings this year? Su Yuntao coughed twice. Yes, there are, but... He whispered in old Jack's ear, and old Jack was stunned after hearing it. What the hell? Blue Silver Fart? Chapter 3 Haoshan Dog and Blue Silver Fart. What? Tang Hao jumped off the bed, looking excited. You have twin martial spirits. Tang San nodded, a little embarrassed. Tang Hao put his hands on his shoulders and said excitedly. Quick, hurry up and show me your martial spirit. Tang San was confused. Father, do you really want to see it? Hurry up. Tang San gritted his teeth, a dog in his left hand and a fart in his right hand. Tang Hao. Tang Hao stood there stupidly, his mouth opened into an O shape. This familiar breath, Haoshan dog? Blue Silver Fart? Tang Hao was confused and couldn't say a word for a long time. Damn, isn't the martial spirit of the offspring inherited from the father or mother? What the hell is this? Seeing this, Tang San said weakly. Father, is my martial spirit strange? Tang Hao thought to himself, nonsense, how could I give birth to such a freak like you? By the way, father, that Su Yun Tao said that I was born with full soul power. Full soul power? Tang Hao was shocked, really? Tang San nodded, and Tang Hao immediately fell into thinking. Although Xiao San's martial soul is a bit strange, Haoshan dog can be cultivated as a beast martial soul. If cultivated properly, it may also be a powerful beast martial soul. As for Lan Yinpi, Tang Hao didn't want to complain. Xiao San, use your Haoshan dog to see. Tang San nodded, and with a thought, a majestic and dignified vicious dog appeared beside him. Tang Hao was surprised. It has independent consciousness, and it is a mutant martial soul. Tang San asked curiously. Father, what is a mutant martial soul? Tang Hao explained. Generally speaking, the external manifestation of a beast martial soul is possession, but your martial soul can actually be summoned, which is a mutant martial soul. Mutated martial souls have good and bad. You control Haoshan dog to bite the straw pile in the corner and try it. Tang San suddenly asked. Father, you know so much, are you a soul master? Tang Hao's face froze. I guess I was too shocked today and let it slip. He said casually. Yes, but the level is not high. I don't tell you because I hope to train you. Okay, control the martial spirit quickly. Tang San nodded and controlled the Haoshan dog to attack the straw pile. He also wanted to try what his Haoshan dog had. The majestic Haoshan dog, after receiving Tang San's command, bared its teeth at the straw pile, exuding the breath of a fierce beast. Tang Hao was overjoyed. It seemed to be a fierce beast, very strong. However, the next second, the Haoshan dog suddenly turned around and farted at the straw pile. Blue silver fart. Tang Hao fainted with a bang. Tang San was shocked. Father, father, what's wrong with you? Tang Hao. Bai Yu sat at home, checking his human emperor banner. Twins in one body? In other words, I can awaken 2 soul skills with 1 soul ring. He looked at the emperor banner with interest. Under his control, the emperor banner sometimes emitted holy golden light and sometimes emitted a dark aura, with a huge contrast. Let's call the golden one the emperor banner. This name is good, and it can cover the black 10,000 souls banner. The biggest function of the 10,000 souls banner is to devour souls, refine souls, and nourish souls. It must not be discovered by others. The function of the emperor banner is relatively simple. At present, it is an auxiliary system. The function is to increase the range within a certain range, speed up the training and healing speed, and make other people in the range trust me more. It is also a good passive. Bai Yu studied it and sighed. It seems that my character will be an auxiliary spirit master in the future. I can't have combat power on the surface, and I can't be discovered when refining souls. Then I have to build a good relationship with Tang San. On the one hand, I follow him to modify the plot, and on the other hand, I follow him in Shrek, so my safety is guaranteed. Follow Shrek in the early stage, but I must build my own power in the middle stage, otherwise it will be difficult to practice the 10,000 soul banner. Hehe, wait for me to find an opportunity to take Ayan into the human emperor banner first. No, I will invite your mother to the human emperor banner for a chat. Bai Yu made up his mind here, and on the other side, Tang Hao, who woke up faintly, saw Tang San standing by the bed, and his blood pressure rose again. Xiao San, your Haoshan dog can only fart. Tang San nodded, looking embarrassed. Tang Hao almost vomited blood, lying on the bed, and finally accepted this reality. Oh, forget it, after all, it is also a congenital full soul power, so fart it, there is no useless martial soul, only useless soul master. By the way, besides you, has anyone else awakened a martial soul? Tang San thought for a moment and said. Yes, I went too late, but I asked around. Bai Yu awakened a banner. I heard it was an auxiliary martial spirit, and it was full of innate spirit power. Tang Hao was shocked, got up from the bed, and fell into deep thought. A banner, full innate spirit power, auxiliary martial spirit, this boy will become a great man in the future. Xiao San, you have to build a good relationship with him. A powerful auxiliary spirit master is the object of competition among all parties. No, you go find him now. Tang San was stunned and was half pushed and half driven out of the house by Tang Hao, and walked towards Bai Yu's house. Tang Hao was secretly monitoring. If Xiao San got Bai Yu's information, once Bai Yu joined the spirit hall or was hostile to Xiao San, he would kill him immediately. We must nip the threat in the bud. Dong dong dong. Who is it? Bai Yu opened the door and saw Tang San, slightly surprised. Xiao San, why are you here? Tang San remembered Tang Hao's instructions and smiled. Xiao Yu, you and I both have full innate soul power. I want to come to you. Exchange experiences. Exchange experiences. Bai Yu probably thought of it. Tang Hao guessed that Su Yuntao would definitely recruit him, so he asked Tang San to test him. Once he could not be used by them, he would kill him immediately. So Bai Yu smiled and said. Okay, let's go. Tang San also smiled and said. Let's go to the back mountain. There are fewer people there, which is convenient for cultivation. Going to the back mountain, it is convenient to kill people in the back mountain. Bai Yu complained in his heart, but still followed Tang San. I am a good brother of Brother San, what am I afraid of? When the two came to the back mountain, Tang San deliberately showed the Haoshan dog martial soul first, and sighed. Xiao Yu, you also saw that my martial soul is a dog, but... Alas! Bai Yu asked. Xiao San, the beast martial soul is not bad, why are you sighing? Tang San said in grief and anger. But my dog? Can only fart. Bai Yu. You have combined the Haoshan dog and the blue-silver fart? Tang San had a face full of grief and indignation, half true and half false. On the one hand, Tang Hao told him that from today on, his blue-silver fart and Haoshan dog would be combined into one martial spirit, and would be called the blue-silver dog. If anyone asked, he would say that it was a mutation of the blue-silver fart. Anyway, no one would delve into a dog that farts. After all, what can the blue-silver fart do with just this martial spirit? Fart to kill people? Then both the combat power and the effect would be ridiculously poor, and when farting, he would have his back to the enemy. What if he didn't have time to fart and was killed by someone for thousands of years? Haoshan dog at least has its own consciousness, and it can only fart anyway, so why not let it fart, it has some deterrent effect. But twin martial souls are twin martial souls, no matter how rubbish or weird they are, twin martial souls will attract great attention. Tang Hao has a grudge against the spirit hall, so it is not convenient to expose it. In order to prevent Tang San's twin martial souls from attracting attention, he can only let him combine the two martial souls into one martial soul and then fool others in the name of a mutant martial soul. On the other hand, Tang San's grief and anger are not completely acted, he is really angry, why is my martial soul so disgusting? Chapter 4 First Arrival at Notting College. After Tang San introduced his martial soul, he looked at Bai Yu. Bai Yu suppressed his smile and said. My martial soul is a banner, I gave it a crazy name, the Human Emperor Banner. How is it amazing? Tang San was speechless. No matter how nice the name is it useful? Tang Hao, who was eavesdropping secretly, was also very speechless. Children are children. They think about trivial things all day long. Bai Yu said with a smile. My Human Emperor Banner belongs to the auxiliary martial spirit. When I practice near the Human Emperor Banner, My practice speed is much faster than usual. What? Tang San and Tang Hao were a little surprised. This thing has no spirit ring, but it can speed up practice. Tang San hurriedly said. Xiao Wu, can you let me feel it? Bai Yu nodded and said innocently. Of course, Xiao San, you are my good brother. In fact, if you don't come to me, I will also come to you to practice together. As he spoke, Bai Yu showed the Emperor banner. Tang San felt it slightly and it really worked. The speed of cultivation was about 20% faster, very powerful. Tang Hao, who was secretly observing, also felt it slightly and was shocked. This martial soul has no soul rings, but the passive skills alone are so powerful. It will become a great tool in the future. If I can't use this kid, I must get rid of him as soon as possible. Tang San felt it and pretended to be surprised. Xiao Wu, your martial soul is really useful. Did Master Su Yun Tao say anything to you just now? Bai Yu was speechless after such a blunt test. Is your IQ so low? Yes, the average IQ of the Douluo continent is 213, love-brained, nerd, that's not surprising. Bai Yu knew that Tang Hao was eavesdropping, and deliberately said. Yes, Master Su Yun Tao asked me if I wanted to join the Spirit Hall. In secret, Tang Hao's heart sank, ready to take action at any time. Tang San asked. Then do you agree? Bai Yu shook his head. No, I said I would ask Grandpa Jack's opinion. But since you, Xiao San, are also born with full soul power, I also want to ask your opinion. Tang Hao was stunned, and Tang San was also stunned. My opinion? Bai Yu nodded and said seriously. Yes, aren't you and I good friends? If I join the Spirit Hall and you don't join, what's the point of the Spirit Hall? If you join the Spirit Hall, I will join you. If you don't join, then I won't join either. In secret, Tang Hao couldn't help laughing. Children are children, Xiao San, you have to make good use of Bai Yu, this guy is so naive, this is a helper sent to you by God. I remember there is only one quota for work-study students in the village, no, Bai Yu must follow Xiao San, I will find a way to get another quota. After listening to Bai Yu's words, Tang San was inexplicably moved, and his eyes were full of trust and gratitude when he looked at Bai Yu. Xiao Yu, thank you for your trust, I should not plan to join the Spirit Hall. Then I won't join either. Tang San was moved when he heard the words, is this the feeling of being trusted? It's so good. Bai Yu smiled in his heart, the succubus buff of the human emperor banner is very useful, my human emperor banner is so holy, who else can you trust if you don't trust me? The two quickly began to practice with the power of the human emperor banner, and at this moment, old Jack was in trouble. Alas, in the village there is only one quota for work-study students, but two of them have full innate soul power. Xiao San and Xiao Yu. Can only one of them go to the Soul Master Academy? Old Jack couldn't bear it. He watched both children grow up, and he didn't want to abandon either of them. No, I have to go to the city and find the people of Nodding Academy to ask them to add a quota. No matter what the cost, I will send the two children to school. Old Jack was about to go out, and suddenly, a villager ran in breathlessly. Village chief, there is a letter from you. Old Jack took the letter and read it, and was overjoyed. Great, one more quota for work-study students this year, great. Old Jack was so excited that tears came down his face. What about Xiao San and Xiao Yu? I want to tell them this good news. At dinner that night, Tang San said to Tang Hao. Father, Grandpa Jack wants to send Xiao Yu and me to Nodding Academy to study. After listening to this, Tang Hao said casually. Go if you want to. He also thought it through. Xiao San's martial spirit is shit anyway. It doesn't matter whether he can become a soul master or not. He will definitely not surpass me. If he can become a great soul master in the future and improve his life, it will be good. At this time, Bai Yu was packing his luggage at home. He looked at a basin of gold soul coins and wanted to cry but had no tears. Damn, how can I take this away? I don't have a soul guide now. It's a rip-off. If I had known, I would not have changed it to be rich. Bai Yu thought about it and took 20 gold soul coins with him. Anyway, he had the system and could modify it, so he had no shortage of gold soul coins. He still put the remaining gold soul coins in the bathtub, covered it with several layers of cloth, and hid it in it with a note. Old Jack took good care of him, so he planned to give the key to Old Jack for safekeeping after he left, and this basin of gold soul coins was left to Old Jack and the Holy Soul Village. Bai Yu suggested on the note that Old Jack and several of the most prestigious elders in the village form a village committee, use the money to invest, buy seeds, and lead the villagers to get rich. Of course, it's just a suggestion. The reason why it was hidden in the bathtub instead of giving it directly to Old Jack is because Bai Yu can't reasonably explain the source of the money now. When Old Jack finds the money in the future, Bai Yu has already upgraded and broken through, and it will be easy to explain at that time. The next morning, Old Jack woke Bai Yu up early, and the two went to find Tang San together. At this time, Tang San was making porridge for Tang Hao. Although Tang Hao was still sleeping, Tang San did not forget to prepare breakfast for him. Old Jack said dissatisfiedly, "Xiao San, you are leaving, and you are still thinking about your father? Let your father get up and do it himself." Tang San said softly, "Grandpa Jack, he is my father after all." Bai Yu nodded. Tang San was quite filial. But then again, he should have taken over the body of Tang San in this world, so he felt guilty and was so filial, right? Objectively speaking, Tang Hao's son had been killed by him. What would happen if Tang Hao knew about it? Bai Yu temporarily suppressed this idea. Tang Hao would kill Tang San with a hammer before he entered the plot. Then I would be the saddest. Xiao San finished cooking the porridge, picked up the luggage, and went out with Bai Yu and Old Jack. Bai Yu thought about it. And finally did not turn the pot of porridge into a pot of shit. After all, there are still many things that need to be modified when entering the city today. 3 free basic modification opportunities plus 2 points may not be enough. The two people and the old man quickly arrived at Notting College. At this moment, the doorman was standing at the door board. Seeing Old Jack coming over, he said impatiently from a distance, "Go away, beggars, go away, and bring 2 little beggars with you, go away." Old Jack's expression froze, but he still endured it, took out the work-study certificate and handed it to the doorman, saying, "Sir, we are from the Holy Soul Village. These 2 children are our village's work-study students this year. This is the work-study certificate." Who knew that the doorman didn't even look at it, tapped his ears and said, "Holy Soul Village? Which corner, and the work-study students, must be fake, before I get angry, get out." Old Jack was so angry that he trembled all over. Tang San stood up, looked at the doorman, and said coldly, "Is this the attitude of Notting College towards registered students?" The doorman laughed and said, "Little friend, who are you?" Tang San was very angry, the hidden weapon was ready, "You have already killed yourself." Plot, Tang San was furious, ready to take out the hidden weapon and hit the doorman hard. Bai Yu rolled his eyes and changed come to knock. Chapter 5 Tang San, Master, be my husband. Tang San stretched out his hand and was about to show his sleeve arrow. Suddenly, an inexplicable impulse surged in his heart, Tang San's legs suddenly softened, and he knelt on the ground with a plop. Then, Tang San suddenly supported himself with both hands, leaned down, and hit the ground with his forehead, bang bang. The doorman who was looking down on others and the Old Jack who was indignant were stunned. Old Jack said in shock, "Xiao San, what are you doing? Although we are poor, we also have backbone. Get up. Tang San seemed not to hear and continued to kneel on the ground and kowtow. He just felt that it was very pleasant to kowtow, very comfortable to kowtow, and very justified to kowtow. The doorman was stunned, and his CPU burned for a while, and he stammered. You, don't think that if you kowtow to me, I will let you beggars in. System prompt, mental modification has time limit. The system's voice rang in Bai Yu's ears, and Tang San's eyes suddenly blurred, and then he found himself kneeling on the ground, and he couldn't help but get angry. Why did I kneel down and kowtow? What a shame! He looked at the doorman, his eyes full of anger. It must be this guy who did it, I want to kill him. Plot, Tang San was furious and prepared to kill the doorman with a hidden weapon. Bai Yu suddenly had an idea and changed weapon to number. Tang San's eyes were full of anger, and he raised his sleeve arrow to aim at the doorman. When he was about to fire, he suddenly roared. If the front wheel doesn't turn, the back wheel will turn. Old Jack! The doorman! What the hell? Seeing that the doorman was fine, Tang San became even more angry and roared again. Love you walking alone in the dark alley. The doorman was terrified, this guy must be a psychopath. Or let's ask the college teachers to deal with it. Just then, Yu Xiaogang came over and saw that the atmosphere was not right, and hurriedly asked. What happened? Old Jack had long suspected that Xiao San was mentally abnormal because of his inferiority complex. Seeing Yu Xiaogang talking, he thought he was the leader of the college, so he walked up with the certificate. After reading it, Yu Xiaogang nodded and said. It is indeed a work-study student. After speaking, he looked at the doorman and asked. Are you discriminating against him? At this time, Tang San yelled again. What the hell, if you don't pull a few, I can't miss it. Yu Xiaogang. The doorman looked like he saw a ghost and said. That's it, he suddenly yelled, and said some weird things. Yu Xiaogang's mouth twitched, and he looked at old Jack and Bai Yu, asked. What's going on with him? Old Jack was also confused, but Bai Yu coughed twice and said. He's more emotional, maybe he'll be fine after a while. Yu Xiaogang, Ahem, okay, you two follow me, I'll take you to report. Old Jack watched Tang San and Bai Yu walk into Nodding College, tears in the corners of his eyes, and shouted. Xiao San, Xiao Yu, you have to work hard. Soon, the three of them walked and talked all the way, and Bai Yu avoided the conversation of the two with the excuse of going to the toilet. It's necessary to avoid it. If Yu Xiaogang pointed out that Tang San had twin martial spirits on the spot, and he heard it, wouldn't Tang San and Tang Hao hate him? Seeing Bai Yu leave, Yu Xiaogang thought that he must take these two innate full soul power as apprentices, just in time to start with Tang San. Tang San, can you show me your martial spirit? Tang San hesitated, Yu Xiaogang fooled him, Tang San finally released the Haoshan dog, and then farted. Yu Xiaogang was stunned, this is the disciple given to me by God. Tang San, are you willing to worship me as your master? Plot, Tang San was shocked by Yu Xiaogang's words and was ready to recognize Yu Xiaogang as his teacher. Bai Yu, who was hiding in the dark and peeking, held back his smile and changed master to father. Suddenly, Tang San knelt on one knee, with a sincere face, looking at Yu Xiaogang with affectionate eyes. Yu Xiaogang was stunned, why did you kneel on one knee, and why did you look at me with affectionate eyes? At this time, Tang San said affectionately. Master, I love you. From the first moment I saw you, I fell deeply in love with you. I love your sexy beard, I love your bright bald head, Master, please be my husband. Yu Xiaogang. Bai Yu in the dark almost got internal injuries. Yu Xiaogang's CPU exploded completely. Looking at the affectionate Tang San, the whole person was shocked as if he had eaten 2 kilograms of Lao Ba's secret hamburger. Yu. What? Yu Xiaogang screamed. It turned out that Tang San saw that he refused to agree, knelt on his knees, rushed over and hugged his thighs. Master, please let me bow down under your wise boots. Yu Xiaogang. Plot: Yu Xiaogang was shocked by Tang San's proposal, denied Tang San's proposal, and taught him earnestly. Although the 3 free opportunities had been used up, he had a lot of points. In order to watch the show, he exchanged a basic modification opportunity and changed no to yes. Anyway, 1 point can be redeemed once, and 1 point can be obtained after 1 modification. There is no cost at all. It is exclusive to those who like fun. The master was about to severely reject Tang San. When the words came to his lips, he suddenly saw that Tang San's young face was so handsome, and Tang San's dark blue hair was so pleasing to the eye. It seemed that having such a little Nan Liang as a wife would also suit my Yu Xiaogang's XP. Tang San, I promise you. Tang San was overjoyed. Really? Yu Xiaogang nodded and said affectionately. Yes, Tang San, don't worry. Although I am old and have not achieved anything, I will never let you down. From today on, you and I are destined to be a couple, and I will treat you well. Tang San seemed to have transformed into Tang Daiyu, and said delicately. That's great, husband, I love you so much. The master also said gently. That's great, Xiao San, your martial spirit is exactly the same as mine, it's all bullshit, we are a match made in heaven. My martial spirit is Luo San Bao, from today on, you will be called Tang San Bao. Tang San Bao? What a good name! The two looked at each other affectionately, and at this moment, Bai Yu came from a distance and shouted. Hey! Xiao San! What are you doing? Tang San and Yu Xiaogang suddenly shuddered, their eyes became clear, and then, both of them looked like they had seen a ghost. Ah! Tang San jumped up from the ground, and without saying a word, he slapped himself twice. What nonsense am I talking about? Yu Xiaogang was so angry that his beard was shaking, and he also slapped himself. I, Yu Xiaogang, have lived for most of my life, and I actually did such a thing to a child. Both of them condemned themselves in their hearts. Bai Yu pretended to be at a loss. You two are so red in the face, what happened? No. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San shouted in unison. The two looked at each other, and Yu Xiaogang said. Tang San has already worshipped me as his master, and he was worshipping me just now. Tang San echoed. That's right, I have already worshipped master as my master. The two of them reached a tacit understanding in an instant. This matter must not be told to anyone, absolutely. Bai Yu looked suddenly enlightened and asked again. Just become my disciple, why are your faces so red? Yu Xiaogang was choked by his own saliva and coughed for a long time before saying. Because I was too excited, yes, too excited. Bai Yu, since Tang San has already become my disciple, why don't you become my disciple too? Tang San nodded. At this time, he and Yu Xiaogang stood on the same front. He also said to Bai Yu. Xiao Yu, let's become my disciple together. Bai Yu looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was blushing, and asked. Then what can you teach me? Yu Xiaogang puffed out his chest and said proudly. The 10 core competitive theories of martial spirits. Plot: Yu Xiaogang wants to use the Wuhan 10 core competitiveness theory to trick you into becoming his disciple. Bai Yu silently changed 10 to 10,000. Chapter 6 Wuhan 10,000 Core Competitiveness Theory? Wuhan 10,000 Core Competitiveness Theory. Bai Yu deliberately repeated it. At this time, Yu Xiaogang said proudly. No, not 10,000, Wuhan 10,000 Core Competitiveness Theory. Tang San. Old thing is still hiding something? You just told me the 10? Bai Yu asked again. Which 10,000? Yu Xiaogang said 10, and when he was about to say the 11th, he opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Yes, which 10,000? What are the remaining 9,990? He fell into deep thought, sweating profusely, and said to Bai Yu. Wait a minute, I forgot a little, I'll tell you when I go back to the room to check the information. He said, without caring about Tang San and Bai Yu, and ran directly to the room. The Wuhan competitiveness theory is his life's work, and now he finds that his hard work is incomplete. How can he sit still? At this time, a teacher who knew him on the road saw him running fast, so he asked. Master, what are you doing? Yu Xiaogang said without looking back. Don't bother me, I'm going to perfect my Wuhan Wanda core competitiveness theory. The teacher was confused. Wanda. Isn't it the top 10? Yu Xiaogang said proudly. You know nothing. The top 10 theory is a simplified version launched because I'm afraid that you mediocre people can't fully understand it. Now I plan to throw out all the Wanda theories, just wait. After saying that, Yu Xiaogang ran away. The teacher. He couldn't help but laugh. Damn, 10,000 great, 10 great is enough, he's crazy, I have to spread his words throughout the academy, let the whole academy laugh at him. He immediately ran and told everyone everywhere. The master is going to propose the theory of the 10,000 core competitiveness of martial souls. The master is going to subvert the common sense of the soul master world. The master is going to become a literary saint. All of a sudden, the whole academy was in an uproar, from teachers to students, everyone dropped what they were doing and surrounded Yu Xiaogang's room, 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside. Bai Yu looked at Tang San and asked. Xiao San, does your teacher really have that 10,000 great theory? Tang San was confused. I don't know, he just told me 10. Bai Yu coughed twice and said. How about we go through the admission procedures first? Tang San nodded, good idea. The two kept asking for directions and soon arrived at the novice admission office. In the office, a teacher was about to leave in a hurry, and Tang San hurriedly stopped him. Teacher, we are here to enroll new students, where are you going? The teacher ran and shouted. Put the enrollment aside first, the master is going to make a fool of himself. No, the master is going to stand out, go and watch. Watching the teacher run away, Bai Yu glanced at Tang San and said. Your teacher is going to stand out. Tang San. At Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu hurriedly found Flanders, who was lying on a recliner drinking tea. Flanders asked while drinking tea. What are you doing? You are so anxious. You are also a big man. You should stay calm when encountering things. Brother, the guy known as the master in the world is your friend, right? Flanders sighed. That's right, we were the golden iron triangle back then. Don't mention the iron triangle, the master said at Notting College that he proposed the Wuhan Wanda core competition theory, and now the whole Tiandu Empire is in an uproar. Flanders' face froze. What the hell? Where did Yu Xiaogang get his 10,000 theories? The 10 were all made up with great difficulty, right? Is it true? How could it be false? He is in Notting College, and now Notting College has become a tourist attraction. Flanders. At Lanba College, Lu Erlong was practicing, and suddenly heard several teachers passing by downstairs discussing. Hey! Have you heard that the master of Notting College proposed the 10,000 core theories of martial spirits? Who is the master? The master is the master in the world. Then what? He originally proposed only 10 points, but now he suddenly proposed 10,000 points, and said that everyone in the world is mediocre, and he was afraid that people in the world would not understand, so he simplified it to 10 points. Wow! Too crazy! Yes, now people from all over the Tiandu Empire are rushing to Notting College to watch the show. Lu Erlong suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. After listening to the report from his subordinates, the clan leader Yu Yuanzhen almost had a heart attack. Asshole! My unfilial son, who committed incest in the family, even wanted to rub the face of our blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex on the ground after leaving the family. Yu Yuanzhen, will never have this son from now on. After saying that, Yu Yuanzhen fainted. The subordinates were horrified and surrounded him, pinching his philtrum and throwing cold water on him. Patriarch, you can't be in trouble. In the spirit hall, Bibi Dong sat on the Pope's chair, with her legs crossed, but her face was full of confusion. He looked at the guards below and asked in disbelief. Say it again. The master of Nodding Academy proposed the theory of the 10,000 core competitions of the spirit, and mocked that everyone in the world is mediocre. Bibi Dong. Is this still Yu Xiaogang? At Nodding Academy, half a day had passed, and Yu Xiaogang refused to go out. Someone was already selling melon seeds, drinks, and mineral water in the crowd. A teacher looked at the dean while eating melon seeds and asked. Dean, you are the master's friend. Does the master really have a theory of 10,000? The dean coughed twice, grabbed a handful of melon seeds and said. Since he said there is, then there is. Why doesn't he come out? Since there are 10,000, it should take a lot of time to sort them out. Wait a little longer. Just then, in the dark, no one noticed, a four-eyed cat owl fell from the sky, then restrained all its breath and mixed into the crowd. In another corner, the messenger sent by Bibi Dong also quietly landed, disguised as a melon-eating crowd and mixed into the crowd. For a while, the venue was filled with spies from all walks of life, from the Wuhan Hall, the royal family of the Tiandu Empire, and other colleges. Everyone wanted to eat melons. However, after a while, when it was dinner time, Yu Xiaogang still didn't go out. Someone couldn't help but complain. Is this master making fun of us? Can he come up with it or not? That's right, since he dared to bring it up in public, he must have prepared it long ago. At worst, can't we help you sort it out? That's right, there are thousands of people present, and it's enough for one person to write down 2 or 3. Master, come out quickly, we will help you sort it out. For a moment, everyone was impatient and urged the master to go out, with a huge voice. At the same time, in the master's room, the master listened to the angry voices outside and cried bitterly on the table. How can I make up 10,000 theories? Chapter 7 Flanders is so angry. Hey, it's been a day and a night, can you give us a definite answer? Master, you stood us up. Right. RNM, give me back the money. Wait, what money should I give back? Oh, I'm not from your academy, I bought a ticket to get in. In the room, Yu Xiaogang quietly opened the curtains and looked out through the gap, only to see a huge crowd of people, all excited. He looked haggard as if he had had dozens of shots in one night, and he wanted to die. There are so many people outside, if he goes out and says he was just joking, will he be beaten to death? But not saying it is not a big deal, he has locked himself in the room for a day and a night, he can't lock himself up until he dies, right? At worst, he will be ruined, anyway. Yu Xiaogang, don't want this old face anymore. Yu Xiaogang gritted his teeth, pushed the door and walked out, and there was a burst of cheers from outside. Master, your Wanda theory has been settled. Master, can we mediocre people listen to it? Master. Yu Xiaogang was sweating profusely. He wanted to burn all these people to death, so that he would not lose face. But this was impossible. In order not to starve himself to death in the room, he had to admit it. However, who said that he had to be ruined to get away with this? I can say that there was a thief. Yu Xiaogang, am really smart. Plot, Yu Xiaogang is so face-saving that he is ready to say that his Wuhan Wanda core competitive theory was stolen by a thief. Bai Yu thought about it. The basic opportunity can only change one word. If I exchange it 3 times, can I change 3 words at once? He tried it and successfully changed the 3 words the thief gave to Wuhan Hall. System? Fuck, it's a bug. From now on, hurry up, plug this bug. However, Bai Yu has successfully modified it. Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath and said loudly. Everyone, I have bad news. I searched for my manuscript in the room for a day and a night, but I couldn't find it because my manuscript. It was stolen by the Spirit Hall. When this was said, everyone was in an uproar. In the crowd, the Spirit Hall messenger was confused. The Dean of Notting College scolded sternly. Yu Xiaogang! Do you know what you are talking about? Yu Xiaogang said righteously. I know. It was the Spirit Hall that stole my manuscript. As for the reason, someone in the Spirit Hall must know it, but you ants don't know it. After Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, everyone was boiling. Ants? You are a 29th level Great Spirit Master, a guy who has never practiced theory, and you actually said that we are ants? Seeing the crowd excited, the Dean of Notting College said quickly. Everyone, the Master may have some mental problems. He has been practicing to the point of being obsessed. I will take him to see a doctor now. As he said that, the Dean flew towards Yu Xiaogang. He had to come out to smooth things over. Yu Xiaogang was now a guest of the college. What if he slandered the Spirit Hall in public and the Spirit Hall sent people to seek revenge on the college? Let's take a step back. Even if it was really stolen by the Spirit Hall, you can't say it. What's more, do you really have 10,000 theories? That's nonsense. However, Yu Xiaogang suddenly summoned Luo Sanbao and farted to drive the Dean away. I said it was stolen by the Spirit Hall. The Dean was confused. Yu Xiaogang actually attacked him. Everyone was stung by the fart and retreated one after another. In the crowd, the Spirit Hall messenger flew out, bursting with soul power, dispelling Luo Sanbao's fart, and said coldly. Yu Xiaogang, you slander the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaogang looked at him proudly. I am a master, go to the high level of the Spirit Hall and ask them if they know me. Your level is too low, and the struggle between us is not something that a little karami like you can participate in. The Spirit Hall messenger. Are you really mentally ill? If a Soul Emperor slandered the Spirit Hall, he would think that the Soul Emperor was deliberately looking for trouble. If a Soul Sect slandered the Spirit Hall, he would think that the Soul Sect was a pawn sent by Tiandu or Xingluo. But a Great Soul Master, and a useless Great Soul Master, slandered the Spirit Hall. The messenger felt that there was no other possibility except that he was a mental patient. But the Spirit Hall was being smeared for no reason, and he certainly couldn't just sit back and watch. Yu Xiaogang, do you have any evidence? Yu Xiaogang said confidently. Evidence? Go ask your Spirit Hall's high-level officials for it. The Spirit Hall's messenger was furious. Yu Xiaogang, you slandered my Spirit Hall for no reason and you can't produce any evidence. Are you trying to stir up trouble? According to the law, I will arrest you, put you in jail, and wait for your punishment. As he said this, the Spirit Hall's messenger grabbed Yu Xiaogang. At this time, Yu Xiaogang suddenly regained his sanity and was shocked when he saw the Spirit Hall's messenger rushing over. No. That's not what I meant. It's too late, let's talk in the dungeon. Just when the Spirit Hall's messenger was about to catch the master, suddenly, a strong wind blew up at the scene. It was not an ordinary wind, but a strong wind, which made the Spirit Hall's messenger retreat again and again. When he opened his eyes again, the master had disappeared. The Spirit Hall envoy was furious. Asshole! I will dig you out even if I have to dig deep. Everyone at the scene was stunned and silent. Bai Yu gently elbowed Tang San and asked in a low voice. Xiao San, what does your teacher mean by this? After Bai Yu finished speaking, he was stunned. Because he saw that Tang San's current state was obviously not right. Tang San's fists hidden behind his back were tightly clenched, his brows were frowned and his teeth were gritted. The expression on his face seemed to write a few big words. The spirit hall has already killed him. Tang San's heart was full of anger. My teacher is such a well-educated person, he will definitely not talk big. It turned out that the spirit hall stole my teacher's manuscript and made my teacher embarrassed. It was all the spirit hall's fault. The spirit hall has already killed him. Bai Yu stopped talking. Sure enough, the third brother is worthy of being the third brother. In a cave, Flanders put Yu Xiaogang down and roared. Yu Xiaogang, are you crazy? Yu Xiaogang's face turned pale, his lips opened and closed, but he couldn't say a word. Flanders cursed. If I hadn't been there just now, you would have been arrested by the spirit hall and locked up in the prison. You dare to say that the spirit hall stole your things without any evidence. Even if someone from your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family came, they couldn't save you, you know. Yu Xiaogang's face turned pale. Of course he knew the consequences, but he inexplicably felt that it was the spirit hall that stole it. For some reason, he felt that the spirit hall stole his things was more worthy of confirmation than he is a man. After Flanders finished his anger, he asked in a deep voice. What are you going to do now? Yu Xiaogang was at a loss, shook his head, and said pitifully. I don't know. Don't know? Don't you have thousands of theories? Even if the manuscript is gone, you still remember some of them. You make the part you remember public, and then go to the spirit hall to ask for forgiveness, and this matter may be over. Flanders sighed, this may be the best way. Otherwise, even if he is a soul saint, he can't protect Yu Xiaogang for life. Yu Xiaogang's face turned pale and he couldn't speak for a long time. Seeing that his expression was wrong, Flanders guessed that what did he say? He questioned. Xiaogang, are you bragging about all the 10,000 theories? You can't make up any of them. Yu Xiaogang didn't want to admit it, but he just didn't know how to make it up. It's obviously 10,000, why can I only come up with 10? It must be Bibi Dong who instigated her subordinates to steal my inspiration. Yes, you can't blame me. Bang! Flanders was so angry. Yu Xiaogang was shocked. Old cat eagle, wake up. My personal safety still depends on you. If you leave, what will I do? Chapter 8 Yu Xiaogang becomes the negative generation. Hey! In the spirit hall, Bibi Dong lifted her butt from the Pope's chair and looked at the guards below with some disbelief. The guard repeated. Your Holiness! Yu Xiaogang slandered our spirit hall for stealing his manuscript in public, and he could not produce any evidence. When the envoy you sent was about to arrest him, a strong wind suddenly blew and Yu Xiaogang disappeared. Below, an old man said. Pope, do you want to issue a wanted order? Yu Xiaogang has some reputation. His slander will inevitably bring shame to our spirit hall. Bibi Dong's CPU was a little burned. Is this still the same Yu Xiaogang? How did he become a street rogue? Or do you think he has grown wings, so he wants to pick a fight with me? Her faith collapsed a little, but she still didn't believe in evil, and said. If you want to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext. Our spirit hall doesn't need to get angry about such a person. Let's do this, issue a notice and let that guy pay 10,000 gold soul coins, and this matter will be over. Yes. The guard retreated, and Bibi Dong fell into deep thought. Xiaogang, I asked you to pay 10,000 gold soul coins to protect you. With your level 29 strength, if I pardon you, someone under the spirit hall will definitely want to use your life to seek credit from me. But then again, are you crazy? Extra, Master Nodding City used the Spirit 10,000 core competition theory to deceive people, and slandered the spirit hall after the incident. The spirit hall issued a notice, ordering him to pay 10,000 gold soul coins, and there will be rewards for reporting, 100 gold soul coins. As the spirit hall's notice was posted everywhere, Yu Xiaogong's deeds spread to all parts of the Tiandu Empire, and the people laughed when they heard it. The spirit 10,000 core competition theory? And it was stolen? Bullshit. Yu Xiaogang was completely ruined. And at Notting College, Tang San and Bai Yu finally completed the admission procedures, but Tang San, this moth, made trouble again. When the teacher was processing the enrollment procedures for him and Bai Yu, he was discussing Yu Xiaogang and said a few bad things about Yu Xiaogang, which made Tang San unhappy. The teacher handed the enrollment certificate to Tang San, but Tang San did not take it. The teacher looked at him strangely and said coldly, "Teacher, the master is my teacher, I don't allow you to say that to him." The teacher laughed and said, "It's not that you are not a teacher. Yu Xiaogong's actions are really not authentic. How can he make fun of everyone and slander the spirit hall?" The other teachers echoed a few words, and Tang San was about to explode. "It's all the fault of the spirit hall, framing my teacher." The teacher who processed the enrollment looked at Tang San and said seriously, "Kid, I advise you to change teachers as soon as possible. Anyway, Yu Xiaogang has been disgraced. Even if you change your school now, no one will say anything, so as not to delay your future. After all, no one knows where that guy is now." Tang San's eyes were full of anger, and just as he was about to explode, Bai Yu quietly pulled him. Tang San looked at Bai Yu, who shook his head at him, as if he had something to say. Tang San's mind moved, and he followed Bai Yu out of the office. Seeing that there was no one around, Bai Yu whispered, "Xiao San, are you very angry now?" Tang San nodded and roared in a low voice, "That's my teacher, how could they?" Bai Yu said seriously, "Xiao San, in the final analysis, everything is because we are not strong enough. If you want to save your teacher's reputation, the only way is to become strong quickly, understand?" Tang San was stunned, and then he was moved. "Xiao Yu is indeed my good brother. Xiao Yu, I understand. Let's go to the dormitory, I will definitely become strong." Door 7, Tang San just opened the door, and Wang Sheng punched him. Tang San quickly dodged, Xian Yu hand launched, and threw Wang Sheng back. Bai Yu knew it long ago, so he deliberately stood behind Tang San, and Wang Sheng did not attack him. Plot: Tang San came to the dormitory and was attacked by Wang Sheng. He was ready to beat Wang Sheng up. Bai Yu suddenly had an idea and changed beat to lick. Wang Sheng stood firm and hit Tang San again. Tang San snorted coldly, his body slightly tilted. Wang Sheng's attack missed. Tang San grabbed his arm and threw him to the ground. Tang San walked over and grabbed Wang Sheng's hand. Wang Sheng thought Tang San was going to continue to beat him, and his face turned pale with fear. However, the next second, Tang San lowered his head, pouted and licked Wang Sheng's hand. The roommates watching. Wang Sheng trembled all over, and the wet feeling on the back of his hand made his stomach churn. I'm dirty." He quickly retracted his hand, rubbing it frantically on his clothes while crawling back frantically. "You, don't come over here." If Tang San beat him up, he wouldn't be so scared. But Tang San actually kissed him. What the hell is this non-Tuong guy? Seeing Wang Sheng crawling away, Tang San showed a lewd smile, took 2 steps at a time and chased after him, grabbed Wang Sheng, and stretched out his mouth again. This time he aimed at his face. Slurp! Help! Wang Sheng struggled and wailed, and the onlookers came to their senses and rushed to rescue Wang Sheng. Beat you to death, pervert! Zhao, get out of the 7th dormitory, dead man! Ola, oh! Poor Tang San was about to lick Wang Sheng, but was suddenly pressed to the ground and beaten by a group of people. He didn't even have time to use hidden weapons. He could only protect the key parts to prevent little Tang San from being beaten. Stop, Stop, oh, oh! Tang San wailed wildly. There was no time to use hidden weapons, Xian Tiangong couldn't beat so many people, and there was no time to summon martial spirits. Tang San could only ask Bai Yu for help. Xiao Yu, help! Bai Yu stepped forward, coughed twice, and said loudly. Everyone, please show mercy. My brother Tang San's martial spirit is a dog, and he has a mutated martial spirit, so he is a little affected by the martial spirit, please forgive me. The effect of the human emperor banner was activated, and everyone naturally trusted Bai Yu. Hearing him say this, everyone slowly stopped, and Tang San was still curled up on the ground, with lumps all over his head. He's called Tang San, right? He's quite capable, but if he dares to do something like this in the 7th dormitory next time, we will fight to the death to beat him to death. Wang Sheng said while wiping his hands on his clothes, almost wiping out sparks. Bai Yu walked over to take a look. Tang San was knocked unconscious. Tisk tisk tisk. Bai Yu shook his head, looked at everyone, and smiled. Hello, my name is Bai Yu, and I'm a new part-time student. By the way, why did you sneak attack Tang San just now? Wang Sheng snorted. According to the rules of Dormitory 7, newcomers have to fight. I'm the boss here. If you beat me, you'll be the boss. How about it? Bai Yu shook his head. I'm from the auxiliary department, I can't fight. Auxiliary department? Wang Sheng was a little surprised and waved his hand. Forget it, except for the auxiliary department. Bai Yu smiled and nodded. That's right, fighting and killing is so boring. Isn't it good for everyone to live in harmony, eat, sleep and fight, Brother San? Just then, the door of Dormitory 7 was pushed open again, and a childish voice came. Excuse me, is this Dormitory 7? Chapter 9. My name is Xiao Wu, the dance of street dance. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a pink little Lolita jumping in. My name is Xiao Wu, the dance of Wu. All the boys stared at her, but Bai Yu suddenly changed Jiao to Ji. Suddenly, Xiao Wu did a somersault forward, her head on the ground, her legs pointing to the sky, and everyone was stunned. Then, Xiao Wu suddenly spun around with her head as the axis, and then rolled over and did a Thomas spin. Hello, I'll say it again, my name is Xiao Wu, the dance of street dance. Everyone. The girl is so flexible, but she dances as soon as she meets someone, isn't that a bit too cool? Bai Yu held back his laughter. It's fun to watch for free, so it's a waste not to watch. Xiao Wu's body flexibility should be good for being a RBQ. And to be honest, before she became a tool, Xiao Wu was loyal and courageous. As a partner or companion, she is definitely a good choice. Besides, she has spirit rings and spirit bones, and 2 powerful little brothers. My 10,000 souls banner will inevitably need to refine souls in the future. If I build a good relationship with her and fool those 2 spirit beasts, then the Star Do Great Forest will become my soul refining holy land. Bai Yu fell into thought, and Xiao Wu finished a dance and suddenly saw Tang San lying unconscious on the ground, and was surprised. What's going on? Wang Sheng explained. This guy is from Nantung. He licked my hand just now. It was so disgusting. Everyone couldn't stand it, so they beat him up. Xiao Wu. Psychopath. A man licks another man's hand? I haven't seen this scene in the Star Do Great Forest. You humans play so fancy? Wang Sheng was speechless. It doesn't seem normal for you to come here to dance street dance? Why do all the part-time students this year seem a little crazy except Bai Yu? Bai Yu coughed lightly and said. Just now we were fighting for the position of the boss of Dormitory 7. Judging from the result, Tang San should have won. What? Wang Sheng was stunned. Tang San was knocked to the ground. He won? At this time, the younger brother next to Wang Sheng said to him. Brother, Tang San seems to have really knocked you down just now. If you don't admit it, what if he gets up and licks you and beats you again? Wang Sheng trembled all over when he heard it, and said quickly. Yes, 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 I lost just now. I'm really afraid of this Tang San. After Wang Sheng finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Wu and instigated. Newcomers have to fight with the boss. This is the rule of our dormitory 7. If you win, you will be the boss. Xiao Wu's eyes flashed with a cunning, and said. Really? But Tang San has fainted, how does this count? As soon as the voice fell, Tang San woke up faintly. Wang Sheng and the others retreated one after another, only Bai Yu squatted over and asked. Xiao San, how are you? Tang San looked around at Wang Sheng and the others, and said in a deep voice. My whole body hurts now. I guess he holds a grudge against this group of people. Bai Yu said. You just beat Wang Sheng, now you are the boss of the 7th dormitory. She is new here and wants to fight with you for the position of the boss. Do you want to fight or not? If not, just surrender. Tang San looked in the direction of Bai Yu's finger, and his eyes were suddenly straight. He even thought of the name of the child. Bai Yu waved in front of him and asked. Xiao San, talk. Tang San came back to his senses and thought, it would be nice if he could make some physical contact with this girl. So he nodded and fought. But as soon as he moved, his whole body hurt, and he grimaced in pain. Bai Yu smiled and said. It's okay, you heal your wounds, I will use the Human Emperor banner to help you speed up, they are just flesh wounds, and they will heal soon. As he said, Bai Yu offered the Human Emperor banner, and the holy aura startled everyone. Xiao Wu seemed to feel the warmth of her mother and said in shock. Bai Yu, is this your martial spirit? Bai Yu nodded. Yes, I am a support system. My martial soul is used to speed up training and healing within a certain range. Everyone was shocked. This martial soul is so powerful. Tang San didn't say anything and healed quickly under Bai Yu's Human Emperor banner. Xiao Wu couldn't help asking. Bai Yu, you have to consume a lot of soul power to maintain your martial soul like this, right? When Tang San recovers, won't you be exhausted? What do you mean by exhausted? But what she said makes sense. There is no danger to do this now. I can't do this in the future. I have to rely on the 10,000 souls banner to refine my soul and convert the garbage soul into soul power to replenish myself. Bai Yu smiled and said. It's okay, Tang San is my brother. Tang San was grateful in his heart. Xiao Yu was really nice. And Xiao Wu was also a little surprised. Is Bai Yu so loyal? I admire him. After a while, Tang San recovered almost completely. He stood up and pretended to be polite in front of Xiao Wu. Please come in. Xiao Wu was not polite either. She wanted to get close to Tang San right away. However, Tang San had Xian Tian Gong, so she could not take advantage of him in close combat for a while. However, she was very flexible, so Tang San could not catch her and was embarrassed by her. At this time, a system pop-up window flashed in front of Bai Yu. Plot: Xiao Wu and Tang San fight. Xiao Wu finally defeats Tang San, and Tang San admits that Xiao Wu is the boss. Bai Yu changed boss to mom. After Tang San and Xiao Wu fought for a while, Xiao Wu was slightly better and looked at Tang San proudly. I won, call me boss. Tang San and Xiao Wu fought for a long time and felt that it was worth losing, so he prepared to call me boss to make Xiao Wu happy and make it easier for him to pick up girls. Tang San took a deep breath, his expression serious, and said from the bottom of his heart. Mom. Xiao Wu, oh, by the way. Wait, what did you call me? Xiao Wu was stunned. Wang Sheng and others were confused. What? Did I hear it wrong? Tang San looked kind, as if Xiao Wu was his long-lost mother. You beat me, I admit that you are my mother. Xiao Wu trembled all over, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back, with a look of horror. Is this the power of non-tung? Good, so disgusting. I don't want to be a mother. Seeing Xiao Wu retreat, Tang San asked with concern. Mom, what's wrong with you? Why do you look frightened? How about I give you a massage? For so many years, I have not been able to fulfill my filial piety. Tang San said, and knelt on the ground with a plop, crying. Mom, do you know that you were gone when I was born? I have been growing up with my father for so many years. I have longed for a mother to love me since I was a child. Mom, you are finally back. Mom, after you left, Dad gave up on himself and complained about himself every day. I took care of him diligently. Do you know how difficult it was? Mom, I never had the chance to fulfill my filial piety. Today, we finally met each other. Let me give you a massage. Tang San said, and stretched out his hands to Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu cursed. Get out, you pervert! A slap directly slapped the defenseless Tang San away and he fainted again. I don't want to be a mother. Is he your brother? Bai Yu shrugged. He is more emotional. Although I don't understand, I respect his choice. By the way, since you won, you are now the boss of the 7th dormitory, right Wang Sheng? Wang Sheng was startled and nodded frantically. Yes, Sister Xiao Wu, you will be the boss of dormitory 7 from now on. Hello, Sister Xiao Wu. Everyone shouted hurriedly, and Xiao Wu was indeed diverted to the topic, and said proudly with her hands on her waist. From now on, your sister Xiao Wu will protect you. Bai Yu looked at everyone, like a child watching house, and couldn't help laughing. Chapter 10 The cafeteria caused trouble, and the 3rd brother farted to repel the enemy. Bai Yu smiled elegantly, and Xiao Wu saw his expression and thought he was impressed by the momentum of his boss, and said with her hands on her waist. Xiao Wu, I think your bed is the biggest, give it to me, do you hear me? Bai Yu came back to his senses and looked at Xiao Wu with a strange face. Although his bed and bedding were exchanged from the teacher with the succubus buff of the Emperor banner, which were much better than others, Xiao Wu felt that he had other intentions. But on second thought, if the love continent is like this, then there is no problem. Maybe I can directly intercept Xiao Wu? Bai Yu smiled and said. Xiao Wu, this bed was specially assigned to me by the admissions teacher. If I give it to you, what will I say if the teacher checks the dormitories? Will the boss of dormitory 7 bully others? Besides, I have an auxiliary martial soul. What will the teacher think if you take my bed? What will everyone think? As the boss, shouldn't you protect us? Xiao Wu was stunned by Bai Yu's words. Yes, you are right. Then I won't take your bed. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. I didn't say I won't take it, but I didn't say I won't sleep on it. She walked to the bed next to Bai Yu. The students sitting on the bed hurriedly made room for her. Xiao Wu laughed and said. Bai Yu, let's put our beds together. Your bed is quite big. You can't sleep on it by yourself. Others. Bai Yu. Alas, being handsome is a sin. I don't want to sleep with you for 6 years. Xiao Wu, if you want to sleep on my bed, I will give it to you. I, Bai Yu, came to Notting College to practice and become stronger, not to enjoy myself. I don't care if the bed is better or worse. If you want, you can take it. You should have your own goals when you come here. I think you should also focus on your goals, rather than worrying about the gains and losses of a bed. The buff of the human emperor banner succubus was activated, coupled with Bai Yu's eloquent speech. Everyone and Xiao Wu were stunned, and then a feeling of shame surged in their hearts. Yes, I, Xiao Wu, came here to avenge my mother. I should practice well and shouldn't waste time on such trivial matters. Xiao Wu made up her mind and no longer mentioned changing beds with Bai Yu. Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Sleeping in a plain bed is so boring, really. At this time, Tang San woke up faintly. He covered his face, as if he had been knocked out, and completely forgot what had just happened. At this time, Bai Yu said, "Xiao San, I have a bed next to me, you can sleep here." Xiao Wu shuddered and looked at Bai Yu, like an angry little rabbit in the picture. "Don't let him sleep next to me." Bai Yu looked innocent. "I'll stand between you two, okay? That's better." Tang San walked to Bai Yu, not knowing why Xiao Wu hated him and Bai Yu so much, so he made a note of Xiao Wu in his heart. "Humph, this little girl, she looks a bit pretty, but unfortunately she's fierce, and seems to be particularly hostile to Xiao Yu and me. If she doesn't bow her head, I will teach her a lesson later, hee." Everyone tidied up the dormitory and soon arrived at the restaurant. Everyone walked towards the cafeteria together. Bai Yu and Xiao Wu became the leaders of the 7th dormitory, and everyone wanted to follow them. But Tang San followed Bai Yu, which made everyone feel uncomfortable, so this situation appeared. Bai Yu walked in the middle, Xiao Wu walked on the left, Tang San walked on the right. A lot of people followed Xiao Wu, and there was nothing behind Tang San. Seeing this scene, Tang San secretly made a note of the people in the 7th dormitory in his heart. As soon as everyone entered the cafeteria, several boys who were lying on the railing on the 2nd floor saw Wang Sheng at a glance, and immediately laughed. "Hey, isn't this Wang Sheng? Why don't you come up to the 2nd floor, brother will treat you to a meal." Someone next to him laughed. "Ha ha ha, Wang Sheng, a poor part-time student, is also worthy of the 2nd floor." Everyone's face was not very good, and Xiao Wu directly scolded. "Who are you?" The boys upstairs couldn't help but get angry and mocked. "Hey? Such a pretty little Lolita, but it's a pity that she's a part-time student. Alas, she looks so poor." Xiao Wu was furious. Wang Sheng saw this and explained. "The 2nd floor is a place for ordering dishes. We part-time students are poor and can't afford it, so let's forget it." Xiao Wu clenched her fist and said. "Forget it? Wang Sheng, are you just going to let them mock you?" Wang Sheng smiled bitterly. He couldn't win in a fight, and he couldn't compete with his father. What else could he do? At this time, Tang San thought of the Tang sect's rules, which told him not to easily cause trouble, so he was ready to persuade Xiao Wu to calm down, even though she had just been ridiculed. Just as he was about to speak, a narration suddenly appeared in front of Bai Yu. Plot: Tang San is ready to persuade Xiao Wu to calm down and not cause trouble. Bai Yu suddenly had an idea in his mind, and changed no to yes, and then said to Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, you are right. Although we part-time students are poor, we also have dignity. If we allow the other party to ridicule us like this, we will always be ridiculed in the future." Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. At this time, Tang San said. "Xiao Wu, stay calm when encountering things. We must use calm means to deal with him." Xiao Wu was speechless. "Why are you talking so harshly?" Then she cast a grateful look at Bai Yu, because she felt that it was Bai Yu who spoke for her, and Tang San followed him to change his words. Otherwise, how could Tang San change his words? So she decided to let Tang San go first. "Tang San, you take the lead, let's go and make them apologize." "Ah!" Tang San was stunned. "Why should I take the lead? It's not me who is being ridiculed." At this time, Bai Yu smiled and said. "Xiao San, I am an auxiliary spirit master. Wang Sheng is not their opponent. Only you are neither humble nor arrogant, and can communicate with them calmly. Come on, you are our hope." Bai Yu gave him a lot of compliments, and Tang San couldn't help feeling a little flattered. In addition, Xiao Wu also cast an encouraging look at him. Tang San's blood suddenly surged, and he led the team to the 2nd floor. "Hey, Isn't this Wang Sheng's group of part-time students? What's going on? Are you coming to the second floor to eat or wash the dishes? Those boys, seeing Tang San leading the team up, not only were they not afraid, they laughed out loud. Xiao Wu clenched her fists, wishing she could beat them up. Tang San stopped her and shook his head. Now is the time for me to show my manly charm, don't steal my limelight. Tang San walked up to the boys, raised his head and looked at them, and said, "Apologize to us." Ha 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 ha. The boys burst into laughter and said, "Apologize? We are telling the truth, why should we apologize?" Plot: Tang San is going to use his eloquence to persuade the other party to apologize. Bai Yu thought about it and changed tongue to fart. Well, the episode that best fits Blue Silver Fart. Tang San looked at the other party coldly, and was about to talk, but suddenly lost the desire to speak, and turned to aim at them. Those people thought Tang San had retreated, and just as he opened his mouth to laugh, Tang San suddenly raised his butt. "It's raining, bubbles are coming out, eat my fart." Bang 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 bang. Several boys just opened their mouths wide. Chapter 11 Brother San's farts. Smoky the canteen, master's debts are hard to repay. Several boys who mocked the part-time students lay on the ground, coughing dryly, crying. Tang San's fart made them miserable. Bai Yu smiled. "This is Xiao San's martial spirit, don't be surprised." Everyone was dumbfounded, there is such a martial spirit? At this time, Tang San looked at the boys and sneered. "You mocked us first, you asked for it." Looking at the few people curled up on the ground, Tang San was very proud. He helped Xiao Wu out, even if the means were not very handsome, but in this world, strength is king. He won. Xiao Wu will definitely look at him with new eyes, right? He couldn't wait to look back, but saw Xiao Wu covering her mouth and nose, her face turned blue. "It stinks." Bai Yu retreated silently, complaining in his heart. "It's a blue-silver fart, blue-silver grass has strong vitality, so Tang San's fart is also extremely strong, smelly and long, vomit." Wang Sheng and others couldn't help it, and ran downstairs with Bai Yu. Tang San was stunned. "I won, I helped you, why are you running?" He couldn't smell how stinky his fart was, but others could. The strong blue-silver fart quickly spread throughout the second floor of the cafeteria. The students who were eating smelled this smell and vomited. "Pa!" Someone slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Tang San and cursing. "Asshole! We don't care about your fight, but you deliberately farted to fumigate us, right?" Tang San frowned. "I didn't deliberately fumigate you, you want to find fault, right?" The next second, students from all directions surrounded Tang San, and they surrounded Tang San in indignation. Tang San realized that something was wrong. "Haoshan! Blue Silver Dog, save me!" Tang San was terrified. With so many people, he couldn't kill them all even if he used hidden weapons. He quickly released the Haoshan dog, which looked ferocious, and scared the group of students so much that they couldn't help but take a step back. "What kind of beast is this? Don't be afraid, let's go together, he is no match for us." Although some people said so, they still didn't dare to be the first to take action. Tang San took this opportunity to command the Haoshan dog to fart, and he farted again. The second floor of the cafeteria was instantly covered by farts, and everyone couldn't open their eyes. "Ah! I'm blind. Zhao, so disgusting. Ugh." Tang San had long been accustomed to smelling his own farts, and quickly crouched down and ran down the stairs. However, his blue-silver farts were not idle either, and quickly spread to the entire cafeteria. At the same time, at the entrance of the cafeteria, Xiao Wu took a deep breath of fresh air, and couldn't help looking at Bai Yu, complaining. "Hey, your brother's fart is too stinky." Bai Yu coughed twice and said. "His martial spirit is indeed a bit unique. By the way, if you see him later, you must praise his fart for being powerful. Wang Sheng's face twisted. We are almost dying of his stinking, and we still praise his fart for being powerful. Bai Yu said. He is a petty person. If you don't want to be suffocated by his fart every day in the future, just do what I say. Wang Sheng swallowed his saliva, looking horrified. Being suffocated by farts every day, that kind of thing is not allowed. Xiao Wu said speechlessly. This Tang San is really not a human being. Just then, Tang San hurried out, and when he saw Xiao Wu and others, a happy expression appeared on his face. However, Xiao Wu and others showed disgusted expressions. When Tang San came over, they retreated, making Tang San a little angry. You! I helped you, how can you treat me like this? Wang Sheng said awkwardly. Brother Tang San, it's not us who treat you like this, it's just that your fart hurts too much, we can't stop it. That's right, we really can't stand it, we're afraid of being hurt by you, it's all because you're too strong. After being praised by everyone, Tang San's anger disappeared. Alas, it's all because I'm too strong, and there is a natural gap between me and these weak people, I forgive them. Just then, the door of the cafeteria was knocked open again, and a group of people rushed out, including students and chefs. When they saw Tang San, they shouted. That's him! Fart Smoke Cafeteria, catch him! Catch him! Ola ola ola! Tang San was shocked and ran away. Xiao Wu and others were stunned. Outdoor, cave. Yu Xiaogang was roasting a chicken, and Flanders suddenly he walked in and said excitedly. Xiaogang, good news. Yu Xiaogang raised his head and asked. What good news? The spirit hall didn't want you, they just asked you to pay 10,000 gold soul coins. Yu Xiaogang's mouth twitched. 10,000 gold soul coins, and only. You are stupid, it's already very good to ask you to pay 10,000 gold soul coins. Yu Xiaogang gritted his teeth in anger. Bibi Dong could have pardoned him directly, but she insisted on asking him to pay a huge sum of money. Isn't this deliberately disgusting him? Yu Xiaogang punched the cave wall and gritted his teeth. I don't have that much money. After that, he looked at Flanders, his eyes full of expectation. Flanders shuddered and coughed twice. Ahem, I am also short of money, I don't have so much money. Yu Xiaogang was furious. Flanders. Are we still brothers? Flanders said quickly. I really don't have money. By the way, I heard from the people in the spirit hall that you can pay in installments, 10 coins per month, 120 coins a year, and it will be almost paid off in 100 years. Yu Xiaogang was furious. Flanders, are you talking nonsense? My monthly subsidy is only 10 gold soul coins. If I use all of them to pay off my debts, what will I eat and drink? The implication is, you trademark help me a little. Flanders pretended not to understand and changed the subject again. Xiaogang, if you don't go to the spirit hall to admit your punishment within 3 months, they will put you on the wanted list. In my opinion, you should make up a few more theories during this time. Maybe the spirit hall will think they make sense and let you pay less fines. Here is a pen and paper. I have something else to do. I'm very busy. I'll leave first and come back to see you in a few days. With that, Flanders disappeared, leaving Yu Xiaogang mad. Damn it, you're a miser. That night, Tang San returned to dormitory 7 with a green face, and was escorted back by the dean himself. Although he did not cause substantial harm to others, he was fined 1,000 copper soul coins for disrupting the operation of the cafeteria, which was deducted from his work-study salary. He only had 10 copper soul coins a day, and if he deducted 5 a day, it would take 200 days. How could his face not turn green? I used to be able to eat meat, but from now on I can only eat vegetarian food. Besides, the ant in the cafeteria would probably want to smash him to death with a rice spoon when she saw him. Life is so hard. Seeing the dean coming in, everyone in dormitory 7 stood up and shouted, "Hello, Dean!" The dean pressed his hand, indicating that everyone didn't need to be polite, and then instructed with a little embarrassment. "You are all part-time students in dormitory 7. When your classmates encounter problems in the future, you should give them more advice. Do you hear me?" "Yes." Everyone responded, and Tang San clenched his fists tightly. "Damn it, you old deng still brought this up, deliberately embarrassing me, right? Very good, I'll remember it." The dean's expression eased a little, and he looked at Bai Yu and said, "Bai Yu, get ready, I will take you to hunt soul rings tomorrow." Chapter 12. The dean takes Bai Yu to hunt soul rings. Ah! Everyone was shocked and looked at the dean. The dean said, "Bai Yu has innate full soul power. I am very optimistic about him. I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I will just take him to hunt soul rings." Tang San couldn't help but say, "Dean, I also have innate full soul power. Take me too." The dean said in embarrassment. "Tang San, I wanted to take you there too, but since you have become a disciple of the master, I can't make the decision for you on behalf of your teacher." "Then, what about my teacher?" "I don't know, I don't have any news about him." Tang San. The dean left after he finished speaking, and everyone quickly surrounded Bai Yu, exclaiming. Wang Sheng was shocked. Auxiliary system with full innate soul power? The dean is going to take you to hunt soul rings in person? Brother Bai Yu, you are too amazing. Everyone knows what this means. With excellent martial soul and the dean's favor, Bai Yu has a bright future. But not everyone can see that the people around them are good, and many people are secretly jealous at this time. Bai Yu smiled and said, "Lucky, lucky. I am just an auxiliary system, without combat power. Even if I become a soul master first, I have to rely on you. Don't be envious, you must practice well. We strive for everyone in the 7th dormitory to become a soul master." Bai Yu's words not only eliminated everyone's jealousy, but also made everyone excited. Yes, he, Bai Yu, is just an auxiliary system soul master. Even if he becomes a soul master first, his combat power is not as good as ours. Why should we be jealous of him? It is better to become a strong man earlier and let him assist me. For a while, everyone regarded Bai Yu as the backbone and wanted to catch up with Bai Yu. Xiao Wu couldn't help looking at Bai Yu. This man is so charming. Tang San squatted aside and sulked. Teacher, where on earth have you been?" The next day, the dean took Bai Yu to the soul hunting forest. The dean's surname is Wu, he is a 3-ring soul master, level 39, and a half-step soul master. In the Tiandu Empire, most of the deans of the primary soul master academies are soul masters, and a few are half-step soul masters. By analogy, most of the deans of the intermediate soul master academies are soul kings, and most of the deans of the advanced soul master academies are soul emperors, a few are soul saints, and the dean of the Tiandu Royal Academy is a soul Douluo, the only one. Dean Wu can serve as the dean of Nodding College with the body of soul master. Maybe his combat power is equivalent to that of a soul master. With him, Bai Yu has nothing to fear. Dean Wu all the way, let's go. Introducing the situation of the soul hunting forest to Bai Yu along the way. As the dean, he also has the order of the spirit hall and can enter the soul hunting forest. And his status is obviously higher than Yu Xiaogang. The guard at the gate knows him and jokes with a smile. Dean Wu, is this your apprentice? Dean Wu laughed. If it is, it's good. The guard was obviously a little surprised and looked at Bai Yu a few more times. Bai Yu was a little moved and a little tired. He was moved because he knew what Dean Wu was thinking. Dean Wu was optimistic about him, so he came to take him to hunt soul rings in person and praised him to the sky in front of the guard. After Dean Wu said this, the guard would definitely report today's situation. At that time, he might attract the attention of a strong man and his future would become smoother. But this is only Dinwu's perspective. He didn't know that Bai Yu had the system and the 10,000 souls banner, and he must follow the main storyline, so it was not a good thing for Bai Yu to be too high profile. But overall, Dinwu was kind-hearted. Knowing that Bai Yu was a support system, he personally took him to hunt spirit rings. Tang San didn't even get this treatment. After all, it's better for Tang San to have no teacher than to have one. The two walked into the forest, and Dinwu said to Bai Yu, "Xiao Yu, you are a support system spirit master. I suggest you find a spirit beast of about 200 to 300 years old for your first spirit ring. Plant spirit beasts with strong vitality are best." Bai Yu was a little strange. Didn't Yu Xiaogang say that the limit of the first spirit ring was 423 years? Dinwu was Yu Xiaogang's friend. Didn't he know? He asked tentatively. "Din, I heard from Master that the absorption limit of the first soul ring is about 400 years. Why don't we find a 400-year-old soul beast?" Dinwu was a little surprised. "He even told you this?" "Yes, his theory says so, but no one has ever put it into practice, and no one dares to put it into practice. According to the experience of the Soul Master community, the age of the first soul ring is about 200 to 300 years, because there are many people who have died of explosions after absorbing soul rings over 300 years old." Bai Yu nodded and cooperated with Dinwu, showing an expression of sudden enlightenment, which made Dinwu very useful. But in fact, he had already known that the absorption limit of the soul ring was linked to physical fitness, willpower strength, etc. Theoretically, as long as the physical fitness and willpower were strong enough, a first soul ring of 1,000 years would not be a problem. But he was too lazy to try. 200 or 300 years were almost the same for him. His main means was still the 10,000 soul banner. After getting the first soul ring, the 10,000 souls banner might be able to awaken an offensive soul skill, so he can walk alone and start the soul refining plan. The two of them were traveling in the soul hunting forest, and most of the soul beasts they encountered were 10 or several dozen years old. The only 100-year soul beast they encountered was a 100-year-old tiger-headed wolf, which Bai Yu didn't like at all. It was like this until dark, and the two of them didn't find a suitable target. They found an open place to simply arrange and prepare to spend the night. Dinwu said, "Xiao Yu, take out the few packets of insect repellent powder I prepared from your bag." Bai Yu nodded, reached for the bag, and suddenly his face froze. "Oh no, I only brought one packet. But it's okay." "Plot, you took out a packet of insect repellent powder from your bag." Bai Yu changed 1 to 10. "Anyway, it's a free opportunity refreshed today, earning 1 point for nothing, it's a waste not to use it." Dinwu took the powder, arranged it briefly, and said to Bai Yu, "Okay, you take a rest, I'll keep watch." As a half-step soul master, Dinwu can stay awake for dozens of hours, so Bai Yu is not worried. Just as he was about to go to bed, Dinwu suddenly became alert. "Be careful, something seems to be approaching." Bai Yu quickly stood up and sacrificed the human emperor banner, covering himself and Dinwu in it. The holy aura of the human emperor banner might scare away some beasts. However, Dinwu's expression did not relax at all. He stared at one direction, which was extremely dark. Suddenly, 2 balls of green ghost fire emerged from the darkness, and Dinwu said in a deep voice, "It's the Dark Night Fox Wolf." "I don't know it." Bai Yu asked. "Dinwu, what is its strength?" "It looks like it's only in its 20s, but the Dark Night Fox Wolf usually takes its family out to hunt. Although Dinwu's strength is far higher than that of the Dark Night Fox Wolf, he dare not neglect it, because no one knows what is lurking in the darkness." The pair of green ghost lights loomed in the darkness, sometimes turning to the left side of the two people, sometimes appearing on the right side of the two people, always staring at them, but never attacking. Is it waiting for our support? Dinwu said to himself. Bai Yu nodded silently, yes, it is waiting for support. Because he has read the plot. Plot, the Dark Knight Foxwolf is ready to attack you, waiting for support, and its support will arrive in 10 minutes. Bai Yu silently changed 10 to 1000. You wait. 10 minutes later, the Dark Knight Foxwolf was still wandering around. It had lost its patience, but it didn't dare to go up because the support didn't come. It was also suspicious in its heart. Damn, didn't I leave my breath? 10 minutes have passed, why haven't my wife and children arrived yet? It can't be that I got lost, right? No, my family has lived nearby for several years. How could I get lost? What the hell? Chapter 13 Nightmare Piranha. Ding, congratulations, your accumulated points have reached 10 points. Now you can open a low-level blind box. The system suddenly popped up a window, and Bai Yu wondered, blind box? What about the lottery? Low-level blind box 10 points, intermediate blind box 100 points, high-level blind box 1000 points. Looking at the price list given by the system, Bai Yu couldn't help wondering. System, aren't they all blind boxes? What's the difference between high-level and low-level? The higher the level of the blind box, the higher the probability of getting good things. Taking the soul ring as an example, the probability of a high-level blind box getting a 10,000-year soul ring is 50%, the intermediate is 5%, and the low level is 0.5%. Bai Yu understood, but since it is a blind box, once it is opened, the probability of losing all the money is not small. Should I open it or not? Forget it, it's only 10 points, open one. It was a low-level blind box anyway. Bai Yu would be very satisfied if he didn't get a lollipop or something, and he still had 6 years to accumulate points, refine souls, and slowly develop. Why panic? Ding, open the low-level blind box. Congratulations on getting a copy of Douluo Continent Plant Atlas, knowledge will directly enter your mind. Bai Yu's mouth opened into an O shape. What does it mean? Is it what I thought it meant? He looked in a random direction, there was a grass, and when the weeds came into view, he naturally remembered the information of this grass. Pigtail grass, no soul power, ordinary plant. He looked in another direction, there was a bamboo. Lone bamboo, 10 years of soul power. Bai Yu was stunned, doesn't that mean that I can recognize any plant I see now? Fuck, a low-level blind box opened such a thing, will it reduce my lifespan? I didn't use my lifespan to open the box, don't do it. At this time, the Dark Knight Foxwolf couldn't wait for his teammates and retreated. The Dean looked back and saw Bai Yu's shocked expression. He thought he was scared and comforted him. Don't be afraid, Xiao Wu, I'm here, you'll be fine. Bai Yu came back to his senses and said as Dinwu said. Thank you, Dean. Dinwu nodded and said. This Dark Knight Foxwolf is gone, it shouldn't come back, you take a rest. Bai Yu nodded, but at this time, a soul power fluctuation suddenly came, even Bai Yu felt it. Dinwu's face changed. This is a sign of a battle, not far away, Xiao Wu, be careful. Bai Yu didn't dare to neglect it and offered the Human Emperor banner again. Dinwu closed his eyes and carefully felt the movements around him. Suddenly, he picked up a few stones and threw them at a bush. In the bush, a figure flashed out instantly and killed the two people at lightning speed. Bai Yu looked closely and saw that it was the Dark Knight Foxwolf, with an ordinary flower on its tail. Suddenly, a pop-up window from the system flashed in front of him, from the plant illustration. Nightmare Piranha, 415 years old, good at creating illusions, often devouring the souls of other soul beasts and driving them into puppets. Bai Yu's pupils shrank, and he looked at the Dark Knight Foxwolf again. Is it a puppet of the Nightmare Piranha? Then is the flower on its tail the Nightmare Piranha? The fighting just now, was it the Nightmare Piranha that ate it, turned it into a puppet, and then used it as bait to approach me and Dean Wu. Preparing to take the opportunity to attack? Although this nightmare piranha is weaker than Dean Wu, it can create illusions and is good at sneak attacks. Once Dean Wu is not prepared, he may not be a match. Dean Wu. Xiao Wu, back off. Dean Wu snorted coldly, interrupting Bai Yu's words. Then he stomped his right foot, and his spirit appeared, which turned out to be a big wasp. First spirit skill, Wasp Stinger. The Dean growled, and the wasp spirit immediately shot out a huge stinger, which shot towards the Dark Knight Fox Wolf. The Dark Knight Fox Wolf dodged left and right, but its strength was low, and it was locked by the spirit power of Dean Wu, and it couldn't dodge at all. After a meaningless pull, the Dark Knight Fox Wolf was pierced by the stinger on the spot. Dean Wu said disdainfully. A mere fox wolf of 20 years dares to cause trouble to me. As he said, he walked towards the Dark Knight Fox Wolf, preparing to clean it up and roast it. At this time, Bai Yu suddenly shouted. Dean, be careful! Dean Wu was stunned, and the next moment, the flower on the tail of the Dark Knight Fox Wolf suddenly turned into a bloody mouth, and it suddenly bit towards Dean Wu. Plot: the nightmare man-eating plant lurks successfully, and when Dean Wu approaches, it suddenly bites Dean Wu. Bai Yu gritted his teeth. There is only one chance left for basic modification, I will modify it. He changed near to far. Dean Wu looked at a bloody mouth rushing towards him, and his heart sank. He was afraid that he would be in danger if he was attacked at such a close distance. However, the next second, his eyes blurred, and then he suddenly found that the bloody mouth that was just in front of him suddenly appeared 3 meters away. Dean Wu was stunned. Illusion? Could it be that this man-eating plant is actually a little distance away from me, but it created an illusion of being close at hand to make me panic? In an instant, he was sweating profusely. Damn it, I was really scared just now. If I miss, Bai Yu will be in danger. Without time to hesitate, Dean Wu quickly took action with anger. Asshole, take my second soul skill, Swarm of Bees. Instantly, a large number of wasps appeared in front of Dean Wu, surrounding the nightmare man-eating plant and continuously consuming its soul power. Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he caught up. He sacrificed the human emperor banner, covering Dean Wu in it, providing him with a little buff. At this time, the most confused one was the nightmare piranha. It thought its plan was perfect and used the puppet Dark Knight Fox Wolf. Only it knew that it didn't use the illusion, so how did the prey that was so close suddenly retreat 2 meters? Opened? The nightmare piranha didn't know what tricks Dean Wu used. It only knew that it had missed. It was not good at direct confrontation and had to run away quickly. Suddenly, the piranha suddenly exploded. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all the wasps in one gulp, and then quickly fled. Even if it was injured, it had to escape quickly. It exploded very suddenly. Bai Yu had no reaction at all, and even when it opened its mouth, he was scared and took a few steps back. As a result, it started to run away the next second. Fortunately, Dean Wu had been prepared. Seeing that it actually wanted to escape, he sneered and said, "Want to run? Stay and be Xiao's soul ring." Third soul skill, Tail-breaking strike. Dean Wu's third soul ring flashed, and the next moment, the escaping nightmare man-eating plant suddenly shook all over, and the wasps swallowed by it shot out their stings with their last lives, and countless stings pierced the nightmare man-eating plant from the body. Puff! Dean Wu also vomited blood. Bai Yu was startled, and Dean Wu hurriedly said, "Xiao Yu, don't be afraid, this is the backlash of my third soul skill, the tail-breaking attack, which made all the wasps summoned by my second soul skill burn their lives and shoot out bee stings, with huge lethality, so I can compete with the Soul Master but the backlash is not small. However, as long as you can absorb the soul ring of this man-eating plant, this little injury is nothing." Bai Yu was deeply moved by the words, took out a dagger, walked to the dying nightmare man-eating plant, and stabbed it fiercely. Chapter 14 The First Soul Ring of the Human Emperor Banner. After a while, Bai Yu opened his eyes, and Dinwu couldn't wait to ask. Xiao Yu, what is your first soul skill? Bai Yu smiled. Din, my first soul skill of the Human Emperor Banner is a group gain, which can give companions a certain degree of improvement within a certain range. Dinwu wondered. I remember your Human Emperor Banner's passive is this, how come the first soul skill is the same as the passive? It was because of the passive of the Human Emperor Banner that Dinwu felt that Bai Yu had great potential, so he personally helped him hunt for soul rings. But if the first soul skill is the same as the passive, then the effect will be repeated, and the passive will become useless. However, Bai Yu smiled slightly. Dinwu, you may have misunderstood. My passive skill can only increase the soul power of companions within a certain range. But my first soul skill can increase more than just soul power. Dinwu's heart moved. What do you mean? Bai Yu explained. For example, now, within a certain range, if you have a soul skill that accelerates, then my first soul skill can not only strengthen your soul power, but also speed up your speed. Dinwu was surprised and happy, and asked. Just accelerate? What about strength, attack power, and defense power? Bai Yu smiled slightly, of course. In the range of the Human Emperor Banner, I can strengthen whatever you do. And within this range, who is my companion depends on me to bind, and those who are not bound by me will not get any bonus even if they are by my side. Companions who have been assisted by me will trust me more, and they are simply invincible when paired with the succubus buff. After all, one of the biggest means of the nightmare piranha is to drive puppets to fight. It swallows soul power and keeps it in its stomach. When it is critical, it will transfer the soul power to the puppet to strengthen the puppet's combat power. This is also its ability. Dinwu was shocked and grabbed Bai Yu's shoulders and shook him hard. Xiao Yu, this is a magical skill. Your Human Emperor Banner will sooner or later become one of the most outstanding auxiliary martial arts in the entire continent. Dinwu was very excited. In his opinion, Bai Yu's Human Emperor Banner can even be on par with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower in the future. If Bai Yu becomes a big boss, he will definitely establish a sect and pass it on to future generations. If he, Old Wu, didn't have a daughter, he would give Bai Yu a child bride now. Bai Yu was humble, but he was thinking about another soul skill, the first soul skill of the 10,000 Souls Banner. The first soul skill of the 10,000 Souls Banner has two effects, creating illusions and swallowing. The illusion of the Nightmare Piranha combined with the effect of the 10,000 Souls Banner itself is difficult to break through below the Soul Master. Use illusion to wear down the opponent's physical strength and soul power, then swallow the opponent in one gulp, eat up all the opponent's soul power, and then refine the soul with the 10,000 Souls Banner, perfect. Bai Yu was very excited when he thought of this. He now holds the Human Emperor Banner and the 10,000 Souls Banner, and has the confidence to fight a higher level. The two were excited for a while, and Dinwu patted Bai Yu on the shoulder and said, "Very good, let's go back to the academy. By the way, after you go back, you can go to the Wuhan branch hall to register as a Soul Master. With the Soul Master subsidy, you don't have to be a part-time student." Bai Yu nodded. He didn't lack money, so let's talk about it later. The two returned to the academy, the dean returned to the office, and Bai Yu returned to the 7th dormitory. There was no one in the 7th dormitory. Bai Yu seemed to remember something and ran straight to the playground. On the playground, Xiao Wu was leading everyone in dormitory 7 to confront Boss Xiao on the opposite side. After a verbal battle, Boss Xiao was afraid of Xiao Wu, so he proposed a round-robin battle, with each side sending people out to fight one-on-one to see which side wins more. Xiao Wu thought about it and agreed. Wang Sheng from dormitory 7 was the first to volunteer to fight, but his opponent Lu Xian's martial spirit Wasa stick hit Wang Sheng so hard that he cried out in pain and fell into a disadvantage. At this time, Tang San came over. Xiao Wu saw him and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Tang San was a little angry, but he suppressed his anger and said, Wang Sheng is too anxious. His martial spirit is a tiger. He should be patient and find a chance to get close. Xiao Wu ignored him. Everyone in the 7th dormitory looked at him as if he were a pervert, which made Tang San very angry and clenched his fists secretly. Tang San is a double-standard person, but he wants to be both the leader and the leader. In other words, he is too proud to be looked down upon. It is more uncomfortable to be looked down upon than to be killed. Wait, when Wang Sheng loses, I will go up and reverse the situation. I promise to make you look at me with new eyes. Although I don't have a spirit ring, I have Xiantian Gong, Demon Shadow Mitsukoshi, and hidden weapons. The opponents combined are not enough for me to beat. As Tang San watched coldly, Wang Sheng was defeated quickly. The people on the opposite side laughed at him for a while. Everyone in dormitory 7 looked unhappy, except Tang San. Tang San hoped that Wang Sheng would lose more miserably, so that he could compare with Wang Sheng and highlight his bravery. Then Xiao Wu would definitely look at him with new eyes and would definitely flatter him. Tang San smiled and took the initiative to walk out and introduce himself. Tang San, a first-year part-time student, martial spirit blue silver dog, no spirit ring. When he said this, the people on the opposite side almost laughed. Ha 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 ha, blue silver dog? I've only heard of blue silver grass, what is a blue silver dog? Blue silver dog? A dog that grows grass? Does it eat grass or meat? I think it eats grass. Ha 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 ha. After being humiliated by the other side, Tang San suppressed his anger and said, Wait until you are defeated by me, and you will know how powerful I am. Lu Xian laughed while holding his stomach. Ha ha ha, just you? I'm so scared. Behind him, Boss Xiao wiped his eyes and ordered. Lu Xian, fight quickly and let this kid see how powerful you are. Don't worry, Boss Xiao, I can beat this guy away with 3 sticks. Lu Xian put away his smile, lit up his martial spirit, and held a stick in his hand. Tang San also summoned the Haoshan dog, which looked ferocious, which shocked Lu Xian. What a fierce dog, it feels even fiercer than Wang Sheng's tiger spirit. Lu Xian didn't dare to neglect it anymore. He had just fought a battle and consumed a lot of physical strength. He was ready to defend and counterattack. Tang San gave an order, and the Haoshan dog rushed towards Lu Xian while howling like a husky out of the pen, with a fierce momentum. Lu Xian couldn't help but step back 2 steps, picked up the stick and poked the Haoshan dog, but the Haoshan dog jumped directly onto the stick and rushed towards Lu Xian along the stick. Lu Xian was shocked and swung the stick quickly, trying to throw the Haoshan dog off, but under Tang San's command, the Haoshan dog suddenly jumped high and opened its big mouth to bite Lu Xian. Lu Xian was frightened by the bloody mouth of the Haoshan dog and rolled to avoid it, but this was exactly what Tang San wanted. The Haoshan dog suddenly turned around and aimed its butt at the rolling Lu Xian, bang! In the dull eyes of Xiao Lauda and others, a large group of yellow-blue smoke enveloped Lu Xian. Lu Xian was about to curse, but accidentally inhaled a little blue-silver fart. He was dizzy and didn't dare to think too much. He quickly held his breath. While everyone's attention was attracted by Haoshan dog and blue-silver fart, Tang San took out a few stones from his pocket and prepared to defeat Lu Xian with hidden weapons. At this time, Bai Yu arrived just in time, and the system's narration popped up in front of him. Plot: Tang San used hidden weapons to deal with Lu Xian, and all the hidden weapons hit. Bai Yu had exchanged all his points for blind boxes before. Fortunately, the last basic modification gave him 1 point. He immediately exchanged a basic modification opportunity and changed, to Chapter 15. We can be said to be the boss of the academy. Shua. 3 stones were shot together, 1 hit Lu Xian's shoulder, 1 hit Lu Xian's lower abdomen, and 1 went straight to Lu Xian's vitals. He wanted to let Lu Xian know the consequences of laughing at him. However, the scream that Tang San expected did not come. Just as he was wondering, a stick swept out from the yellow mist and hit Tang San's side face hard, knocking him out. "Asshole, too stinky!" Lu Xian cursed loudly, and Tang San was hit by his stick and fell face down on the lawn. The lawn was worn away by his face. Behind Lu Xian, Boss Xiao raised his chin and looked down at Xiao Wu. "What's up, little rabbit, do you still want to continue fighting? If you admit defeat now, you can be my pet obediently." Xiao Wu was about to explode. She turned her head to look for Bai Yu, but Bai Yu had already run to Tang San and helped Tang San up with a caring look. "Xiao San, are you okay?" Tang San's face was covered with grass and mud, and his facial muscles were shaking violently because of anger. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and tried not to let his voice tremble. "No, nothing." Bai Yu complained in his heart, he really wanted to save face, he was beaten up like this and he was still fine. However, he still pretended to be concerned and said, "You are too careless, how could you be distracted by your fart? If you concentrate, that stick will definitely not hit you." Tang San's facial muscles twitched more violently, Bai Yu's words touched his sore spot, but he knew that Bai Yu was concerned about him, so he couldn't get angry, so he had to put all the anger on Lu Xian and Xiao Laude. At the same time, he was also confused, my hidden weapon didn't hit, why? Lu Xian blocked it. Or did my fart have special effects and deflected my hidden weapon? Did I miss? Impossible, how could my hidden weapon miss? Tang San was full of doubts and was helped back to the crowd by Bai Yu. Although everyone hated Tang San, they still gathered around Bai Yu and asked anxiously, "Bai Yu, what should we do now?" Bai Yu looked at Xiao Wu, who was almost furious. He definitely couldn't expect her to give him advice. Bai Yu smiled slightly and motioned Xiao Wu to come closer to his ear. Xiao Wu bent down and put her fair face in front of Bai Yu. After Bai Yu whispered something, Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly lit up and she ran directly to Boss Xiao to challenge him. "Boss Xiao, how about this, 1-on-1 is too slow, how about 2-on-2? One game to decide the winner. One game to decide the winner." Boss Xiao's heart moved. "I'm not afraid of 1-on-1, so why should I be afraid of 2-on-2? One game to decide the winner is best, so as not to waste time. Okay, I promise you." Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, she jumped back and pulled Bai Yu out. Boss Xiao frowned, this guy was not here just now, is he a foreign aide? "Forget it, it doesn't matter, I have the first soul ring, no matter how strong he is at most the same as me, and Xiao Wu doesn't have the first soul ring, she will definitely not be able to beat my companion." Boss Xiao looked at a boy and said, "Zhao Hu, let's go together." Zhao Hu smiled and walked out with Boss Xiao. Before the fight, Boss Xiao introduced himself. "Xiao Chenyu, 11th level first ring beast soul master, martial soul wolf." Bai Yu nodded. "Bai Yu, 11th level first ring weapon soul master, martial soul human emperor banner." Boss Xiao frowned. The thing he was most worried about happened, the opponent also had the first soul ring. The human emperor banner sounds awesome, but I don't know what it does. Boss Xiao told Zhao Hu. "When the battle starts, we will attack together and quickly deal with Bai Yu." Zhao Hu nodded. Although he didn't have a spirit ring, he was the strongest one under Boss Xiao. His martial spirit was also a tiger, and he was extremely eager to fight. The battle begins. Someone shouted, and Boss Xiao and Zhao Hu summoned their martial spirits at the same time. A rebellious wolf and a ferocious tiger pounced on Bai Yu at the same time. Wang Sheng's pupils shrank. Zhao Hu's tiger martial spirit was stronger than him. However, facing the attacks of Boss Xiao and Zhao Hu, Bai Yu did not retreat, but showed a crooked smile and shouted, "Human Emperor Banner, the first soul skill." As he said that, he sacrificed the Human Emperor Banner. The holy and magnificent aura reduced the fighting spirit of Boss Xiao and Xiao Wu by 3 points, and Bai Yu stuck the human emperor banner into the ground and quickly infused soul power into it. Suddenly, the first soul ring appeared beside him, and the golden light on the human emperor banner became more dazzling, as if brewing some big move. No, retreat quickly. Boss Xiao was frightened by the golden light, fearing that he would be killed instantly by the big move, and hurriedly retreated with Xiao Wu. However, at this time, the golden light on the human emperor banner suddenly fell on Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu's speed and soul power instantly increased by 3 points. She rushed towards Xiao Wu at lightning speed, and appeared in front of Xiao Wu the next moment. Xiao Wu's face was ferocious. Boss Xiao, we were deceived, his martial soul is auxiliary. As he said, Xiao Wu laughed and reached out to catch Xiao Wu, the little rabbit. His martial soul is the tiger is the king of beasts, and a mere rabbit dares to get close to him? However, Xiao Wu's flexibility is very strong. As soon as Xiao Wu stretched out his hand, she stepped on Xiao Wu's shoulder and rushed towards Boss Xiao. Boss Xiao was horrified. Facing Xiao Wu who suddenly approached him, he subconsciously used his first soul skill. A huge wolf claw grabbed Xiao Wu, but just when she was about to be hit by the claw, she raised the corner of her mouth, twisted her waist, and dodged the claw to the extreme. Behind her was Xiao Wu. You see, if I dodge, he will be the one in trouble. Xiao Wu was caught by the wolf claw and flew away. He screamed and fainted. Boss Xiao was horrified. Xiao Wu. The next second, Xiao Wu suddenly appeared behind him, so fast that he had no time to react. Xiao Wu laughed. You lose. Xiao Wu grabbed Boss Xiao's shoulder and pushed his knee against his waist, almost knocking out his lunch. Then, Xiao Wu came in front of him and elbowed him in the stomach. Ah! Boss Xiao fell heavily to the ground and was unconscious. This elbow was earth-shattering. Xiao Wu landed in an elegant posture, raised her elbow, and looked at the crowd on the opposite side with pride. The group of Xiao Lao Da's younger brothers were stunned, and Xiao Wu couldn't help shouting. Hey, Xiao Chinayu has lost, do you still want to go up? If you don't dare to go up, call Sister Xiao Wu to listen. Xiao Lao Da had lost, and his younger brothers had no intention of fighting. They hurriedly called Sister Xiao Wu a few times and dragged Xiao Lao Da away. Xiao Wu was so happy that Bai Yu came over. Xiao Wu hugged his neck and said happily. Xiao Yu, we are the boss of Notting College now. Bai Yu smiled slightly, and Tang San, who had just woken up, saw this scene and was full of jealousy, but he couldn't show it, so he could only pretend to be generous and walked to Bai Yu to congratulate Bai Yu. The next second, everyone in the 7th dormitory also rushed over. They threw Bai Yu and Xiao Wu high into the sky and then caught them again, and cheers resounded through the sky. In the crowd, only Tang San gnashed his teeth because of jealousy, but Bai Yu was his good brother, and Data told him that he shouldn't be jealous. The little head told him that it was all Bai Yu's fault. The two heads fought, and his mentality began to slowly twist. Chapter 16 The First Soul Refining of the 10,000 Soul Banner. Xiao Wu enjoyed the cheers of the crowd for a while, and suddenly realized something, and asked hurriedly. Xiao Yu, did you get the first soul ring? Tang San was struggling with himself, and when he heard Xiao Wu's words, he didn't care about the entanglement, and looked at Bai Yu and asked. Xiao Yu, did you succeed? Bai Yu nodded and smiled. Thanks to Dean Wu, I am now a soul master. Everyone was envious, and Tang San asked. What is your first soul skill? Group gain. Bai Yu explained briefly, and everyone sighed when they heard it. What a powerful auxiliary martial soul. NPU Zinsen was shocked and excited. Xiao Yu's soul skills were so powerful, worthy of being a helper given to me by God. The stronger he is, the better he will be at assisting me in the future. It's a pity that my teacher is missing. My spirit ring is still missing. I have to find my teacher quickly. Thinking of this, Tang San had no intention of celebrating. He found an excuse to tell Bai Yu that he had a stomachache and had to go to the toilet, and then hurried away. Everyone's mood was ruined by him. I don't know if it was a psychological effect or a sensitive nose. Xiao Wu pinched her nose and said strangely. Xiao Yu, let's go quickly, don't stay here. Wang Sheng also nodded frantically. Ahem, I suddenly remembered that we haven't collected the clothes yet, how about we go back? Go back, go back. Bai Yu laughed. Xiao Wu, you go back first, I still have to go to the Wuhan branch hall to register as a spirit master. Xiao Wu was stunned. Then you don't have to be a part-time student in the future. Bai Yu nodded, and Xiao Wu felt depressed when she thought that she couldn't clean up with Bai Yu in the future. But in front of Wang Sheng and the others, Xiao Wu couldn't say anything, so she could only leave in a sullen mood. Bai Yu left the academy again, but he didn't go to the spirit hall, but went straight to the wild. He was going to find a lucky person to refine his soul. As for the soul-hunting forest, he didn't have a warrant and couldn't enter that place, but soul beasts were not only found in the soul-hunting forest, there were also many in the jungles in the wilderness, but only a few were over 100 years old. 100-year soul beast corresponds to the soul master's strength, and Bai Yu couldn't refine a soul beast over 100 years old now. There was a vast jungle to the north of Nodding City. Bai Yu soon came to the entrance of the jungle. To his surprise, there was a village at the entrance of the jungle, and the village was very lively. Exploring Nodding Forest, we are short of 2 soul masters. Team up, team up. Our team is going to the forest to look for precious materials. An experienced guy is here, 5 gold soul coins. Are there any soul masters? I need a soul master to lead the team. Bai Yu looked around and found that the situation here was very similar to the situation of setting up stalls at the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, except that most of the people here were ordinary people, and there were very few soul masters, even one-ring soul masters, almost none. Yes, if you can become a soul master, why come to such a small and broken place? This jungle looks big, but there is actually nothing rare. High-level soul beasts are kept in captivity in the soul-hunting forest. Is it a waste of time for soul masters to come to such a wild forest? It's better to go to work and be a guest of a wealthy family, with a guaranteed double-digit gold soul coins a month. However, Bai Yu is an exception. He is a 6-year-old soul master. Can you guess it? He walked into the forest, and the noise of the village quickly disappeared, leaving only the rustling sound of the wind and grass. Suddenly, Bai Yu stopped and turned his head to look behind him. An ordinary wild wolf rushed towards him. He didn't even use his soul skills. When the wild wolf pounced on him, he punched it with a little soul power. The wild wolf was beaten to death. And he didn't refine his soul. This little wolf didn't even have soul power. How could he refine it? Bai Yu continued to walk. Suddenly, he stopped again and became alert secretly. The rustling sound is a bit wrong. The wind is not so strong now. Something is wandering around me. If only I had Tang San's purple demon eye. Bai Yu sighed secretly, pretending that he didn't notice anything, and continued to walk. Suddenly, a 2.5 meter long green snake attacked from behind him and bit his shoulder. Bai Yu was bitten and looked painful. The green snake was overjoyed and quickly injected venom into Bai Yu's body. However, the next moment, the green snake's eyes blurred, and the Bai Yu bitten by it turned into a big tree. The green snake was horrified, and Bai Yu was standing next to the tree. The human emperor banner in his hand suddenly changed color, becoming dark, gloomy, and full of evil. The green snake felt the fear from the bottom of its heart, and quickly pulled its teeth out of the tree trunk. Just as it was about to escape, a suction force suddenly came from the 10,000 souls banner. It was the swallowing effect of the nightmare man-eating plant. The green snake twisted wildly, and various illusions appeared in front of it. Bai Yu consumed it with illusions while using the 10,000 souls banner to devour its soul power, and soon exhausted it. At this time, the true effect of the 10,000 souls banner was revealed. The green snake was unable to maintain the state of unity of soul and flesh. An illusory green snake was pulled out by the 10,000 souls banner and floated above its head. That was its soul. The 10,000 souls banner was constantly tearing and devouring its soul. Finally, the green snake could not resist, and its soul was torn into countless light spots, which gathered into the 10,000 souls banner. And the snake body turned into dust and was blown away by the wind. Bai Yu's mind moved, and he waved the 10,000 souls banner. The light spots reorganized and turned into an illusory green snake that appeared on his shoulder. It looked very well behaved. Because it is in the state of soul, ordinary people can't see or feel this green snake, but Bai Yu can command this green snake to attack the enemy. This green snake is young, and after refining the soul, it has only one skill, that is, biting, directly biting the opponent's soul body, mental damage. Wait, I feel like I'm cosplaying, the kind that can shout slogans with a poke ball. Bai Yu shook his head, shook off the strange idea, patted the green snake's head, and smiled. Very good, you are my first soul pet, you can call it Xiao Qing. It's a pity that your strength is too weak, only equivalent to a level 5 or 6 human, alas. Forget it, I'll go find a few soul beasts to test and see if I can swallow their soul power to upgrade you. The green snake rubbed the back of Bai Yu's hand with its snake head when it heard this, and it looked very smart, but this was controlled by Bai Yu himself. It's normal for a newly refined soul to have no consciousness, just raise it slowly. Bai Yu continued to move forward, released the green snake as a scout, and soon found the next target. It was a 30-year-old wild rabbit, even more ferocious than a wolf, but under the illusion and devouring effect of the 10,000 souls banner, it quickly lost its resistance, and its soul was torn into pieces by the 10,000 souls banner, turning into countless light spots. However, this time Bai Yu did not choose to reorganize the light spots, but guided the light spots into the body of the green snake. The green snake received a large wave of soul power replenishment, and its strength suddenly increased by leaps and bounds, and it rose by several levels. Bai Yu's experiment was successful and he was very satisfied. Great, so I can raise souls. Wait for an opportunity to take a yin in, and then raise her up. When Tang San and I turn against each other, tell him that your spring water has been stolen, and make him angry to death. Bai Yu smiled and continued to refine souls in the forest, and Xiaoqing's strength also increased by leaps and bounds, from the initial level 5 or 6 to the current level 12, doubling. And Bai Yu is only level 11 now. After Xiao Qing reached level 12, he clearly felt that Xiao Qing needed more soul power to upgrade. Bai Yu said to himself. Could it be related to my strength? When Xiaoqing's strength is lower than mine, nurturing the soul is twice as effective with half the effort. But when Xiaoqing's strength is higher than mine, it needs more soul power, so nurturing the soul is half as effective with twice the effort. It's very likely. Bai Yu was thinking, and suddenly his eyes were stern. He turned his head to look at the 3 o'clock direction and shouted. Who? Come out! Chapter 17 Refining Human Souls, My enemies are not human. Don't be nervous, I'm a human, not a soul beast. A male voice came from the dense forest, and then a scarred man holding an iron knife came out through the thorns. Hey? Why is it a little ghost? Seeing the young-looking Bai Yu, the scarred man was stunned. He heard the movement here, but he didn't expect it to be a little ghost. Little ghost, where is your master? When he looked at Bai Yu was also looking at him. With well-developed muscles and a fierce look, he must have killed someone. If someone dares to walk alone in the forest, he probably has soul power. I wonder if he has soul rings. Bai Yu rolled his eyes and said. Uncle, I lost my dad. He looked more handsome than Tang San, and was even better at pretending to be innocent. Coupled with the passiveness of the Emperor Banner, the scarred man was relieved and asked. Little boy, how did you lose your dad? We met a big python, and my dad led it away by himself to save me. Bai Yu pretended to be sad, and the scarred man was moved and asked. Big python? How big is it? Does it have soul power? Bai Yu showed a blank expression, and the scarred man guessed that Bai Yu had no soul power, but he continued to test. I mean, is there anything special about that python, such as being particularly long or extremely fast? Bai Yu nodded and said. Yes. That python is very big, about 3 meters long. 3 meters long, probably a 10-year soul beast. A 10-year soul beast is equivalent to a 10th level soul master. The father of this kid can lead it away, so his soul power must be at least 9 levels. The scarred man thought silently and asked. Little friend. When your father led the snake away, did he leave anything for you to help him find you? Bai Yu nodded. Yes, my father gave me a lot of things. He said he was afraid he wouldn't be able to come back, so he gave me everything. The scarred man's eyes lit up. All. Bai Yu nodded, and the scarred man suddenly became greedy. He walked towards Bai Yu step by step and said with a smile. Little friend, it's too dangerous for you to be here alone. I'll take you out of the forest. Before he finished speaking, Bai Yu suddenly sacrificed the black 10,000 souls banner. The dark breath, accompanied by the terrifying suction, scared the scarred man half to death. Alas, since you dare to hit on me, why don't you think about it carefully? How can I find you? Bai Yu smiled, and the innocent expression on his face disappeared in an instant. The scarred man growled, and the first soul skill burst out, but he still couldn't break free. He looked at Bai Yu in horror and said in disbelief. You are a soul master. Bai Yu glanced at his white soul ring and laughed. I thought there was a soul master in this forest, and I met him. It turns out that he only has a 10-year soul ring. No wonder he can only hang around here. As he spoke, Bai Yu created a lot of illusions for him. The scarred man attacked the air crazily, and his soul power was quickly consumed. The 10,000 souls banner was activated, and the scarred man's soul was immediately pulled out and shattered, turning into countless light spots, and even his soul ring was gone. If they can escape, they will all be devoured by the 10,000 souls banner. Bai Yu thought about it and didn't feed the soul power to Xiao Qing, but saved it. Whether he went back to practice or continued to devour souls, it would never be wrong to keep some soul power to replenish. Bai Yu glanced at the 10,000 souls banner. This was his first time to refine a human soul, but he didn't feel anything. He would not show mercy to those who opposed him, whether they were human or beast, even if they were maggots. On the contrary, as long as they supported him wholeheartedly, whether they were human or beast, Bai Yu would not treat them unfairly. Therefore, in Bai Yu's eyes, as long as they were enemies, no matter whether they were human or pig, they would be killed. Can the corpses be divided into human and animal? The body of the scarred man turned into powder and flew away, leaving only a bag. Bai Yu walked over to touch the corpse, and there were only some gold soul coins and some garbage in it. It's not worth much, that's no wonder. Why would a rich person come here to hang out? They would have gone to the soul hunting forest long ago. Now I have the 10,000 souls banner, Xiao Qing, and the system. I can fight a great soul master at level 29, and I can make a living in the soul hunting forest with such strength. Bai Yu remembered that Yu Xiaogang dared to take Tang San to hunt souls at level 29, and his Luo Sanbao was still a rubbish martial soul. His current combat power should be stronger than him, and he can definitely go to the soul hunting forest. As long as he doesn't encounter a soul beast over 200 years old, his chance of winning is very high. It doesn't matter if he encounters one, with the system, he can modify the narration and run away. After making up his mind, Bai Yu decided to go back to the academy for a walk, so as not to be suspicious of the dean if he is away for a long time. But before that, he had to register at the Martial Soul Branch Hall and get the Soul Master's notebook before he could be qualified to enter the Soul Hunting Forest. In the Martial Soul Branch Hall, Su Yuntao and Ma Xiaoyunyo were talking about something, and suddenly, a guard led Bai Yu in. Su Yuntao remembered Bai Yu when he saw him, and said in surprise, "Bai Yu." Bai Yu nodded and smiled. "Mr. Su Yuntao, long time no see." Su Yuntao introduced himself to Ma Xiaoyunyo, who was surprised and said, "Kid, you have got the first spirit ring now." Bai Yu nodded, and Ma Xiaoyunyo was shocked. Su Yuntao still had things to do, and before leaving, he winked at Ma Xiaoyunyo, who understood and helped Bai Yu register while trying to poach him. Especially after learning that Bai Yu was born with full spirit power, Ma Xiaoyunyo wanted to go to Notting College to find Dean Wu to poach him. To be fair, they both had full spirit power and got their first spirit ring at the age of 6. The current Bai Yu is much more important than Tang San in the original plot. How can the control system be as scarce as the auxiliary system? Especially this auxiliary system is almost omnipotent, so Ma Xiaoyunyo is so fanatical. However, under Bai Yu's persuasion, Ma Xiaoyunyo finally gave up the idea of poaching people. But he and Bai Yu reached an agreement that if Bai Yu had similar ideas in the future, he would first consider the Spirit Hall. Bai Yu readily agreed. Regardless of whether he had such an idea or not, it was always right to leave a way out. After completing the registration, Bai Yu returned to Notting College, and happened to meet Boss Xiao at the entrance of the college. Boss Xiao was surrounding a man with a few of his brothers. Bai Yu took a closer look and found that the man was the doorman he met when he and old Jack came to the college. Bai Yu walked over, and Boss Xiao's voice reached his ears from afar. "Asshole, my family came to send me something, and you dared to stop them. Who do you think you are? I won't use my background in the city to bully you. Even in this college, I am a soul master, and you are not. You are only worthy of bowing and scraping in front of me." The doorman nodded in fear and agreed repeatedly. At this time, Bai Yu walked over, patted Xiao Lao Da's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Xiao Lao Da, what are you doing?" Xiao Lao Da was angry, but when he turned around, his anger disappeared and he was a little scared. "Bai Yu? You, what are you doing? Don't look like a mouse seeing a cat. We are acquainted with each other. Are you not happy to say hello to you?" Bai Yu smiled, and Xiao Lao Da swallowed his saliva. He had some hatred towards Bai Yu. After all, he was tricked by him that day. If he had known that he was a support system, he and Xiao Wu would have won long ago. However, the effect of Bai Yu's Emperor banner was quietly activated, and Boss Xiao felt that Bai Yu suddenly became friendly and said with a smile, "Hey, what are you talking about? We are all classmates, what's there to be unhappy about? But you, when can we have another sparring match? I will definitely not lose this time." The doorman swallowed his saliva, looked at Bai Yu, and recognized him. "Isn't this the kid that day? He just entered the school and he is on equal footing with Boss Xiao?" For a moment, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Chapter 18 The Third Brother is the Essence of Humanity. Sure enough, Bai Yu looked at the doorman and said to Boss Xiao with a smile, "Boss Xiao, isn't it a waste of time for people like us to talk nonsense with such a small minion?" Boss Xiao nodded, agreed with him, and waved to the younger brother beside him and said, "Yes, you two go and deal with it. If I see this guy still guarding the door here tomorrow, you can get out." The two younger brothers nodded frantically, and when the doorman heard this, his face turned pale and he begged for mercy. "Boss Xiao, two young masters, I have old people and young children, and I rely on guarding the college to earn a living. You can't be so heartless." Bai Yu smiled and went to beg for mercy from Boss Xiao. He deserved it. Bai Yu is not stingy, he can now chat with Boss Xiao. If the doorman had been more polite, Bai Yu might have mentioned it to Boss Xiao and asked City Lord Xiao to promote him. As a result, he now begged for mercy, saying that his family was in trouble, and Bai Yu couldn't help laughing. He didn't know how to behave himself when his family was in trouble. He looked down on old Jack because of his tattered clothes. Didn't he deserve retribution? He, Bai Yu, bullies the strong but not the weak. Seeing that Bai Yu was indifferent, Boss Xiao ignored the doorman's plea and walked towards the college with Bai Yu. The two of them exchanged greetings along the way, as if they were good friends who had known each other for many years. "Oh, Boss Xiao, about our last fight. Hey, are you afraid that I will bear a grudge? Although I am not narrow-minded, I am not narrow-minded to that extent. Besides, I am about to graduate, and I don't care about being the boss anymore." Bai Yu smiled slightly. "Yes, the boss is just a false title. You see, there is a guy named Tang San in our dormitory 7, the blue-haired guy who farted last time. He is not the boss of the dormitory 7, but he farts every day in our dormitory 7, and we can't do anything about him." Bai Yu pretended to sigh, and Boss Xiao frowned and said, "Farting? That's so disgusting, why don't you drive him out?" Bai Yu smiled bitterly. "It's better to ignore him normally. If you have a conflict with him, he can fart and make the whole dormitory fall down. How can you drive him away?" Boss Xiao was stunned. "What fart king?" He patted Bai Yu on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, brother, I know what you mean. I will send people to trouble him every day in the future. I guarantee that he will not dare to fart." Bai Yu smiled slightly. "I didn't say that, you said it. Tang San will have a hard time in the future. He will be responsible for modifying the narration. With the 3 free opportunities every day, he can at least save 3 points. 10 days is 30 points, 100 days is 300 points. The two exchanged greetings for a while. Bai Yu and Xiao Lauda parted ways, and returned to the 7th dormitory. Just then, they met Tang San walking with a gloomy face. Bai Yu quickly changed his expression to a concerned one. "Xiao San, what happened to you?" Under the passive effect of the human emperor banner, Tang San directly began to complain to Bai Yu. "Hey, Xiao Wu, my teacher is missing. I just went to the dean, hoping to find my teacher, but the dean said he had no way." Speaking, Tang San clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "The dean has been my teacher's friend for many years. He must have a way to find my teacher. He just doesn't want to tell me. He has already chosen his own death." Bai Yu patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Xiao San, relax, maybe the master will be back soon." Tang San was speechless. Yu Xiaogang owed 10,000 gold soul coins. Can he pay it back? Based on his understanding of Yu Xiaogang, he probably can't pay it back. Then can he come back? "Don't escape from the country," Tang San said in a muffled voice. "But, I also need to hunt for spirit rings. If the teacher doesn't come back, I don't know how long I have to wait." Bai Yu rolled his eyes and changed to a serious tone. "Xiao San, you have to cheer up. Maybe the master is taking this opportunity to deliberately test your character. The dean is the master's friend for many years. Maybe he is entrusted by the master to observe you secretly. Wait patiently, and the clouds will always clear up." Tang San looked at Bai Yu in a daze. "It makes sense. Yes, the teacher may just be testing my character to see if I can wait patiently. What is 10,000 gold soul coins to the teacher? I can't lose my confidence in the teacher because of this. Xiao Yu, thank you." At this time, several 6th grade seniors passed by and suddenly turned around and walked over, heading straight for Tang San. "Hey, isn't this Tang San Bao? I heard that your teacher is called Luo San Bao, so aren't you Tang San Bao? You farted and smoked Lu Xian that day, and you got beaten badly by Lu Xian, don't you dare to fart again." Tang San looked at them coldly and asked, "Are you Xiao Lao Da's men? You lost that day, Do you still want to make trouble? Ha ha ha, lose? We didn't lose to you, we just looked down on you, you fart king. If you have the guts, fight us again. Yes, fight, one-on-one, don't let Bai Yu go. Tang San looked at Bai Yu, who nodded at him, signaling him to take it seriously. Although Pu Zinsan's character is not comparable to that of ordinary people, he still has to give him a little sweet taste from time to time and let him win a little. All casino owners know that they can't let customers lose all the time, and let people make a small profit from time to time, otherwise the customers will run away and the casino will not be able to operate. According to Pu Zinsan's logic, as long as he wins a few small waves, he can show his AQ spirit and turn himself into Qin Shuang who touches the electric switch. He wins a lot. Tang San got Bai Yu's support and immediately looked at his opponent and said, "Come on, who will go first?" A boy stood up and was about to introduce himself. Tang San said coldly, "No need, I'm too lazy to listen." After that, Tang San rushed towards his opponent without even summoning the Haoshan dog. The opponent was furious. Okay, you don't even need a martial spirit, right? I'll beat you to death today." As he said that, he summoned his beast martial spirit, which seemed to be a horse. However, the horse had just appeared and was howling to the sky. Tang San suddenly threw 2 stones, one hitting the opponent's lower abdomen and the other hitting the opponent's knees. The opponent screamed and half knelt on the ground in pain. Tang San took the opportunity to attack, and hit his opponent in the face with a flying knee from bottom to top, directly knocking his opponent flying and falling to the ground unconscious. Go over. Great! Tang San stood up. Although his expression was calm, he kept shouting in his heart, "Great, great, great!" Others were furious. "Tang San! You are so vicious! Aren't you worried about his disfigurement?" Tang San looked at them with disdain. "The last time you came to cause trouble, you were already dead in my eyes. Now you dare to cause trouble again, you deserve to be beaten up by me." Disfigurement? Is disfigurement comparable to my loss of face? Thinking of his previous loss of face, Tang San was even more furious and shouted, "All of you, come together!" The people on the opposite side looked at each other, and were all angered by the arrogant Tang San. They actually attacked Tang San together. Tang San still used the old method. He first used a hidden weapon to make the opponent lose the ability to move, and then beat them all out in a few seconds. Humph! Tang San touched his nose, looking proud. "I told you, I was not in good condition before, otherwise I would have dealt with Xiao Lauda and his ilk. How dare you, a bunch of rubbish, compete with me, Tang San? I, Tang San, am a rare genius. It is your honor to be my classmate. You are so blind that you are ready to die." Bai Yu was watching from a distance and suddenly fell silent. Yes, with Tang San's shamelessness, would he be afraid of these blows? I was afraid that he would not be able to bear the blow and give up on himself, giving up cultivation and affecting my plot. Am I overthinking? Just then, Xiao Lauda hurried over. Chapter 19 Tang San, Xiao Lauda, are you blushing? Tang San. Xiao Lauda hurried over and saw his brothers who were beaten to a pulp, and he was furious. Especially the boy who was knocked away by Tang San before. Xiao Lauda helped him up and saw that his nose was broken. "Tang San, we are classmates, why did you do this?" Boss Xiao asked angrily. Tang San sneered. "Classmate, why didn't you treat me as a classmate when you were causing trouble for me? Why didn't you treat me as a classmate when you embarrassed me? Now that you can't beat me, you treat me as a classmate, right?" Boss Xiao frowned. He had heard Bai Yu's description before, and thought Tang San was a selfish and hypocritical guy. Now he saw that it was true. As the young master of Notting City, he decided to teach Tang San a lesson and not let him go out to harm Notting City in the future. At this time, Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and others also finished cleaning and returned to the 7th dormitory. Seeing Bai Yu, Tang San, and Boss Xiao confronting each other, they immediately threw down their brooms and ran over. Xiao Yu, what happened? Xiao Wu ran over and asked. Bai Yu was about to speak when Boss Xiao in the distance said coldly. Tang San beat my people seriously. Today I want Tang San to pay the price. That's it. Xiao Wu frowned and looked at Bai Yu. Since it was Tang San who caused the trouble, why did you get involved? Whether Tang San is dead or alive, we have no right to care. Bai Yu whispered to her. I was just at the door of the 7th dormitory at that time. Xiao Wu suddenly realized that she couldn't hide, right? At this time, Tang San looked at Boss Xiao and sneered. Your people took the initiative to come to my house to cause trouble. They were defeated by me because they were not as skilled as others. They dared to cause trouble without even the ability to protect themselves. Don't they deserve to be beaten? Boss Xiao was furious. Tang San. You are too shameless. Tang San snorted coldly. You can say anything about him. Saying that he is shameless is to poke his spine. I, Tang San, value trust and loyalty the most in my life. What right do you have to say that I am shameless? Boss Xiao, come out for a duel. Boss Xiao blinked, thinking he had heard wrong. Tang San? You don't even have a spirit ring, you want to fight me? He asked in disbelief, but Tang San mocked, what, are you scared? It's just a spirit ring. I, Tang San, am a genius, and you are a waste. A waste with a spirit ring is still a waste. I will beat you today. Boss Xiao's eyes were full of fire. Everyone present whispered, and Wang Sheng whispered to Xiao Wu, Sister Xiao Wu, this Tang San is so arrogant, he won't cause us to be implicated, right? Xiao Wu's face was not good either. Tang San couldn't even beat Lu Xian before, but now he took the initiative to mock Boss Xiao. If he lost, would Boss Xiao suppress the 7th house? Of course he would. Although they all hated Tang San in the 7th house, in the eyes of outsiders, Tang San was still a member of the 7th house, and this was the entrance of the 7th house. Who would believe that the people in the 7th house said they had nothing to do with this matter? It's all Tang San's fault. He has no sense of 13. He has to fight even though he can't win. As for Bai Yu, how could Bai Yu take the initiative to cause trouble? He just had bad luck and didn't dodge, so he was dragged into it by Tang San. It's all Tang San's fault. Bai Yu is right. Xiao Wu pulled Bai Yu aside and whispered, Xiao Yu, don't let Tang San go. If he loses, Xiao Lauda and the others will be aggressive again. Let's go. Bai Yu whispered, are you sure? Tang San said so. If you don't let him fight with Xiao Lauda, be careful that he will vent his anger on us. Xiao Wu widened her eyes, he dares. But then she thought, he is Tang San, what is there for him not to dare? Xiao Wu stopped talking immediately. She was really scared. Tang San's farts were too smelly. If he farted in dormitory 7 every day, she couldn't stand it. Let him go. It's best to let Xiao Lauda throw him out of Notting College. It's best not to see him. Tang San didn't know that Xiao Wu hated him so much. At this time, he had already started fighting with Xiao Lauda. Facing Xiao Lauda's wolf martial spirit, Tang San was not afraid at all. He summoned Haoshan dog and farted. The yellow mist filled the air and blocked everyone's sight. In the yellow mist, Xiao Lauda's roar came. Tang San, you are so disgusting. Tang San did not say a word. He opened the purple extreme demon eye and threw a few stones, hitting Xiao Lauda accurately, and then rushed to him quickly. Poor Xiao Lauda was unconscious because of the fart. Then he was hit several times and half knelt on the ground in pain. The next second, Tang San's figure appeared in front of him. Tang San. Xiao Lauda was shocked. Those attacks just now were Tang San's work? How did he do it? Tang San looked down at Xiao Lauda and sneered. Plot, Tang San used a hidden weapon to plot against Xiao Lauda and was ready to knock Xiao Lauda down. Bai Yu directly changed beat to kiss. In the yellow fog, Xiao Lauda wanted to get up, but Tang San kicked him to the ground with one foot, and then Haoshan dog rushed over and farted, making Xiao Lauda dizzy and unable to get up. Tang San walked towards him step by step, and in Xiao Lauda's horrified eyes, Tang San suddenly fell down, Muah! Ah! Xiao Lauda's scream resounded through the sky, and everyone was shocked and looked towards the yellow fog, wanting to know what happened, why Xiao Lauda screamed so miserably. The next moment, Tang San's figure flew out and fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't it Xiao Lauda who screamed just now? Why did Tang San fly out? Just when they had this doubt, Xiao Lauda ran out from the other side of the yellow fog. He looked terrified, his steps were flustered, and his lips were still red. I don't know what happened. Tang San quickly got up, ran to Xiao Lauda quickly with the magic shadow, and then grabbed Xiao Lauda and dragged him into the yellow fog. Get lost! The terrified and desperate voice of Xiao Lauda echoed in everyone's ears, and everyone couldn't help shuddering. What did Tang San do to make Xiao Lauda so terrified and desperate? Xiao Wu swallowed her saliva and quietly hid behind Bai Yu. Soon, the yellow fog dissipated, and everyone widened their eyes and saw a scene that they would never forget. Xiao Lauda was pressed to the ground by Tang San, and his face was full of lip marks. Although Xiao Lauda was struggling hard, Tang San was as fierce as a lustful beast. As if Xiao Lauda was as attractive as the white moonlight he had secretly loved for decades. Everyone was stunned, and Wang Sheng fell to the ground, thinking of Tang San who licked his hand that day. Pervert, pervert! Xiao Lauda roared. Stop yelling, come and save me! He was so scared, how could there be such a pervert in Nodding Academy? He wanted to beat Tang San to death with his spirit several times, but every time he used his spirit, he would be beaten inexplicably all over his body, which made him unable to use his spirit and could only rely on his body to resist Tang San. But this was a piece of meat delivered to Tang San's mouth. Tang San enjoyed Xiao Lauda's struggle while laughing. Xiao Lauda, let me see if you are growing normally. Xiao Lauda kicked Tang San away and fled backwards. His brothers rushed over, surrounded Tang San and beat him up with fists and kicks while enduring nausea and vomiting. Asshole, how can we have a pervert like you in Nodding Academy? Ah! Boss Xiao, are you blushing? Ahem, has been censored, so I can only change it to Chapter 20 Shameless Tang Hao. No. Boss Xiao couldn't outrun Tang San's ghostly pursuit, and was thrown to the ground by Tang San again. Fortunately, Boss Xiao fought back desperately and kicked Tang San away, and his younger brother quickly came to rescue him. Just when Tang San wanted to use the same trick again and fart to break them apart, someone suddenly took out a mask and handed it to his companion, saying, "Quick, put on a mask and beat him up." Seeing everyone wearing masks, Tang San suddenly trembled all over, and his eyes became clear again. When he thought about how he hugged Boss Xiao and kissed him wildly just now, he felt his stomach rolling and wanted to vomit. Everyone on Boss Xiao's side put on a mask and rushed towards Tang San quickly. Tang San's face turned pale and he quickly fled. Boss Xiao roared. Tang San! Stop right there! You ruined my innocence. From now on, I will beat you every time I see you. My father is the Lord of Nodding City. If you have the guts, escape Nodding City. Tang San's face turned pale, and he ran while shouting. Boss Xiao, it was all a misunderstanding. What a misunderstanding, don't run. Watching Boss Xiao and his group chasing Tang San, Wang Sheng and others were all dumbfounded. Sister Xiao Wu, Brother Bai Yu, I suddenly want to change dormitories. Me too. I would rather sleep on the street than live in the same dorm with Tang San. Everyone looked at Bai Yu, who said vigilantly. You don't want me to find the dean and transfer Tang San out of our dorm 7, do you? Everyone nodded frantically. Bai Yu was speechless, but after thinking about it, it seemed that it was not impossible. Dean Wu was drinking tea in the dean's office when suddenly someone rushed in and shouted, Dean, something big has happened in our college. The city lord's son has been molested. Dean Wu burst into laughter. He spat out all the tea and said in confusion. What? The son of city lord Xiao was molested? Could it be a girl who did it? He didn't want to work hard anymore, so he resorted to this desperate measure? The teacher said with sweat on his forehead. Dean, it's not a girl, it's a boy. What the hell? The dean's CPU burned out. At this moment, Bai Yu walked in, smiled and greeted. Dean, good afternoon. Dean Wu was still confused, nodded mechanically, and asked. Xiao Yu, is there something? Bai Yu sighed and told the story again. Dean Wu and the teacher looked at him at the same time and asked in unison. Is that pervert in your dormitory? Bai Yu smiled bitterly. Yes, everyone in dormitory 7 doesn't want to stay in the same dormitory with him, so they hope I can ask you, the dean, for help to move Tang San to another dormitory. The teacher looked at the dean and said. Dean, our college doesn't have any extra dormitories now. We can't move Tang San to the staff dormitory, right? He was also afraid. Even though he was stronger than Tang San, he was afraid that Tang San would secretly go to his bed in the middle of the night and ruin his innocence. The dean coughed dryly, looked at Bai Yu, and said. Xiao Yu, this matter. Plot, the dean rejected your request. Bai Yu changed no to yes. Xiao Yu, what you said makes sense. It's dangerous for you to let Tang San live in your dormitory. I will definitely transfer him away. Don't worry. The teacher next to him. Don't come over here. No, are you serious, old man? I can't stand it anymore. I won't live in the dormitory anymore. The dean looked at the teacher and sighed. The college has regulations on how to punish boys who molest girls, but boys molest boys. We have never encountered this. How to deal with it? The teacher coughed dryly and said. The college has no regulations, so it's not easy to punish. You say expel Tang San, he didn't hurt Xiao Chenyu, he just kissed him, cough cough. You say let him go, it's not easy to explain to City Lord Xiao. The teacher glanced at the dean. The main reason is that Tang San's master is your friend, so I can't say anything. The dean pondered. Tang San is a congenitally full soul power after all, and he didn't cause any substantial damage to Xiao Chenyu. Since he is a part-time student, let's punish him to pay Xiao Chenyu 3,000 copper soul coins. Xiao Chenyu didn't need the money, but it was mainly to show his attitude to City Lord Xiao. Otherwise, if he came in person, Yu Xiaogang might not be able to protect Tang San even if he came back. 3,000 copper soul coins, 5 will be deducted from Tang San's salary every day, and it will be deducted in 600 days. In addition, he owed 200 days' salary before, 800 days, and almost paid it in 2.5 years. The dean asked himself that his punishment method was quite reasonable, but when Tang San heard about it, he was angry. Why do you deduct 3,000 copper soul coins from me? He looked at Bai Yu in front of him with anger. Bai Yu just came out of the dean's office and sighed. Xiao San, Xiao Chenyu's father is the city lord, we can't afford to offend him now. These 3,000 copper soul coins, just treat them as protection fees. Tang San became even more angry. Bai Yu patted his shoulder and comforted him. Forget it, wait until your teacher comes back, forbearance is also a way to train your character. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with fire. Boss Xiao, Dean Wu, City Lord Xiao, you are all ready to die. On the other side, Xiao Chenyu was crying in front of City Lord Xiao. Wu, Dad, I'm not innocent. After hearing about his son's experience, City Lord Xiao's face was gloomy. Damn it! If a pretty girl molested my son, it would be fine, but why did he, a man? City Lord Xiao slammed the table and cursed. Come here. I want to go to Notting College in person to destroy that guy's cultivation and stand up for my son. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. City Lord Xiao, let's talk in the secret room. City Lord Xiao was startled and looked around subconsciously, but his son and other staff didn't seem to hear him, so he asked. City Lord, what's wrong with you? City Lord Xiao shook his head and said. It's okay, you go get ready, I'll be back soon. As he said that, Xiao Cheniao walked into the secret room, but there was no one in the secret room. City Lord Xiao frowned, and the next moment, a dull voice sounded in the corner of the secret room. City Lord Xiao, I'm here. City Lord Xiao's hair stood on end, and he looked to the corner, where a man with shit-colored skin was sitting. Who are you? City Lord Xiao was shocked. This was the secret room of the City Lord's mansion. Who could break in silently? The cloaked man said calmly. I am Tang San's father. City Lord Xiao was furious, but he was afraid of the strength of the man in front of him, so he tried to test him. Your son molested my son. I was just about to go find your son, and you came. Are you here to stand up for your son? Without waiting for Tang Hao to speak, he said in a deep voice. No matter how strong you are, your son molested my son, and you are not right in this matter. If it gets out, no one in the world will stand on your side. Think about it yourself, and don't let your reputation be ruined because of your son. Tang Hao sneered when he heard this. Reputation? He. Speaking of reputation, he, Tang Hao, is not sleepy. Cao Douluo, a traitor to the sect, a self-destructive drunkard, an irresponsible old father. He, Tang Hao, still cares about this reputation? Tang Hao stood up and said in a deep voice. I am here to stand up for my son today, what do you think? City Lord Xiao was angry, this guy is so shameless. However, just as he was about to make a move, a powerful soul force instantly locked him. In his horrified eyes, Tang Hao slowly walked in front of him and said coldly. My son kissed your son twice, it is your son's honor. After all, he is my son, you have to hold back if you have any opinions. City Lord Xiao, Point 6. Chapter 21 Boss Xiao, my dad is also a male prostitute? Xiao San, goodbye, take good care of yourself in the staff dormitory, there are many teachers there, you have to work hard to practice. At the door of the 7th dormitory, Bai Yu patted Tang San's shoulder and said reluctantly. Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu stood behind him, nodded and agreed. Tang San, we will miss you. Remember to come back to dormitory 7 when you are free. Tang San, carrying his bag, couldn't help but feel touched when he saw the 3 people reluctant to leave. The staff dormitory is at the other end of the college. With his new dormitory, he will have less time to come to dormitory 7 in the future. No wonder Xiao Yu is so reluctant to leave. Tang San was moved. Don't worry, Xiao Yu, I will catch up with you soon. Bai Yu nodded, and the two said goodbye. Looking at Tang San's back, Bai Yu wiped his eyes and sighed. Alas, Xiao San, you just left like this. Behind him, Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng wiped the tears from their mouths and pulled Bai Yu into dormitory 7. Everyone in dormitory 7 stood behind the door, staring at the gate eagerly. Seeing Bai Yu and the other 2 come in, everyone cheered immediately, and then brought in grills, barbecue, cumin, and chili powder from all directions. Wang Sheng took out a box of wine from under the bed, and shouted with a red face. To celebrate Tang San's departure, we will not stop drinking tonight. Oh. Everyone brought 2 stools for Bai Yu and Xiao Wu, and then started to barbecue. Soon, a bunch of big chicken legs and a big cabbage were grilled, and the sensible people handed them to Bai Yu and Xiao Wu first, and waited for the two to start eating before everyone dared to eat. Wang Sheng said excitedly. "Come on, cheers! Cheers! From now on, there will be no Tang San in the 7th dormitory." Great! After 3 rounds of wine, Bai Yu was full and stood alone by the window thinking. I don't know what the reason is. Since I came back from soul refining, I feel that my usual cultivation speed has slowed down a lot. I haven't done anything big these 2 days. If I have to say, is this related to the soul refining of the 10,000 souls banner? The 10,000 souls banner is bound to my soul. Could it be that because of soul refining, my cultivation progress is also linked to the 10,000 souls banner? It's not impossible. The 10,000 souls banner needs soul nourishment after soul refining, so it causes my human emperor banner's cultivation speed to slow down. It's very likely. After all, the human emperor banner and the 10,000 souls banner are originally one. So, the more souls I refine in the future, the slower my cultivation speed will be. I have to spend a lot of soul power to nourish the 10,000 souls banner, and my own cultivation will definitely not be enough, so I have to rely on soul devouring to nourish my soul in the future. And I have to nourish myself. Oh, I should have figured this out on the day I awakened my martial soul. I am an evil soul master. Bai Yu looked at the palm of his hand. In the future, he was too lazy to practice, so he would rely on devouring the soul power of other creatures to nourish himself. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's voice rang in his ears. Hey, Xiao Yu, what are you thinking about? Are you really reluctant to let Tang San, that pervert, leave? Bai Yu turned his head and said as she said. After all, he and I are from the same village. Xiao Wu was silent for a moment and muttered. Really, if he was half as good as you and half as loyal as you, I wouldn't hate him so much. Bai Yu smiled and said nothing more. However, Xiao Wu suddenly said. Xiao Yu, let's sleep together tonight. Bai Yu. You're not drinking, why are you suddenly crazy? We are not adults yet, I don't sleep in peace. Bai Yu politely rejected Xiao Wu and left quickly, leaving Xiao Wu stomping her feet in anger. The next morning, Bai Yu took a day off on the pretext of missing home and quietly slipped into the forest. The news that the dean took him to hunt for spirit rings had spread long ago. Everyone in the academy knew that he was a student admired by the dean, and there was almost no obstacle for him to ask for leave. In the forest, he refined a tiger soul. After comparison, he found that it was indeed the case, the more souls he refined, the more soul power he needed to nourish, and wouldn't his cultivation speed be slower? If he wanted to practice quickly, he could only devour the soul power of other creatures. At this time, a few little wolves saw that he was not big, and walked over with their teeth bared. Bai Yu sighed, stood up, and smiled. If that's the case, then it's not my fault. I'm here now, wouldn't it be fair to myself if I don't devour some souls? No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, Xiao Chenihu came to find his father. Dad, when are we going to the academy? I can't sleep or eat when I think about that bastard Tang San who will bring disaster to Notting Academy and Notting City in the future. Xiao Chenihu gritted his teeth, but City Lord Xiao remained strangely silent until Xiao Chenihu finished speaking, then he said faintly. Son, you are also a man, what's the big deal about being kissed twice? Xiao Chenihu. Did I hear it right? Dad, you were that's not what I said. He got anxious. Dad, what do you mean? Tang San is a man. City Lord Xiao said faintly. Yes, you were kissed by a man twice, what's the matter? Xiao Chenihu. City Lord Xiao waved his hand. I thought about it carefully last night. If I help you out, people in the city will say that I, City Lord Xiao, am not tolerant, so I decided not to help you out. Dad! Xiao Chaniya was almost fainted with anger, but his father went back on his word. What could he do? City Lord Xiao scolded. Calm down. You are the son of the city lord after all. Don't you have your own power in the academy? In my opinion, your hatred is just like children playing house. You should solve it by yourself. If you can't solve it, you deserve to be bullied. Isn't it just a couple of kisses from a man? You won't lose a piece of meat. Find a way yourself. Xiao Chaniya suddenly shuddered, and a terrible thought emerged in his mind. Isn't my father also a male prostitute? Xiao Chaniya felt scared when he thought of this, and he ran away quickly. After he left, City Lord Xiao walked into the secret room again and bowed to Tang Hao. Brother, I have done what you ordered. I will not help my son deal with Tang San, but let my son solve it himself. Tang Hao nodded and said. Very good, you did a good job. City Lord Xiao hesitated and asked. Brother, I don't understand, if you care about your son, why do you let my son go to trouble him? You could have asked me to forbid Xiao Chaniya to go to trouble Tang San, but instead of doing so, you asked me to. Xiao Chaniya went to find trouble with Tang San. Tang Hao said lightly. I won't tell you. City Lord Xiao, I am the city lord after all, and my son's power in the academy is also extraordinary. Aren't you afraid that your son is not my son's opponent? Tang Hao sneered. Hehe, Tang San is my son after all. If he can't even deal with your son, a waste, then he is also a waste. I will never ask more questions. Although City Lord Xiao was angry, he didn't dare to get angry. After all, the strength of the guy in front of him was unfathomable and much stronger than him. Thinking of this, City Lord Xiao couldn't help asking. Big brother, can you tell me your name? If you have any difficulties in the future, I am willing to serve you. Tang Hao sneered. My name is also known by you, a waste? I'm leaving, but if you dare to leak the news that I came here, I will come back to find you. City Lord Xiao shuddered. Brother, you are joking. How dare I? When he looked up again, Tang Hao was gone. City Lord Xiao smiled bitterly. Damn it, your son dared to kiss my son today. Will he come to my house and be my daughter-in-law tomorrow? You still don't stop it. Are you also a male prostitute? Or do you have a special fetish? Are all the strong so open and shameless? Chapter 22 Bai Yu tests Tang Hao. The next morning, everyone in the 7th dormitory got up, took brooms and other tools, and prepared to do the work of part-time students. And Bai Yu was the last to get up. When he got up, Wang Sheng and others were ready to go out. Wang Sheng couldn't help asking. Brother Yu, are you not feeling well? How about you take a rest today and we will help you work? Bai Yu smiled and said. No need. I am already a soul master and have subsidies. I don't need to be a part-time student. Everyone was stunned. It seems so. Wang Sheng was jealous. Fuck, brother Yu, why don't you treat us to a meal to celebrate? Bai Yu laughed and scolded. Eat shit, didn't you drink enough last night? Wang Sheng smiled awkwardly and went out with everyone. Xiao Wu walked at the end, looking at Bai Yu with complicated eyes. Bai Yu asked. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Xiao Wu shook her head and went out, thinking secretly that she couldn't work with Xiao Yu anymore, so she had to find a chance to get the first soul ring. After everyone went out, Bai Yu did not leave the academy to go to Nodding Forest or Soul Hunting Forest to hunt souls. He is only 6 years old now, and on the surface he is still an auxiliary soul master without combat power. If the dean or teacher finds out that he is not in school, and once they investigate and find that he went to the soul hunting forest alone, his secret may be at risk of being leaked. Bai Yu thought that he would go to the soul hunting forest once every 2 weeks, and only need to go for a day and a night at a time. If he went for a long time, it would easily arouse suspicion. After all, Tang Hao might be in Nodding City now. Once he finds out the secret of the 10,000 souls banner, he might come and kill him. Bai Yu calculated that he would stay in Nodding City for 6 years, which is 72 months. If he goes there once every half a month, he will have to go there 144 times, and he will always meet a suitable soul hunter. What's more, there are holidays. After the holidays, he will have more time to go to the soul hunting forest, but not too much. He will go back to the Holy Soul Village with Tang San, and Tang Hao will be there, so he can't act rashly. By the way, generally speaking, soul masters will only go to the soul hunting forest when they need to hunt soul rings, and they may not go there once every 6 months. If I go there once every half a month, the guards will definitely remember me and report me to the higher authorities, and the high-level officials of the Spirit Hall will definitely investigate me. I can go there under the pretext of training, but I can't go too frequently, at most once a month, and I can't stay too long, so in these 6 years, I can go to the soul hunting forest at most 72 times, and the rest of the time I'll have to try their luck in Nodding Forest. Bai Yu sighed. The soul beasts in Nodding Forest are inferior to those in soul hunting forest in both quantity and quality. It is difficult to find a suitable soul refinement object there. If you want to refine souls in the future, go to soul hunting forest. If you want to devour souls to improve yourself, go to Nodding Forest. After making up his mind, Bai Yu walked towards the classroom and met Boss Xiao on the way. As soon as Boss Xiao saw Bai Yu, he ran over to complain. After listening to him, Bai Yu was a little confused. His son was molested by a boy, but City Lord Xiao, as a father, didn't care. He also heard people talking about City Lord Xiao in Nodding College. City Lord Xiao was not very kind, but he was so generous in this matter. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Bai Yu suddenly had a bold guess. Could it be that Tang Hao threatened City Lord Xiao and forced him to let it go? If this is the case, it means that Tang Hao is always paying attention to Tang San and everything that happens in Nodding College. Bai Yu was extremely glad that he didn't leave the academy rashly just now, otherwise he might have been discovered. The next second, an idea came to his mind: how about going to the Spirit Hall to report Tang Hao? But he quickly rejected this idea. First, Tang Hao was watching Tang San and the academy in the dark, and he couldn't go to the Spirit Hall under Tang Hao's nose. Second, it would not be good for him to force Tang San and Tang Hao to a dead end now, and he still wanted to use Tang San. After comforting Boss Xiao for a few words, Bai Yu, with the mentality that Tang Hao was always monitoring him, went to get out of class on time and acted as a good student, and did so for the next week. In the second week, Dinwu took the initiative to find him and said that you are already a soul master, you should go out more to accumulate experience, and there are various tasks in the academy, and he can pay attention to them. Bai Yu followed Dinwu's instructions and went to the student affairs office. The teacher in charge of student affairs smiled and said, "You are Bai Yu, right?" "Yes, you are a soul master now. Our Nodding College is the only soul master college in Nodding City. Many wealthy families in the city hope to cooperate with us, so there are mission commissions. Generally speaking, it is difficult for students below the 4th grade to get soul rings, so most missions are not open to students below the 4th grade, but you are an exception. This week's mission commissions are all here, take a look yourself." The teacher handed a booklet to Bai Yu, and Bai Yu flipped through it for a while. There were commissions for gatekeeping by wealthy families, guards for caravans, and commissions to search for materials and hunt soul beasts in the forest. The academic teacher advised, "You are an auxiliary department, I don't recommend you to accept those commissions that require fighting." Bai Yu nodded and smiled. "Thank you, teacher. I know my limits. I want to accept this commission." The academic teacher took the booklet and took a look. It was a commission from a wealthy family in Nodding City who wanted to find an auxiliary department soul master to accompany the team to search for materials in the soul hunting forest. However, there are very few auxiliary department soul masters among the students of Notting College. Even if there are, they don't lack this little money, so this commission has been here for 2.5 months and no one has taken it. At this time, the academic teacher remembered that Bai Yu was a child from a poor family and needed to make extra money, so he readily agreed and took the initiative to help Bai Yu contact the wealthy family. After lunch break, the academic teacher found Bai Yu and asked him to gather at the gate of the soul hunting forest early tomorrow morning and use the school badge of Notting College to prove his identity. Bai Yu nodded. The next day, Bai Yu left the college and headed towards the soul hunting forest. As he walked, Bai Yu thought, I was acting before. If Tang Hao was observing, he would definitely think that Tang San and I were close friends. And the mission I took was somewhat dangerous. Tang Hao might protect me in secret. In that case, if I refine my soul. No, I can't refine my soul. This mission is just a test. I will deliberately encounter a life-threatening situation on the way to test whether Tang Hao is there. Although Tang Hao is not the kind of person who will help others when he sees injustice, I am such a useful auxiliary system. It will be of great help to Tang San in the future. He will definitely not sit idly by. Bai Yu thought a little in advance. He didn't know if he was too suspicious, but he always felt that being cautious was not a bad thing. However, what he didn't know was that Tang Hao followed him right after he left the academy. This Bai Yu is really clueless. A support system has to take on some dangerous jobs. If something goes wrong, wouldn't Xiao San lose a strong backer for nothing? No, Bai Yu can't get into trouble. I have to follow him. Tang Hao followed Bai Yu, cursing. No one could find his trace. Chapter 23 Entering the soul hunting forest. 4 people were already waiting in a carriage outside the soul hunting forest. In Notting City, carriages are a means of transportation that only rich people can own. Ordinary people can only hope to get a ride from a passing caravan if they want to travel far away. Therefore, it can be judged that these 4 people are all rich or from big families. Among the 4 people, there are 2 young people, a man and a woman. The man has some unruly eyebrows and the woman stands casually, seeming to be extroverted. Both of them are about 12 years old, barely adults in Douluo continent. The other 2 are 2 middle-aged men, one with a calm demeanor and the other a little fierce, who seem to be the bodyguards of the 2 young people. Bai Yu saw that they met the description, so he walked over, showed the badge of Notting College, and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Bai Yu, are you from the Sui family?" The 4 people were stunned when they saw Bai Yu, and the young man asked in disbelief, "You? Little brat?" Nodi thought Notting Academy would send a 6th grade student to assist our kids. "What grade are you in?" Bai Yu instantly understood that these guys looked down on him because he looked young. Well, Notting Academy should have only told them my name, not my other information. If I applied for a 1st grade, they would definitely be surprised, but they might think I had no experience and cancel the mission. But if I said I was a senior, they would definitely be suspicious. How could a senior student be so short? Bai Yu thought about it and smiled. What grade is not important, what is important is that I am a 1st ring weapon spirit master, an auxiliary system, which meets your requirements, isn't it? As soon as the voice fell, Bai Yu showed his martial spirit, and the 100-year spirit ring emerged, coupled with the sacred temperament of the human emperor banner, which made the 4 people overjoyed. Yes, no matter what grade you are, just meet the requirements. The young man was delighted and introduced. My name is Solin, this is my girlfriend Chen Mei, these 2 are Uncle Li and Uncle Huang, they are our guests. Solin pointed at the fierce man and said, "This is Uncle Li, level 16. He pointed at the calm man again. "This is Uncle Huang, level 21. Bai Yu nodded. A level 21 leader and a level 15 defender looked ordinary, but they were already very strong in a small town like Notting City. According to the system of Douluo continent, the strong are either college teachers or sect members. Although there are families behind the 7 major sects, they are still mainly sect members, such as Haoshan sect and Kaibao Liulai sect. Therefore, generally speaking, sects top families colleges general families. Although the Sua family is also a big family in Notting City is a small city after all, and the big families here are not big families. How big can the clan be? The Sua family has at most 1 or 2 soul masters, and they have to guard the house and the courtyard. How can they have the time to come out to protect the way? Bai Yu exchanged information with the 4 people, and Solin said, "This time, I entered the soul hunting forest for 2 main purposes. The first is to find a suitable soul ring for my girlfriend Chen Mei, and the second is to find a material for me that I can use." Before Solin finished speaking, Bai Yu frowned and said, "Wait a minute, the task log said that you just want to find a soul ring, why is there an additional task now?" Solin explained. "After all, 2.5 months have passed, and it is normal to have some new situations. No, the task I accepted is only to help you find a soul ring." Bai Yu firmly denied. Solin frowned, and at this time, Chen Mei said impatiently, "Your reward will be doubled, okay?" After that, she pulled Solin aside and whispered, "It's hard to find an auxiliary system that meets the requirements, just give more money. He is from Notting College and is more reliable than others." Solin nodded. Yes, Bai Yu is from Notting College after all, and is much more reliable than those wild soul masters. While the two were talking, Bai Yu was also thinking, Chen Mei can use the Sua family's money at will, and the Sua family is willing to hunt soul rings for her. Are these two about to get engaged? Well, although it is none of my business, it doesn't hurt to collect more information. After the few people negotiated the reward, Solin led the way into the soul hunting forest. As one of the big families in Notting City, the Sua family can naturally enter and exit the soul hunting forest freely. The few people entered the soul hunting forest at 10 in the morning and searched until 5 in the afternoon without finding anything. Uncle Huang looked at the position of the sun and said, "Everyone, find a place to prepare for the night. Everyone is tired after searching for a day. Take a rest and continue to search tomorrow morning." Everyone nodded, knowing that this could not be done in one day, so they took out their tools and found an open place to camp. Solin took out a thing from the package, and then he operated it, and the thing was slowly disassembled into a tent. Chen Mei did the same thing, and Bai Yu realized that the 2 tents could be combined into a big tent. They sleep together overnight, worthy of being a couple who are about to get married. And this tent doesn't look cheap, it's really rich. If I couldn't explain the source of my huge wealth with my identity, I would have changed myself into a billionaire long ago. Bai Yu thought so. Uncle Huang looked at Bai Yu and said, "Tonight, Lao Li and I will take turns to keep watch, but we don't have any extra tents." Bai Yu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Since they have entered the soul hunting forest, he will not be picky about the environment in such a place, not to mention that being picky is useless." After everyone set up the tent and had dinner, Uncle Huang fell asleep directly under a tree. He is stronger than Uncle Li, so he will guard the second half of the night, and naturally he needs to take a rest at this time. The remaining 4 people sat in front of the campfire and chatted. Of course, Bai Yu mainly listened to Solin, the community bull, bragging about things one by one, and then collected some reasonable information about the forces of Notting City from his bragging. Occasionally he would say a few words, but they were all meaningless. At this time, Bai Yu felt a little hungry. When he was about to take out his dry food, Chen Mei on the opposite side suddenly opened a box of cakes and ate them with Solin. Bai Yu could tell at a glance that they were exquisite cakes made by the cake shop in Notting City. They were expensive, and he usually couldn't bear to eat them. They brought expensive cakes to the soul hunting forest. They were indeed a wealthy family. Bai Yu took out his rough dry food and prepared to fill his stomach casually. Chen Mei suddenly handed him 2 cakes. Bai Yu was stunned. After a pause, Chen Mei said. We are teammates now. Bai Yu thanked him and took the cake. Chen Mei and Solin had eaten it just now, so he did not hesitate and gently put the cake into his mouth. The sweet cream melted in his mouth, which comforted Bai Yu, who was tired all day. Not bad, very delicious. Bai Yu commented silently in his heart. After eating, time passed slowly in everyone's chat. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Solin and Chen Mei got into the sleeping bag. Uncle Li looked at Bai Yu and said, "Young man, you go to sleep too, I will guard the first half of the night." Bai Yu nodded, but he did not completely trust Uncle Li, so he did not plan to sleep. Anyway, there is enough soul power in the 10,000 souls banner to replenish at any time, and it is okay for him not to sleep for 1 or 2 nights. Therefore, Bai Yu leaned against a tree, half-closed his eyes, seemed to be asleep, but actually always aware of the situation around him. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, 12 o'clock came, Uncle Li also felt sleepy, and couldn't help yawning. However, he had to wait until 1 o'clock to change shifts with Lao Huang, so he had to hold on for another hour. However, at this moment, a black shadow as fast as lightning suddenly attacked from a big tree not far behind him, and suddenly bit Uncle Li's neck. Uncle Li felt his hair stand on end, and hurriedly pounced to the side like a vicious dog, barely avoiding the sneak attack. Fortunately, he had rich fighting experience. If it were other soul masters of the same level, they might not be able to avoid it. At the same time, Bai Yu stood up and shouted, "There is an enemy!" The next moment, Uncle Huang woke up instantly and saw the evil beast that attacked Lao Li at a glance. It was a black mamba snake, about 50 years old, equivalent to a human soul master of level 20. I saw some book friends talking about the age of soul beasts corresponding to the level of soul masters. I also want to understand it, but the original book has too many settings. Some 100-year soul beasts can fight soul masters, but some 100-year soul masters can only fight great soul masters. I searched online and found many different opinions. There is no unified standard, so I can only use vague values. Of course, if I have changed the settings, book friends are welcome to correct me. Chapter 24 Beat the Little Mamba, Here Comes the Big Mamba. Old Li, entangle him! Uncle Huang roared, and Uncle Li understood instantly. His martial spirit was activated, and a brown bear appeared behind him and slapped the mamba snake with one palm. At the same time, Uncle Huang also activated his martial spirit, which was a sword. The mamba snake nimbly dodged Uncle Li's slap, but Uncle Huang's attack followed closely, and he slashed at its head with a fierce sword. However, the mamba snake was extremely flexible. It dodged and circled around, not only avoiding Uncle Huang's attack, but also coming to Uncle Huang's side, giving itself an opportunity to attack. The mamba snake bit towards Uncle Huang's waist, but Uncle Huang sneered, as if he had expected it, and turned around to chop at it. At the same time, Bai Yu offered the human emperor banner, and the sacred breath poured into Uncle Huang's body. Uncle Huang immediately felt that he had been strengthened in all aspects. Not only was he overjoyed, he chopped the mamba snake with a sword, and the snake's body spurted blood. The mamba snake wailed, pulled away, and suddenly rushed towards Solin and Chen Mei. The two of them had just woken up and just climbed out of the tent, and suddenly saw a black lightning coming. They were so scared that they turned pale and even forgot to defend themselves. Fortunately, at this time, Uncle Li roared, and the brown bear appeared in front of the two of them, and blocked the mamba snake with his arm. Ah! Uncle Li screamed and shook off the snake on his arm. Uncle Huang ran over and pierced its body with a sword, nailing it to the ground. Then he looked at Uncle Li with a frown, "Old Li, you are poisoned." Uncle Li looked at the wound with black blood, nodded heavily, looked at Solin and Chen Mei, and said, "This is a 50-year-old black mamba snake. You should absorb it quickly, and we will leave early." After that, Uncle Li sat cross-legged and used his soul power to fight against the poison. Solin and Chen Mei were pale. They also saw that Uncle Li was injured because he was protecting them. Uncle Li, you. However, when they were about to speak to show their concern, Uncle Huang scolded, quick! Absorb the soul ring and leave early. The two were startled. Chen Mei had to take out the dagger and walk to the struggling mamba snake tremblingly. After hesitating for a long time, she closed her eyes and stabbed it at the urging of Uncle Huang. Soon, pale-faced Chen Mei sat down and began to absorb the soul ring. Bai Yu glanced at Uncle Li. The poison of the mamba snakes in the soul-hunting forest was strong, and Uncle Li was only level 15. He didn't know if he could hold on. Uncle Huang saw that Uncle Li's expression was not very good, and said in a deep voice, "Old Li, can you hold on? It will take at least 1 or 2 hours for Chen Mei to absorb the soul ring. If you can't hold on, go out of the forest along the way you came. The guards must have something to relieve your poison. All expenses will be reimbursed by the Sui family." Uncle Li didn't try to be brave. He stood up with a pale face. After saying goodbye to Uncle Huang, he walked out of the forest along the way he came. Although the journey was a bit far, it was better than staying here and wasting time. Otherwise, when Chen Mei absorbed the soul ring and returned, Uncle Li might die of poison on the way. After Uncle Li left, Uncle Huang glanced at Bai Yu and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Bai Yu standing in the distance on guard. This kid has experience. He didn't come to watch the fun, but was on guard. Not bad. He also seized the opportunity to assist me just now. I guess this kid is also a top student in Notting College. This money is well spent. Uncle Huang just thought so. Suddenly, a scream came from a distance. Uncle Huang's face changed. Old Li. The next moment, a bigger and longer black mamba snake attacked from a distance, still holding Uncle Li's body in its mouth. Oh no, judging from its size, this snake must be nearly 200 years old. Did they kill the younger one and get the older one? Bai Yu's face changed, and he looked at Uncle Huang. Uncle Huang also looked at him. The two looked at each other and nodded to each other. The next moment, Uncle Huang roared, and his second soul skill was activated, temporarily blocking the big snake, while Bai Yu pulled Solin and Chen Mei and ran. Uncle Huang was definitely not an opponent of a 200-year-old soul beast. It was a blessing to be able to delay for a moment, so he decisively took Solin and Chen Mei to run first. However, Chen Mei was frightened and her legs went weak. She fell to the ground as soon as she started, and Solin stopped to help her. Uncle Huang's second soul skill was easily resolved by the big snake, but fortunately Uncle Huang was experienced and was not injured. Instead, he ran a distance in another direction, trying to lead the big snake away. However, the big snake could practice for 100 years, and its IQ was obviously not low. For a lunch, it had to choose between fighting with a great soul master or finding a few weaklings to taste the saltiness. It almost came up with the answer without thinking. Seeing it pounce on Solin and Chen Mei, Uncle Huang's pupils shrank. No. At this time, Bai Yu had a good idea in his mind. This was a good opportunity to test whether Tang Hao was there. He quietly summoned Xiao Qing, and Xiao Qing bit the big snake. Bai Yu's soul was bound to the 10,000 souls banner. After refining Xiao Qing, he could summon it without offering the 10,000 souls banner, but he could not let it release skills and could only act on instinct. It was in the state of soul body. Except for Tang San's purple demon eye and a few special strong men, no one could see Xiao Qing, even the titled Douluo, so Bai Yu was not afraid of Tang Hao's discovery. At the moment when Xiao Qing was about to bite the big snake, Bai Yu picked up a handful of stones and threw them at the big snake, one of which hit its eye socket. At the same time, Xiao Qing bit the big snake, and the pain from the spiritual level made the big snake lose its mind, and turned its head to pounce on Bai Yu. In the eyes of those who couldn't see Xiao Qing, it was Bai Yu who threw the stone to anger the big snake, and he wanted to lead the big snake away. Watching the big snake chasing Bai Yu away, Solin subconsciously shouted, "Bai Yu!" Bai Yu turned around and nodded to him and Chen Mei. "The cakes are delicious, thank you." After that, Bai Yu ran away, and the big snake chased after him. Uncle Huang quickly landed beside them, Solin and Chen Mei, and said in a deep voice, "Don't be in a daze, hurry up." The two came back to their senses and said in a trembling voice, "Uncle Huang, what about Bai Yu?" Uncle Huang gritted his teeth and said, "We can't save him, hurry up." Plot: the snake is chasing you, very fast? Bai Yu changed fast to slow. The snake's swift movements suddenly slowed down, and Bai Yu took the opportunity to pull away a long distance. However, he was only an auxiliary system, his physical body was not strong, and the soul power was too far behind the snake, so when the snake recovered, it only took 7 or 8 seconds to catch up. Plot: the snake is ready to open its mouth and bite your butt? Bai Yu changed mouth to tail. For a moment, the snake that caught up suddenly had an idea, I should open my tail and bite the prey in front to death. It was stunned for a moment, how could the tail open? No, why do I have such an idea? It reacted quickly and chased after it again. Bai Yu felt that the time had come, and did not change it again. When the snake pounced, he jumped up, grabbed the vines hanging from the tree in front of him with his hands, and stared at the tree trunk at the same time, avoiding the attack of the snake in a jumping goat game posture. However, at this time, the vine seemed unable to bear his weight. It broke with a snap, and Bai Yu fell to the ground. The snake turned its head and bit him. Chapter 25, Taking Advantage of Tang Hao. Just when the snake was about to bite Bai Yu, just when Bai Yu thought that Tang Hao was really not there and was about to use the modification system, a figure suddenly appeared behind the snake, grabbed its tail, and then his arm muscles burst, and threw the snake dozens of meters away. The snake fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up countless dust. Its mind was a little confused, but its body reacted quickly, and it ran away without saying a word. "Damn, I met a master, but fortunately I saved my life." Bai Yu looked at the man in front of him. Although this guy changed his cloak and outfit, Bai Yu, who had already guessed in his heart, recognized him at once, Tang Hao. Is he really here? Tang Hao turned his back to Bai Yu, looking like a master, and said calmly, "You are still young, why did you come here and get into such a dangerous situation?" He had been following before, and heard what Bai Yu shouted to Solin and Chen Mei. But he didn't think that just 2 pieces of cakes were enough for Bai Yu to risk his life to lure away the snake. So he originally wanted to ask Bai Yu why he would lead the snake away regardless of his safety, but when the words came to his lips, in order not to expose the fact that he had been following him, Tang Hao changed the question. "Well, I am now a master who happened to pass by and drew his sword to help, and I can't let it out," Tang Hao thought. Bai Yu did a good job on the surface, first thanked him, and then told him about the process of accepting the mission from Nodding College until he was attacked by 2 snakes not long ago. Finally, Bai Yu said sincerely, "I didn't think too much at the time. I was just excited and did that subconsciously. I didn't expect that the big snake would actually chase me." He made a scared expression, and his acting was excellent. When Tang Hao saw this, his evaluation of Bai Yu quietly rose a lot in his heart. It's not shameful to be afraid, but it would be strange if you weren't afraid, but Bai Yu was able to lead the big snake away at the critical moment and save Solin and Chen Mei, which is enough to show that Bai Yu values friendship and loyalty. Tang Hao praised in his heart, but frowned on the surface. Ridiculous. You, a support-type spirit master, dare to think about going deep into the forest? Didn't your teacher teach you well? Bai Yu suddenly said in a tragic tone. This senior, the teacher also reminded me that I am a support-type spirit master, and I can upgrade without experiencing life and death battles, but I have a secret. Tang Hao, oh. I have a classmate who came from the same village as me. His mother died early and his father was an alcoholic. He was self-reliant and finally became a spirit master. He joined Notting College with me. However, because of his weird martial spirit, he was bullied and despised by his classmates. I couldn't bear it. However, I am weak and only a support-type spirit master, so I want to train myself and stand up for him as soon as possible. Tang Hao was slightly moved. Bai Yu actually put himself in danger for Tang San? Such a loyal and conscientious friend is a God-given friend for Xiao San. Tang Hao fell into silence. He was thinking, which one is more beneficial to Xiao San, Bai Yu who grew up in a greenhouse or Bai Yu who has experienced a lot? Of course, Bai Yu who has experienced a lot. The flower in the greenhouse will not help Xiao San in the future. Maybe Xiao San will waste her energy to protect him and hinder Xiao San. Tang Hao quickly made a decision in his mind. In addition, Bai Yu himself has the intention to experience life, so he will definitely have to go out to experience life in the future, and he will inevitably encounter danger. And he had to protect Xiao San, so he was too busy to do anything, but he couldn't let Bai Yu die. Tang Hao suddenly had an idea and said with emotion. Your friendship moved me. Although I don't know you, since you are so loyal, I will give you a gift. After that, he threw a small hammer to Bai Yu and explained. You can use this hammer to burst out the power of Soul Sect when you are in crisis. But it can only be used 3 times, and it will disappear naturally after 3 times. You must protect yourself, help your friends, and be a good person, so that my gift will not be in vain. This hammer is a small part of his Clear Sky Hammer martial spirit, which is equivalent to him rubbing a lump of Clear Sky Hammer's soul power into a small hammer. This lump of soul power can burst out the power of Soul Sect 3 times, which is definitely enough for Bai Yu. This is a certain consumption for Tang Hao, but Tang Hao doesn't care. Anyway, his old injury has not recovered, and it is not a big deal to consume a little more. It is better to pave the way for Tang San. Bai Yu said excitedly. Thank you, Senior. Tang Hao nodded and said in a deep voice. Leave this place quickly. After that, he disappeared. Bai Yu cursed in his heart, fortunately I was more careful, otherwise I would be hammered into a meat paste as soon as the 10,000 soul banner was revealed. But fortunately, I got the wool of Tang Hao. The soul power of this hammer can burst out the power of the Soul Sect 3 times. If I keep injecting soul power into it, can it be used infinitely? As for where the soul power comes from, the 10,000 soul banner can devour souls. After making up his mind, Bai Yu continued to wander in the soul hunting forest, pretending to be lost, wanting to test the power of the hammer. As for whether Tang Hao is still following him, it is highly unlikely that he will. After all, Tang Hao has given him a talisman, and the most urgent thing is to go back and continue to protect Tang San. Soon, a 30-year-old tiger wanted to sneak attack Bai Yu, but was directly beaten to death by Bai Yu with a hammer. The hammer consumed the soul power of an attack. Bai Yu absorbed the soul power of the tiger and infused it into the hammer, which made him happy and sad. The good thing is that he can really keep replenishing it, but the sad thing is that the soul power is far from enough. A soul beast of 30 years is not even as good as a great soul master. Its soul power did not even replenish half of the soul power consumed in this attack. So Bai Yu wandered in the forest throughout the second half of the night. He not only replenished the soul power of the hammer, but also got a lot of extra soul power, which he stored in the 10,000 souls banner and prepared to use later. If he absorbs it now, he can directly upgrade to level 14 or 15, but he will definitely be suspected when he returns. It is better to store it in the 10,000 souls banner, absorb a little every day, pretending that it is the progress of cultivation, and make progress step by step, so as not to arouse suspicion. Seeing that it was almost dawn, Bai Yu walked towards the exit of the soul hunting forest. Outside the soul hunting forest, Solin was pacing back and forth anxiously. The carriage they came in had long been ridden back by Uncle Huang and Chen Mei, and he stayed to wait for Bai Yu. Although Uncle Huang told him that Bai Yu, a one-ring auxiliary spirit master, was targeted by a 100-year-old mamba snake and had no chance of survival. But Solin still stayed without hesitation and waited here for a whole night. He still had a fantasy in his heart: what if Bai Yu was okay? Since Bai Yu dared to lead the snake away, he must be sure of escaping. He was the savior of himself and Chen Mei. Even if he died, he couldn't just go back like this. What if the patrolling guards found his body? What if? Solin paced back and forth like this, and the guards at the gate knew what he was thinking and ignored him, but seeing that his steps were a little unsteady, one of the guards couldn't help but say, "Brother, forget it. According to what you said, that guy is a first-ring auxiliary soul master, and a 100-year soul beast is equivalent to a soul master. He was targeted by a 100-year soul beast, so he couldn't be alive. Yes, even if our guards encountered him during patrol, even a 100-year-old soul beast must be driven away with special powder, not head-on." Solin heard this and shook his head heavily. Several guards stopped trying to persuade him. Anyway, they thought that Bai Yu was dead. Da-da-da. Before they finished thinking, the iron door behind them was suddenly knocked 3 times. The guards turned their heads quickly and saw a handsome young man who smiled weakly and said, "Brothers, can you open the door and let me out now?" Chapter 26: Getting to know the Sui family to facilitate soul refining. Bai Yu. Before the guards could react, Solin rushed over in ecstasy, grabbing the iron door and shaking it, creaking. "Brother Su, it's me." Bai Yu smiled and thought to himself, "Don't be so excited, it's like visiting a prisoner." Solin was so excited that he was incoherent. Are you still alive? Are you still alive?" After saying that, he realized something and hurriedly said to the guards, "Quick, open the door." The guards hurriedly opened the door. Through Solin's reaction, they knew that this little ghost was the Bai Yu. How did he escape after being targeted by the 100-year soul beast? Solin put his hands on Bai Yu's shoulders and looked at him again and again with excited eyes. After making sure that he didn't lose a piece of meat, he asked, "Bai Yu, how did you escape?" The guards next to him also pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know. Bai Yu said, "I almost became the meal of the big snake. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a passing master saved my life." "A passing master? How powerful is he?" Solin became interested and asked. Bai Yu shook his head and said, "I don't know, anyway, he is very powerful." At this time, the guard next to him interrupted. "I came to take over yesterday morning. During the day and night I was on duty, only 3 soul masters entered. Even if you count those who have not come out yet, there are no more than 10 masters above soul master. You are very lucky." He easily believed Bai Yu's statement. After all, if you tell him that Bai Yu, a level 10 auxiliary soul master, escaped the pursuit of the 100-year soul beast by himself, he might think you are a fool. Bai Yu smiled and continued his words. "Yes, I am lucky to have saved my life." At this time, a carriage drove over from afar, and Solin said, "Bai Yu, you saved me and Chen Mei, and you are the benefactor of my Sui family. From now on, if you encounter any difficulties, my Sui family will definitely help you." Bai Yu was about to say a few polite words, but suddenly thought of something. Since Tang Hao would not follow him anymore, he would have more time to refine his soul. But as a student, he could not enter the soul hunting forest frequently, which would arouse suspicion. But what if he borrowed the name of the Sui family? The Sui family is a big family in Notting City. It is normal for them to come to the soul hunting forest frequently. Even if they come once every 10 days or half a month, it is more than once a month that Bai Yu had set before. If I build a good relationship with the Sui family, and follow the Sui family into the soul hunting forest under the name of assistants, wouldn't I have more opportunities to refine my soul? Of course, how to get rid of them is a problem, but that is a problem for the future, and it is not difficult. Thinking of this, Bai Yu smiled weakly and said to Solin, "Brother Su is joking." Before he finished speaking, Bai Yu suddenly fell forward. Solin was startled and quickly supported Bai Yu, waving frantically at the carriage, shouting, "Hurry! Hurry up!" Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Yu not only became the savior of the Su family, but was also taken to the Su family by Solin, and the best doctor in the city was invited to treat him. Although Bai Yu was not seriously ill, it would not be bad to have a full body checkup. After Bai Yu woke up, Solin and Solin's father, the head of the Su family, warmly entertained him. From the head of the Su family, Bai Yu learned that Solin was the only son of the Su family. In addition, the Su family had only one sister named Solan, so Solin was highly valued, and Bai Yu, who saved Solin, was naturally also highly valued by the Su family. After the hospitality, Solin personally sent Bai Yu back to Notting College, and Bai Yu also took this opportunity to say to him, "Brother Su, I remember that you went to the soul hunting forest for two purposes, one was to hunt soul rings, and the other was to find materials. Now both purposes have not been achieved, I am really sorry for you." Solin pretended to be unhappy and said, "Xiao Yu, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person, Solin? Don't worry, you are my savior, I will not only give you the mission reward, but also double it." Bai Yu smiled and said, "That's not what I meant. What I meant was that the mission is not yet completed. You should find a chance to continue, right? Wait for me to recover for a few days, and then accompany you, Brother Su, to complete this mission. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy." After listening to this, Solin was so moved that he almost became sworn brothers with Bai Yu on the spot. After Bai Yu tricked him away, he recovered in the academy for 2 days and received a letter from Solin, asking him to explore the soul hunting forest again. Bai Yu readily agreed. This time, Solin directly brought out the soul master from his family, and Bai Yu was not in a hurry to refine the soul. Instead, he followed the team honestly, did his auxiliary duties, and waited for the opportunity to appear. However, the opportunity did not appear, and this exploration was fruitless. Solin had to leave the soul hunting forest with regret. Fortunately, after resting for 3 days, he asked Bai Yu to go with him again. This time they were attacked twice. The first wave was easily repelled by the soul master of the Su family, and the second wave was a 100-year soul beast. The soul master of the Su family was dragged, and Bai Yu took Solin and Chen Mei to escape. On the way, he used the modified system to create an opportunity for himself to be alone. He refined several souls and stored all the soul power in the 10,000 souls banner. Then he took Solin and Chen Mei out of the soul hunting forest. Of course, it was also his credit that Solin and Chen Mei gained nothing. If they had gained something, wouldn't Bai Yu have no excuse to follow them into the soul hunting forest so frequently? So Bai Yu would not let them gain anything in the short term until there were other ways to frequently enter the soul hunting forest. Then he would help them gain what they wanted as compensation. This situation lasted for 3 whole months. In 3 months, Bai Yu followed Solin into the soul hunting forest 20 times, an average of once every 4.5 days. This frequency was very exaggerated, so Bai Yu also made a lot of money. Now the soul power stored in the 10,000 souls banner is enough for him and Xiao Qing to break through level 20 together. He promoted Xiao Qing, but he was not busy with the promotion. Instead, he continued to look for opportunities to find a suitable object, a soul beast over 100 years old. Xiao Qing was less than 100 years old when he was alive. Although he had cultivated to level 20 in the 10,000 souls banner, and in the human emperor banner, any 100-year soul beast was stronger than him at the same level, so Bai Yu decided to find another 100-year soul beast to refine his soul as his second soul pet. Of course, 100-year soul beasts are not so easy to find. He only encountered one of them in the 20 explorations into the soul hunting forest. Moreover, they were very cunning. When they saw that Solin had a soul master following him, they didn't even try and just slipped away. Bai Yu was very depressed. He didn't dare to chase rashly. Although he and Xiaoqing could easily deal with the opponent together, it would still be dangerous if they encountered a soul beast over 400 years old. He wanted to find a 100-year soul beast, let the soul masters around Solin consume it, and then use the system to create an opportunity to be alone with the 100-year soul beast, and then kill and refine its soul. But there has been no such opportunity in the past 3 months. Bai Yu could only comfort himself in his heart that there were still 5.5 years. At the same time, during these 3 months, he moved out of dormitory 7 and had his own single room. Not long after he moved out, Xiao Wu also hunted the spirit ring, moved next door to him, and often harassed him. However, Bai Yu did not intend to get too close to Xiao Wu before he became an adult, not to mention that Tang Hao was watching, so he deliberately kept a distance from Xiao Wu, but this aroused Xiao Wu's greater interest, and what she couldn't get was the best, so she began to harass Bai Yu more frequently. This aroused Tang San's jealousy. Tang San completely fell in love with Xiao Wu, so he was very jealous of Bai Yu, but he didn't show it because he treated Bai Yu as a brother. But in the fierce struggle between Big Head and Little Head, he mastered the way to vent his emotions at a young age, and often secretly made handicrafts in the quilt while everyone in dormitory 7 was asleep. Over the past 3 months, Tang San, who was originally handsome, has become a little frivolous. Xiao Wu now feels disgusted just by seeing his expression, but Tang San is immersed in pleasure and can't extricate himself, until something that shocked Nodding City happened. Udashi is back. Chapter 27. Udashi made up 500 theories. It was a sunny day with no clouds in the sky. The teachers and students of Nodding College were running around the campus, busy doing their own things. Everything was normal until a man with less hair than before, heavier bags under his eyes, and a weaker look than before walked in. A sharp-eyed teacher saw him and said in surprise, "You Xiao Gang? Oh no, it's Dashi who is back. Dashi is back." Soon, the news spread throughout Nodding College, and a large number of teachers and students rushed to the school gate. For a time, the school gate was crowded with people. Someone said, "Why did he come back? Nonsense, the spirit hall gave him 3 months. If he delays for a few more days, he will become a wanted criminal. Do you think he can afford to pay back the 10,000 gold soul coins? Don't ask me to borrow money when the time comes. I don't have any money. Who cares? Just watch the show." Yu Xiaogang stood there, looking at the crowd, without saying a word, but clenched his fists. But when he thought that all his soul master subsidies would be used to pay fines in the future, and he would have to rely on Dinwu for food, he loosened his fists again. Soon, Dinwu and the Spirit Hall's messenger came and said straight to the point. "Yu Xiaogang, I believe you also know that you slandered the Spirit Hall and fined you to pay 10,000 gold soul coins. Can you afford it now? If you can't, you can pay in installments." Yu Xiaogang's face twitched and he bowed slightly and said, "Dear Spirit Hall messenger, I have offended you before, please forgive me." The onlookers were not surprised. If they didn't bow their heads, the big wet's head would be smashed. Yu Xiaogang continued. "My manuscript was indeed lost, but in the past 3 months, I have been rewriting it from memory. Now I have written 500 articles. Do you think this can offset the fine?" The Spirit Hall envoy was surprised. "Really? Show it to me first." Yu Xiaogang took out a large stack of paper from his bag and handed it over. The Spirit Hall envoy glanced at it and hesitated. "I have to report this to the higher UPS." Yu Xiaogang nodded and said, "Thank you for your help." After speaking, Yu Xiaogang stepped forward. The onlookers made way for him and laughed as they watched him walk back to his office. "Ha ha ha, more than 500 articles? To be honest, it's not easy to write more than 500 articles in 3 months. I just don't know how well it was written. What a joke, he is a master. He spent 3 months writing it. Do you understand? Ha ha ha, that's right, I don't want to be a master. In the office, listening to the faint laughter, Yu Xiaogang clenched his fist and slammed the door. The next moment, 2 teenagers walked out of the office. Yu Xiaogang was stunned, and quickly put away his ferocious expression and asked. Xiao San, Xiao Yu, why are you here? Tang San said. Teacher, I heard that you are back. I wanted to go to you directly. It was Xiao Yu who reminded me that I could come to the office and wait for you directly. Yu Xiaogang looked at the 2 of them with appreciation and said. Well, not bad. Xiao San, you should learn from Xiao Yu in this regard. Although you and I have encountered a great setback this time, we should not let this mess up our hearts. Yes, teacher, I will definitely remember it in my heart. Looking at the pair of masters, Bai Yu held back his speechlessness and said to Yu Xiaogang. Master, where have you been these 3 months? Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Bai Yu's words hit him directly in the heart. He hid in the cave for 3 months, eating wind and drinking dew, like a savage. It was shameful. But he couldn't say this. Yu Xiaogang coughed twice and said. I'm staying at a friend's house. Ahem, let's not talk about this. Xiaosan, come here. Tang San followed Dashi and Bai Yu followed. Dashi glanced at Bai Yu, took out a belt from the table box and said. Originally, I wanted to take it out after you became my disciple, but something happened suddenly and it took 3 months. This is a soul guide that can store things. Each grid can provide 1 cubic meter of space. Tang San's eyes lit up when he heard this. With this thing, I can store hidden weapons. At this time, Bai Yu suddenly asked. Master, can I take a look? Yu Xiaogang glanced at Bai Yu with pride and handed it to him generously. Look at it, take a look at it, it's not for you anyway, it's for Xiao San, who told him he's my apprentice. If you become my disciple now, I can also consider getting you something good. Yu Xiaogang wanted to use this to seduce Bai Yu to become his disciple, but he didn't know that Bai Yu had already started to modify it. Plot, Yu Xiaogang shows you the soul guide belt. Bai Yu directly replaced C with use. It is worth mentioning yes, in the past 3 months, the system has been upgraded to level 2. He can now swap, add and delete the narration. The number of words added and deleted is related to the level of the modification opportunity. The basic opportunity can add or subtract 1 word, the low-level opportunity 2 words, the intermediate 5, and the advanced 10. In addition, he can get 2 points for each modification. Yu Xiaogang saw that Bai Yu was very interested and was about to make a promise to Bai Yu, telling him that he would get good things after becoming his disciple, so he said. Xiao, do you like it? If you like it, I'll give it to you. Bai Yu was surprised. Really, master? Yu Xiaogang nodded and said. Take it, a mere soul guide is nothing to me. Tang San next to him. Old bidden, what the hell do you mean? Didn't you agree to give it to me? I am your disciple. Why did you give it to Bai Yu? Yu Xiaogang met Tang San's incredulous eyes and suddenly came to his senses. Looking at Bai Yu who was adjusting the tightness of the belt, he quickly said. Xiao Yu, that. Bai Yu interrupted. Wow, it fits perfectly. Thank you master. There are not many teachers as generous, handsome, wise and loyal as you. You are really my role model. Xiao San can learn from you and will definitely become a dragon among men. Yu Xiaogang was praised with compliments, which made him feel a little flattered and a little swollen. He was embarrassed to take the belt back. Looking at Tang San who was looking forward to it, Yu Xiaogang said. Xiao San, isn't it just a soul guide? Follow your teacher, and I will give you a lot of good things in the future. Don't worry about the gains and losses in front of you. Your teacher was also a child of destiny back then. Listening to Yu Xiaogang talking about the past, Tang San wanted to cry but had no tears. I don't want the big cake you painted, I just want the sesame seeds in front of me. But seeing Bai Yu's happy look, Tang San, who always regarded Bai Yu as a brother, felt a little embarrassed to ask for it. Well, wait a few days and find a chance to trick Xiao Yu into giving it to him. What's the use of him, a supporting spirit master, to have this thing? It's better to give it to me, so that it can play its maximum value. Tang San thought so, as if he had already determined that the belt was his, but just deposited it with Bai Yu. At this time, Bai Yu quickly changed the subject and said, Master, I got the first spirit ring 3 months ago. When will you take Xiao San to hunt for spirit rings? Hearing this, Tang San quickly looked at Yu Xiaogang, his eyes full of desire. Yes, I've been waiting for 3 months, isn't it just for this? I want a soul ring too. A very strong soul ring. It will be available tomorrow night, with 10,000 words updated. Chapter 28 Tang San Canon. Xiao Yu, did you get the soul ring? Yu Dashi stood up and asked excitedly. Bai Yu nodded and said. Dean Wu helped me hunt it. Yu Dashi fell into deep thought. Old Wu was so optimistic about Bai Yu that he personally took him to hunt the first soul ring. Is he telling me not to delay him? Old Wu felt that Tang San and Bai Yu were both born with full soul power. I have already accepted Tang San, and if I accept Bai Yu, what if both of them are useless? Haha, Old Wu, you actually don't believe me, my theory absolutely correct, but no one has practiced it. Yu Xiaogang looked at Bai Yu and asked. What is your first soul skill? After Bai Yu described it, Yu Xiaogang suddenly opened his eyes wide, with a look of disbelief. Good, what a powerful soul skill, this human emperor banner feels stronger than the 7 treasures glazed tower. No, I must find a way to accept Bai Yu as my apprentice. Well, the first step is to let him know that being my apprentice is a good thing, so I have to show my good side first. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San and said. Xiao San, get ready, I will take you to hunt soul rings tomorrow. He looked at Bai Yu again and said. Xiao Yu, you go with me, you can help. By the way, let you see how good it is to worship me as a teacher. Bai Yu nodded, with a well-behaved face, as if he didn't understand anything. Yu Xiaogang nodded, very satisfied with his plan. Bai Yu is a young man who knows nothing. If I trick him into becoming my disciple, he and Tang San together will definitely prove my theory. Of course, practice has risks, but isn't Bai Yu an auxiliary spirit master? A little risk is okay. Yu Xiaogang thought very selfishly. He was about to send Tang San and Bai Yu back to rest when there was a knock on the door. Tang San opened the door and found that it was a teacher he didn't know. The teacher stuck his head out, saw Dashi, coughed twice and said. Master, the messenger of the spirit hall just now asked me to bring you a message, saying that your theories look grand, but in fact they are useless. The spirit hall is going to wholesale them at the price of 2 gold spirit coins each, which means you still have to pay back 9,000 gold spirit coins. Yu Xiaogang's face flushed, purple-red, like pig liver. The teacher said again. The people in the spirit hall said they were busy and would not listen to your bargaining. 9,000 gold soul coins, you pay 10 a month, 120 a year, and it will be paid off in 75 years. By the way, they also said that if you have other merits, they can reduce it as appropriate. After that, the teacher quickly slipped away. Tang San and Bai Yu looked at Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang clenched his fists, as if he wanted to smash the table with one punch, but he held back. He sat down with a liver-colored face and said in a deep voice. You two, go back and rest. After the two left, they seemed to hear the sound of something being broken. Bai Yu thought about it and deliberately asked Tang San. Xiao San, your teacher owes a huge amount of money. He won't make you a negative second generation, right? Well, Dashi has subsidies, but then he won't have money for you to practice. After adding fuel to the fire, Bai Yu found that Tang San's face also turned liver color, but not as serious as Dashi. It can only be regarded as a small liver. Well, they are worthy of being master and apprentice, and the two of them are not from the same family. Early the next morning, the three of them set out on the road to the soul-hunting forest. I don't know if it was because his mind was full of embarrassing scenes when he went to bed at night, Yu Xiaogang said whatever he caught along the way, as if he wanted to regain some face from this aspect, which made Bai Yu want to sleep. Finally, before he fell asleep, he arrived at the soul-hunting forest. Yu Xiaogang was about to explain a lot of messy things. Bai Yu walked towards the entrance and said, "Master, don't say anything, I've been here several times and I already know the process." Yu Xiaogang was stunned. "You've been here several times?" Bai Yu nodded. "Well, I took a mission in the academy. The Sui family in the city thinks I'm very powerful, so they often invite me to explore the soul-hunting forest with them." Yu Xiaogang was stunned. "I'm a master, but no one invited me." "You're a first-year kid, and the Sui family actually invited you?" At this time, Tang San, who was following Bai Yu, turned around and shouted, "Teacher, hurry up and catch up." The master came to his senses and hurriedly followed, and he was more determined to trick Bai Yu into becoming his apprentice. Bai Yu walked to the door and saw that the guard was an acquaintance he knew, so he smiled and greeted him. "Brother, long time no see, are you on duty again today?" The guard also recognized Bai Yu and was a little stunned. "Long time no see? You haven't been here for just a few days? I saw you go in before handing over the shift a few days ago, and you are here again today when you come back to take over the shift." Bai Yu coughed twice, pointed at Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, and said, "My friend, his teacher wants to take him to hunt spirit rings, I'll help." At this time, Dashi hurried over and handed his token to the guard. Even though there was only one pattern on it, it was the lowest level token. It couldn't stop Yu Xiaogang from straightening his chest and showing a proud look. "See, you still have to rely on the Sui family to enter the soul-hunting forest. Recognize me as your teacher, and I can take you in at will." Through the narration that popped up all the time in the system, Bai Yu learned about Yu Xiaogang's thoughts and was too lazy to spray. The guard looked at Dashi oddly, as if he was mentally retarded, but still opened the door and let the three in. The three walked into the forest, and Yu Xiaogang warned, "The soul-hunting forest is very dangerous, you two must follow me closely." Tang San nodded and followed Dashi obediently. Bai Yu pretended to follow him, and secretly complained in his heart, "I have come here dozens of times, and I haven't encountered many hundred-year soul beasts. Dashi, you are so lucky, can you help me attract one?" Of course, if nothing unexpected happens, the mandrake snake will still come to die. Bai Yu hopes that another 100-year soul beast will come. No, Tang Hao may be watching from behind. Forget it, I won't refine the soul this time. Making up his mind, Bai Yu followed the two of them moved forward together and encountered some low-level soul beasts, but nothing else was gained. It was not until the evening when the group of little wolves came to attack and were driven away by Luo Sanbao's fart that Bai Yu cheered up. Looking at Luo Sanbao, who looked like a pig or a dog, Tang San's mouth twitched and he asked, "Teacher, is this your martial soul?" Dashi nodded and said with a sad face, "Sanbao can only attack 3 times, so it is called this name. After each attack, I will feed it some fart-inducing food, which can reduce my soul power consumption." Tang San's eyes lit up. "Yes, why didn't I think of it? I can also eat some fart-inducing food to strengthen myself." Suddenly, Bai Yu said beside him, "Xiao San, your teacher is Luo Sanbao, so should you be called Tang Sanbao? This name is weird." Tang San and Dashi's faces froze at the same time. They thought of the apprenticeship that day. Plot: Tang San is very disgusted with the nickname Tang San Pao and is prepared not to let you mention it in front of him. Bai Yu changed very to not, and Tang San, who had just dug out a 4-bedroom apartment with his toes, suddenly said, "This name is good, Tang San Pao, I like it very much. Since my teacher is called Luo San Pao, I will be called Tang San Pao in the future. It just so happens that your martial spirit is a pig, and mine is a dog. Our pig-dog combination is invincible." Since Tang San is not disgusted with this nickname, the second half of the sentence is naturally invalid. Bai Yu patted Tang San's shoulder and smiled. "Xiao San, you like this nickname? That's great." Yu Xiaogang was stunned. "Fuck, I don't like this nickname, but it has become a stain that I can't wash off. Who knew that my apprentice would flock to it, like he had found a treasure? What a bad taste." Dashi suppressed his disgust and said, "Okay, since you like it, you can call me whatever you want. Anyway, my goal is to take Bai Yu as my apprentice." "Bai Yu, look, I don't even care about Tang San's self-deprecation. How open-minded I am. I am very free to be my apprentice." Bai Yu continued to call Tang San Pao, and when Tang San woke up, he found that he was the one who asked Bai Yu to call him that. He wanted to refute but couldn't, so he could only swallow his anger and clench his fists in Bai Yu's joyful Tang San Pao again and again. "Damn, if my teacher didn't call me that, how could I have such a humiliating nickname?" Chapter 29 Tang San happily gets a 4-year spirit ring. Be careful. Something seems to be approaching. Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang took a fighting stance, and Tang San and Bai Yu also became alert. Although Bai Yu could guess what it was, he still didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, Yu Xiaogang was definitely not his opponent. Soon, a mandragora snake emerged from the bushes and pounced on the 3 people at lightning speed. Yu Xiaogang's eyes condensed, and he said in a deep voice, "Now I will teach you a formula. The more souls, the more bones, the more skills. The less souls, the less bones, run away." As he said, Yu Xiaogang took out 3 masks, gave one to Bai Yu and Tang San, and told them, "Wait for me to release my soul skills, and you run." Bai Yu nodded, without even taking the mask, and ran away directly. "2B, why should I stay here and smell farts? I can just run and let you cover my back, right?" Yu Xiaogang was stunned. "Didn't we agree to wait for me to release my soul skills before running? Why did you run ahead of time?" The hissing sound of the mandragora snake brought Yu Xiaogang back to his senses. He quickly ordered Luo Sanbao to fart, which made the mandragora snake stop. Then Tang San also farted, and then the master and apprentice ran away, following Bai Yu. Bai Yu shouted as he ran, "Master, I am an auxiliary spirit master, I have to run first." Yu Xiaogang was furious, but the situation was urgent and he couldn't get angry, because the mandragora snake was angry and caught up with him. "Fart like smoke, hypnotize the sleeping Luo Sanbao." Luo Sanbao jumped high, aimed his butt at the mandragora snake behind him, and farted again. The solid gas mixture created a lot of smoke, which wrapped the mandragora snake in it, making it unclear. Did it work? Tang San was delighted, but the next moment, the mandragora snake rushed out of the smoke. Feeling humiliated, it became even more angry and faster. It instantly caught up with the 3 people and opened its mouth wide to bite. Plot: the mandragora snake opened its bloody mouth and bit Yu Xiaogang's feet. While running, Bai Yu changed feet to hips. "Oh no, Sanbao, block it." Yu Xiaogang waved his hand, and Luo Sanbao pounced on the mandragora snake, looking like he was going to give it a snack. Tang San also summoned the Haoshan dog, and the pig-dog combination pounced on the mandragora snake from the left and right. The mandragora snake hissed twice, swung its tail, and at the same time, it whipped the pig-dog out, and took the opportunity to bite Yu Xiaogang's feet. At this time, Yu Xiaogang stretched out his right hand, ready to recall Luo Sanbao, so he didn't pay attention to his feet, tripped over a stone, and fell forward. The mandragora snake's bloody mouth passed behind Yu Xiaogang, and its sharp teeth cut a wound on Yu Xiaogang's butt. Ah! Yu Xiaogang screamed and fell to the ground. Seeing his teacher injured, Tang San suddenly stopped, turned around and slid, then suddenly jumped up, activated the purple demon eye, activated the mysterious heavenly art, and actually grabbed the two fangs of the mandragora snake with both hands. The mandragora snake was also startled, but it was so ferocious that it wanted to bite Tang San to death without hesitation. However, it was surprised to find that it could not bite, and the venom on its teeth seemed to have no effect on this human. Tang San is cheating. Tang San took the opportunity to take out his dagger and pierced the mandragora snake's jaw. The mandragora snake's mouth is like a man's kun. Once it is hit hard, it will be finished. The mandragora snake threw Tang San away and struggled wildly. Tang San reacted when he landed, pretending to be scared, and fell into Yu Xiaogang's arms. "Teacher, I'm so scared. I'm afraid you will see my secret." While Tang San pretended to be pitiful, he was also secretly observing Yu Xiaogang's reaction. Fortunately, Yu Xiaogang was stupid and didn't see anything. He said with concern, "Xiao San, you are too impulsive. Are you not hurt?" Tang San secretly breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head. "No." As for Bai Yu next to him, Tang San ignored him. The master didn't see it. What could he see? Yu Xiaogang put Tang San down, looked at the frantically struggling mandragora snake, and said excitedly, "Xiao San, this is a 400-year-old mandragora snake. Your first soul ring has been found." Tang San was stunned. Yu Xiaogang shook his shoulder and said, "Generally speaking, the soul master community believes that the age of the first soul ring is at most 300 years. But according to my theory, the limit of the first soul ring is about 423 years. The reason why my theory has not been recognized is because no one has put it into practice. Xiao San, now the opportunity has come, my theory may succeed." On the one hand, Tang San really coveted this soul ring, and on the other hand, he was fooled by Yu Xiaogang and actually agreed. Bai Yu was tired of watching. How could there be such a master, who never put his own theory into practice, but let his apprentice help him practice it? The laboratory at least uses mice for experiments, but you directly use human bodies for experiments. What if the theory is wrong and the body explodes? It is only because Tang San is lucky and has the halo of the protagonist that he succeeded. Hehe, but I am here today, how can I let you succeed? Tang San walked over and absorbed the spirit ring according to Yu Xiaogang's instructions, and the corresponding plot popped up in front of Bai Yu. Tang San killed the mandragora snake and successfully absorbed the 400-year spirit ring. Bai Yu fell into deep thought. Remove the 4 and turn it into a 100-year spirit ring? That's no big deal for Tang San, it's not cruel enough. By the way, I will just remove the 104-year spirit ring. 4 years of spirit ring is enough, it's good to have a spirit ring. You can kill the title Douluo soul Douluo with a crossbow, why do you need a spirit ring? Use your hidden weapon. Bai Yu modified it successfully, and Tang San was absorbing the spirit ring at this time, with a painful expression. Yu Xiaogang encouraged him. "Come on, Xiao San. Absorbing a 400-year spirit ring is a very difficult process, but as long as you succeed, you will definitely be stronger then." Before he finished speaking, he was shocked to see Tang San open his eyes, and the painful expression on his face suddenly disappeared. Yu Xiaogang said dully, "You succeeded." Tang San nodded, a little confused. "Teacher. I just felt the pain was increasing little by little, but it suddenly disappeared in the next second. Is this normal?" Yu Xiaogang fell into deep thought. He didn't know if this was normal, but he couldn't lose face in front of Tang San and Bai Yu, so he said in a deep voice. If you succeed, this is normal. Don't say anything, show me your spirit ring. Tang San nodded, closed his eyes, and summoned the spirit ring. Yu Xiaogang widened his eyes, but the spirit ring that appeared in front of him was not the yellow color he expected, but white. White. Yu Xiaogang was stunned. White, isn't this a 10-year spirit ring? No, isn't this Mandragora snake 400 years old? How can it be reduced by 10 times when it is absorbed into a spirit ring? Just when Yu Xiaogang was confused, Tang San's white spirit ring suddenly flashed, and the white light was so dazzling that Yu Xiaogang couldn't open his eyes. At the same time, Yu Xiaogang was overjoyed. Sure enough, I said, how could it be a 10-year spirit ring? It seems that Xiao San has become rich, and his spirit ring must be different from ordinary people. Soon, the light disappeared, and Yu Xiaogang looked at it with expectation, and then his eyes almost popped out. I saw that Tang San's spirit ring was still white, and the white looked looming, like a desk lamp without electricity, white and grey. Yu Xiaogang was confused, and Tang San opened his eyes and was also confused. Teacher, what's wrong with me? Yu Xiaogang swallowed his saliva, and couldn't believe the scene in front of him. This seems to be a spirit ring with a single-digit H? Chapter 30 Brother San sucks Dashi's ass. Tang San also saw his spirit ring and was confused. Old teacher, what's the situation with my spirit ring? He had some bad guesses, but he didn't dare to confirm, so he placed his last hope on Yu Xiaogang. However, Yu Xiaogang's heavy voice broke his fantasy. Xiao San, although I don't know what happened, there is no doubt that the age of your spirit ring is in the single digit. Tang San, ah! Even though Tang San was a scheming boy, he couldn't help showing an expression of astonishment and difficulty in accepting. Bai Yu pretended to be shocked, but actually added. Single-digit spirit rings? 1-year spirit rings that are rarer than 10,000-year spirit rings. Yu Xiaogang nodded and said in a deep voice. That's right, spirit rings under 10 years old are collectively called 1-year spirit rings. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a 1-year spirit ring. Xiao San, you're so lucky. Yu Xiaogang's tone was very sad, and Tang San also realized how lucky he was, and said with a bitter face. But it was clearly a 400-year-old soul ring that was absorbed, how could it become like this now? Yu Xiaogang touched his chin and said thoughtfully. I wrote it before. There is one theory among the 500 theories I studied before. When a soul master absorbs a soul ring, some force majeure factors may cause the power in the soul ring to be lost, thus causing the soul ring to be downgraded, but I have never encountered a specific situation. From a certain perspective, your theory can be regarded as a successful practice. Bai Yu complained in his heart, and suddenly he was inspired and realized something. He usually used the 10,000 souls banner to refine the soul when the soul beast was alive, but no soul ring was produced every time. Bai Yu thought he was unlucky, so he didn't study it carefully. But now that I think about it, it doesn't seem to be a matter of luck. Maybe the soul ring is the soul of the soul beast. After the soul beast dies, the soul is squeezed into a soul ring under the influence of certain factors, so no soul ring is produced every time he refines the soul, because the soul is directly refined by himself. Just because the soul ring is the soul of the soul beast, so after the soul master absorbs it, he can awaken the corresponding soul skills of the soul beast? It's very likely. No, I have to find an opportunity to try it. First kill a soul beast, wait for it to die completely and the soul ring appears, then try to use the 10,000 soul banner to refine the soul and see if it can succeed. If not, it means that the soul ring is the soul of the soul beast. In that case, the 10,000 soul banner seems to be able to develop more functions. For example, help others change soul rings, change 10 years to 100 years, 100 years to 1,000 years, or even directly change martial souls, and change weak martial souls to powerful martial souls, so as to cultivate your own confidence, or even create your own forces. The specific process is to buy soul rings from the points store. Help confidence replace soul rings. Create your own powerful forces. Unify the continent. Then I really become the emperor. Thinking of this, Bai Yu's body couldn't help but tremble with excitement, which attracted the attention of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. Xiao Yu, are you okay? Bai Yu said with a sad face. Xiao San, how can you be so unlucky that you have awakened a one-year soul ring? Do you still have combat power? Do you still have soul skills with a one-year soul ring? How can you become stronger? Tang San saw that Bai Yu cared about him so much and felt sad for him, and he was moved and comforted him. Xiao Yu, teacher, don't worry, although the soul ring age is a little low, I just felt it, I did awaken the first soul skill. And I still have hidden weapons. Tang San added silently in his heart. Yu Xiaogang said excitedly. Then you quickly feel it, what is the first soul skill specifically? Tang San closed his eyes and felt it carefully, but suddenly, his face fell. Xiao San, what's wrong? Yu Xiaogang's heart was also tightened. Tang San opened his eyes and said with a sad face. Teacher, my first soul skill is to bind farts. If you inhale too much of my farts, the opponent's actions will become slow. Yu Xiaogang's eyes lit up. Not bad soul skills. It's amazing to be able to awaken such soul skills in 1 year's soul ring. Wait, why do you look like this? Because I am the same as your Luo San Bao, I only have the power of 3 farts. Yu Xiaogang fell into silence. Should I be happy or sad? Xiao San is my disciple given by God, it's so damn fate, but I don't want this bad fate, won't my disciple be worse than me in the future? When Yu Xiaogang thought about going out with Tang San in the future, and the scene of the master and disciple farting together, he felt dizzy, and suddenly fell to the ground. Tang San was startled. Teacher! Teacher! Bai Yu said in a deep voice. Just now, Dashi was stabbed in the butt by the teeth of the mandragora snake, and now he should be poisoned. Hearing this, Tang San turned the wet man over and took off his pants, revealing an ugly butt with a black and purple wound on it. Tang San gritted his teeth. At this point, he could only try to cut the wound and let the blood flow to see if the toxins could be discharged. Seeing Tang San take out a knife, Bai Yu hurriedly asked. Xiao San, are you going to bleed the wet man to detoxify? Tang San nodded, and Bai Yu said seriously. It's useless. The flesh of the butt is thick, and the speed of bleeding can't keep up with the speed of the toxins spreading. My human emperor banner can't detoxify either. At this point, there is only one way. Tang San guessed something, and his voice suddenly rose an octave. You want me to suck out the toxins? Tang San looked at Dashi's butt, where there was a hairy mole, and he almost vomited. Bai Yu nodded and said seriously. He is your teacher, Xiao San. He was poisoned to help you hunt for spirit rings. A real man should value trust and loyalty. Now only you can save him. Tang San originally wanted to find an excuse to trick Bai Yu into sucking, but Bai Yu directly stood on the moral high ground to kidnap him, so that Tang San could not kidnap him morally. And Tang San is a person who wants to save face. If the news of not saving his teacher from death spreads, he will be despised by the world, like a rat crossing the street, and everyone will shout and beat him. It's more painful than killing him. Suddenly, Tang San was stunned, and an evil idea came to his mind. Only Xiao Yu and I are here. If I kill him, then today's incident will not be spread? When I go out, I will say that my teacher and Xiao Yu were killed by the mandragora snake. Isn't it perfect? Bai Yu's heart suddenly skipped a beat, his sixth sense told him that Tang San was having murderous intentions. Damn it, is he trying to silence someone? Although Tang Hao is not afraid of you, it is very likely that Tang Hao is watching in the dark. If I kill you, I will not survive. So Bai Yu hurriedly said. Xiao San, there is another way. There are guards patrolling in the soul hunting forest. We can ask the guards to rescue Dashi. After that, he said to himself. No, the guards don't know how to detoxify. By the time they take Dashi out, Dashi may have died of poison. Xiao San, now only you can save your teacher. Tang San fell silent. Bai Yu's words reminded him that there were always guards patrolling in the soul hunting forest. Although the possibility was relatively small, if one day after he killed someone to silence him, the guards happened to find the bodies of Xiao Yu and his teacher, wouldn't he be finished? No, I still want to establish the Tang sect in this world, and I can't gamble with my future. On the contrary, if I saved the teacher and Xiao Wu would definitely spread the good name after returning. In a flash, Tang San thought a lot, and finally he made up his mind and adjusted the position of the big wet, so that the big wet sticks out his buttocks, so that he could bite it. Tang San held the master's buttocks, took a deep breath, aimed at the wound next to the hairy mole, and licked it. Chapter 31 The master and the apprentice were watched by monkeys. Slurp slurp. The big wet gradually regained consciousness, feeling the warmth from his buttocks. He forced his blurry eyes open and looked behind him. Tang San was surprised. Teacher, you wake up. At this time, Tang San's lips had turned purple. And the product of venom and blood mixed together was all around his mouth, almost solidified. And Yu Xiaogong's vision had not fully recovered at this time, and he could only vaguely see a pile of solid liquid mixture around Tang San's mouth. Just as his mind was still confused, Tang San lowered his head towards his butt again. Dashi was suddenly startled. What was Xiao San doing? He aimed his mouth at my butt and sucked it full. Could it be that? Could it be that? Dashi's stomach was churning. He quickly tightened his muscles and wanted to shake off Tang San. However, his ability to move had not yet recovered. His body was stiff and he was so anxious that his sphincter suddenly became uncontrollable and a stream of true energy gushed out along his rectum. Bang! Tang San was trying hard. Suddenly, a stream of gas gushed out from the door that was close at hand, covering his entire face. The incomparable smell crazily drilled into his nasal cavity, almost making Tang San faint on the spot. Bang! Tang San fell to the ground and said angrily. I'm sucking out the toxins for you, and you farted and collapsed me. Yu Xiaogang farted and his mind became much clearer. He reacted instantly and realized that his good disciple was saving him. Xiao San, the teacher didn't mean it, the teacher couldn't control himself. Ouch, the teacher's body is numb, come and help me turn over. Bai Yu held back his smile, regretting that there was no camera in this world, and said to Tang San. Xiao San, the master shouldn't have meant it, he can still fart, which means he has almost recovered. Hearing this, Tang San immediately thought of his reputation of sacrificing himself to save his teacher after returning, and he didn't care about being angry anymore, turned Yu Xiaogang over, and asked with concern. Teacher, are you okay? Yu Xiaogang held Tang San's hand and asked weakly. Xiao San, was I poisoned just now? Bai Yu said first. Yes, the master's butt was scratched by the teeth of the mandrake snake, and Xiao San used his mouth to help you suck out the poison. When the master thought of the scene just now, he felt a chill in his heart and couldn't help trembling all over. Even though he knew that Tang San was saving him, he couldn't help feeling disgusted by that posture. But in order not to disappoint Tang San, Dashi still forced a smile and said. Thank you, Xiao-san. Thanks to you, I was able to save my life. Tang San shook his head and said. No, teacher, if it weren't for hunting spirit rings for me, you wouldn't be poisoned. This is what I should do. He pretended to be very upright, as if the one who wanted to kill someone just now was not him. After the master and disciple pretended to each other, Bai Yu couldn't stand it anymore and said with 2 dry coughs. It's very dangerous in the soul hunting forest. It's getting dark. I think we should go back quickly. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang came back to their senses from the movie Emperor State. The 3 of them quickly left the soul hunting forest together. Bai Yu was not in a hurry to try the spirit ring. There would be plenty of time later. As soon as the 3 of them walked to the gate of Nodding College, they found that a group of people had gathered at the gate of the college, and there were people pushing carts selling melon seeds, drinks, and mineral water. It was very lively. What happened? Tang San asked in confusion. Dashi was also confused and walked over with Tang San. He wanted to find someone to ask, but when the group saw him, their eyes lit up and they surrounded him. Dashi, I heard that you took your apprentice to hunt for spirit rings. Did you succeed? Let us see. Let us admire the demeanor of you and your good apprentice. Yu Xiaogang instantly realized that this group of people was here to humiliate him. Tang San beside him clenched his fists secretly, wishing to kill all these guys who took advantage of the situation. Bai Yu was smarter and did not follow them to watch the fun. He was watching the fun from the outside of the crowd. Someone said to Tang San, "Hey, you are Dashi's apprentice, right? Don't be shy, let's admire it. Your powerful spirit ring." Yes, yes, the disciple of the master must have 100-year spirit ring, right? Tang San's face turned pale and he looked at the master. The master also looked at him. The 2 of them had the same idea at this moment. We can't show them Tang San's 1-year spirit ring, otherwise the 2 of them will go down in history from now on. Of course, it's for jokes. The master clenched his fist and said. What do you mean? Xiao San and I finally returned from the soul hunting forest. We haven't had time to rest yet, and you come to laugh at us. Someone laughed and said. What do you mean by laughing? We are here to admire you, the master. Your Wuhanwanda theory is now famous throughout the country. We idiots must come to admire your harvest. After all, you can make up a theory worth 2 gold soul coins, we can't compare. Yu Xiaogang's face froze. He was very angry and wanted to beat this man up, but so many people were looking at him with mockery, so he didn't have the courage to do it. At this time, Tang San stood up and said with a fist. Teachers and classmates, my teacher and I have just returned from the soul hunting forest. We encountered a 400-year-old mandragora snake and fought with it. Now we are exhausted and need to rest. Please don't stop us. Someone said in surprise. A 400-year-old mandragora snake? How did you survive? When it comes to this, Yu Xiaogang floats up, with his hands behind his back, and said proudly. You can't believe it, we not only survived, but also killed it. Killed it? Did Tang San absorb a 400-year-old spirit ring? Someone couldn't help asking. This question made Yu Xiaogang's face freeze instantly. It's over. Just thinking about showing off, how can Xiao San have a 400-year spirit ring? Tang San's face looked even uglier. He had just been secretly pulling Dashi's clothes to tell him not to talk nonsense, but Dashi didn't notice it at all. After learning that the master and apprentice had hunted a 400-year-old mandragora snake and had a high probability of absorbing its spirit ring, everyone was boiling. Xiao Tang San, show us your spirit ring quickly, a 400-year-old spirit ring. Let us see it quickly, otherwise the 400-year-old mandragora snake is fake. Tang San's face turned pale, and Yu Xiaogang's face was also pale. Killing the 400-year-old mandragora snake was true, and absorbing the 400-year-old spirit ring was also true, but the problem was that the final spirit ring was not a 100-year-old spirit ring. Who would believe it if I told them? Yu Xiaogang said in a deep voice. Xiao San is too tired, and can't show the spirit ring now. Oh, just show the spirit ring. What's the matter? That's right, just for a while. Or are you guys just lying, and there is actually no 400-year-old mandragora snake at all. Yu Xiaogang was helpless and panicked. Just then, Bai Yu outside the crowd suddenly said loudly, "I testify. The 400-year-old mandragora snake is real. Dashi and Tang San did hunt a 400-year-old mandragora snake." Everyone's eyes immediately fell on Bai Yu. "Boy, what evidence do you have?" Bai Yu smiled and said. "In order to hunt him, Dashi was poisoned by a snake, and it was his disciple Tang San who helped him detoxify. Is this evidence?" Everyone nodded and said, "Yes." Then they looked at Yu Xiaogang, meaning to let him show his wound. Yu Xiaogang's face turned pale. "How can I show it with so many people?" Chapter 32 Tailor-Made Dead End. Yu Xiaogang was embarrassed, and Tang San was also a little embarrassed. If his teacher took off his pants and exposed his butt in public, wouldn't he, the disciple, also be embarrassed? He blamed Bai Yu a little, but at this time, Bai Yu squeezed through the crowd and walked in, whispering to Tang San. "Xiao San, don't worry about being embarrassed. No soul master can guarantee where he will be injured in battle. Your teacher's injury was an accident, but you can show your sincerity by helping him detoxify. The more shameful your teacher's injury is, the greater you are." Tang San's eyes lit up. What Xiao Yu said made sense. "I sacrificed so much to help my teacher detoxify, doesn't it just prove that I, Tang San, value friendship and loyalty?" Tang San looked at Dashi with burning eyes, and he almost said to Yu Xiaogang, "Teacher, just take off your pants." Yu Xiaogang felt Tang San's eyes and was annoyed. "How could I take off my pants in public?" Plot: Yu Xiaogang is unwilling to take off his pants in public to show his wounds. Bai Yu removed the word no and changed unwilling to willing. As Bai Yu modified, Yu Xiaogang suddenly had an inexplicable idea in his heart. He wanted to take off his pants, he really wanted to take them off, even if there were people present, he was not afraid, the more people the better. Yu Xiaogang said nothing, he bent down and took off his pants. The crowd screamed instantly, the girls covered their eyes one after another, and the men were more confused than one another, not understanding why Yu Xiaogang took off his pants. "Aren't you going to show the wound? What's the difference between this and being a hooligan?" Yu Xiaogang said loudly. "Look, my wound is on my butt." He stuck out his butt and showed the hideous but healing wound. Everyone's eyes left his pitiful little Xiaogang and moved to the wound on his butt. Someone nodded and said, "Well, it looks like the toxin of the mandrake snake." Yu Xiaogang shook his butt and said proudly, "Is it? We hunted the mandrake snake for 400 years, would I lie?" At this time, someone asked, "You just said that Tang San helped you detoxify, how did he detoxify?" Tang San was very embarrassed, but for his reputation, he still raised his head and said loudly, "The situation was urgent at that time, I helped the teacher suck out the poison." As soon as this was said, everyone was silent. The atmosphere at the scene became subtle for a while. Just when everyone was about to die of embarrassment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Tang San sacrificed himself to save his teacher, what a good disciple." Everyone was relieved when they heard this, and they all echoed, "Yes, Tang San is really a good disciple. Master is blessed." Yes, yes. Tang San's vanity was greatly satisfied. He turned back subconsciously, but found that Bai Yu was gone. At the same time, at the edge of the crowd, Bai Yu, who was leading the Sai, quietly left the place. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were like generals returning from victory. One was very vain because of his fame. The other was very satisfied because he took off his pants in public. The two of them strode to Yu Xiaogang's office together. The crowd made way for the two with subtle expressions. After watching the two walk into the office, the scene was quiet for a few seconds, and then it became noisy again. "Oh, I just remembered that I haven't put away my clothes yet. I'm going to put away my clothes, he he he." I haven't washed the dishes yet. I'm going to wash the dishes, ha ha ha. Ahem, disperse, disperse, he he he. Everyone left with a smile on Nanbang's face. In the office, watching the crowd outside disband through the window, Tang San frowned and said, "That's not right. Why did they disperse so quickly? According to his idea, they should continue to spread his good name." At this time, Yu Xiaogang also came over. Tang San subconsciously turned his head to take a look, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. "Teacher, can you put on your pants?" The next day, when Tang San and Yu Xiaogang walked in the school, they suddenly heard a lot of bad rumors. "Have you heard? Yesterday, a pervert took off his pants at the school gate." "Really? Really, I heard it was pitifully small." Yu Xiaogang's face froze. Tang San's face froze. The master and apprentice looked at each other, at a loss. How could it become like this? How could it become like this? Ha ha, two idiots. In Bai Yu's small single room, he sat by the window, admiring the scenery while saying in a voice that only he could hear. "Isn't this nonsense? Tang San, this guy, thought that he would be praised by everyone for sacrificing himself to save his master? You think too much. Yu Xiaogang is not a positive character, but a clown who brags without thinking. Sacrificing himself to save a clown, and expecting to be praised? Of course, if Tang San is smart, he can release the news bit by bit and guide public opinion, and it is possible to establish a person. Unfortunately, Tang San and Dashi are both people who want to save face and are both in power. It is impossible for them to be so patient. And in my modification, Dashi took off his pants on the spot, and Tang San said on the spot that he helped Dashi suck out the poison. Everyone will naturally associate their postures, and the rumor will not spread. After all, the reputation of both of them is not good. Besides, what can Tang San use to prove that they hunted the 400-year-old Mandragora snake, the 4-year spirit ring? Even if everything went well before, and everyone was moved by his deeds of sacrificing himself to save his master, but he can't show the 400-year spirit ring, everyone will immediately think that everything is a story made up by the two of them. Bai Yu thought so, and the corners of his mouth rose. With the intelligence of Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, they would have to count money for him even if he sold them out. Of course he had to help Tang San publicize his deeds. After all, he was Tang San's good brother. Tang San sacrificed himself to save his master, so he must publicize it and let the world know. But how the world sees and spreads this matter is none of his business. After all, Tang San and Dashi have a very bad reputation, so everyone is very concerned about everything that happened to these two people. They will subconsciously think in a bad way, and public opinion will naturally start to discredit the master and disciple. This is the same as the winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. If the winner wins, there will be great scholars to debate for him. If the loser loses, then everything is decided by the winner. If Tang San and Yu Xiaogang had a good reputation, there would be great scholars to debate for them. But unfortunately, their reputation is not good, and it is very bad. One is a gay king, and the other is a madman. Also, wait for a while, wait for Tang San's 4-year soul as soon as the ring comes out, even if there is a small group of people who stand on Tang San's side with the mentality of not against people but against things, they will instantly turn against him. After all, Yu Xiaogang, said that you were poisoned because you were hunting the Mandragora snake. You said that you successfully hunted the Mandragora snake, but what about the spirit ring? No spirit ring? Then what do you say? This is a dead end tailored by Bai Yu for Tang San and Master. Bai Yu can foresee that in the next period of time, Tang San and Master will be completely ruined. And he, Bai Yu, will become the only good brother that Tang San trusts, pushing Tang San into the abyss step by step, and finally let Tang San completely perish in obscurity. After all, the two are both time travelers, and neither of them is willing to live under someone else's roof, so there is no room for two tigers in one mountain, and there will be a battle sooner or later, which is destined. In other words, the two have been enemies from the beginning, but Bai Yu is trying to use Tang San to improve himself as much as possible, and wait until the end to find an opportunity to kill him. Chapter 33 Soul Ring Replacement Experiment. 3 days later, Xiao Chanihu provoked Tang San again. Tang San had to show his spirit ring in the battle. As Bai Yu expected, Tang San and Dashi were completely ruined in the mouths of the people. You two said that you hunted the Mandragora snake, the master was injured by the Mandragora snake, and the disciple sacrificed himself to save the master. Then where is the spirit ring of the Mandragora snake? The absorption failed? Then why is Tang San still alive? You two must be lying. Bai Yu took the opportunity to find Tang San, pretended to be guilty, apologized to him, and said that he didn't expect things to turn out like this. Tang San trusted Bai Yu more than his father at this time. How could he associate the mastermind with Bai Yu? He just felt that everyone in the world was drunk and he was the only one awake. This world was crazy, not him, Tang San. After completing all this, Solin wrote again to invite Bai Yu to the soul hunting forest, but when the messenger delivered the letter, Bai Yu was not in the room. Instead, Xiao Wu, who often harassed him next door, happened to meet the messenger, got the letter, and insisted on going with Bai Yu. Bai Yu thought about it. Xiao Wu's soul ring was condensed by himself, not obtained by hunting soul beasts, so it was a good opportunity to test whether her soul ring could be replaced. So Bai Yu, Xiao Wu, Solin, and Uncle Huang stepped into the soul hunting forest together. Bai Yu looked at Solin and asked tentatively with a smile. Brother Su, didn't your soul master come today? Solin was not on guard and smiled. Oh, soul master has his own things to do, and we can't go deep into the soul hunting forest every time. This time I just planned to try my luck on the periphery, so I let Uncle Huang accompany me. Uncle Huang smiled at Bai Yu and Xiao Wu and said. Bai Yu, several families that are friendly with our Su family have heard of you. If there is a chance in the future, they will also invite you to explore the soul hunting forest together. In this way, I will have more opportunities to enter the soul hunting forest in the future. I can't always follow the Su family. Bai Yu smiled. Thank you, Uncle Huang. Xiao Wu quietly pulled Bai Yu from behind. She had a lot of questions to ask, such as how Bai Yu got involved with the Su family, and what Bai Yu did to make the Su family treat him so well. In short, she was like a little girl, very interested in everything about her crush. Bai Yu also patiently told her the story, most of which was true, and some details were made up by him. He knew that Xiao Wu was like a big naughty child, impulsive and liked exciting things, so the details he made up made Xiao Wu's eyes light up. Just then, a howl suddenly came from the distance, as loud as thunder, which scared Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu took the opportunity to grab Bai Yu's clothes, hid behind him, and said vigilantly. Could we also encounter powerful soul beasts in the periphery? Our luck won't be so bad, right? Uncle Huang saw this and comforted. Don't worry, it sounds far away from me. There may be some soul beasts fighting in the middle of the forest. It won't affect us. We are very safe. Fuck, don't set a flag. Bai Yu's heart tightened. Solin saw Xiao Wu was pitiful, and wanted to laugh and tease her. Suddenly, a black shadow jumped out of the bushes not far away and pounced on Solin at lightning speed. Swish! Uncle Huang reacted in time, and the sword light forced the black shadow back. The four people could see clearly that it was a huge black panther. Although it was forced back by Uncle Huang, it was still ferocious and was looking for the next opportunity to attack. Judging from its size, it is a 60-year-old black panther. Xiao Wu frowned and talked to herself in a voice that only she could hear. She had lived in the Xingde Great Forest for so long. Even if she didn't study it deliberately, she had seen countless soul beasts with the titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. It was impossible not to understand it. Uncle Huang, who had the strongest strength on paper among the four, frowned and calculated silently in his mind. This Black Panther is stronger than me, but with Bai Yu's help, Su Xiao and the girl are both first-ring soul masters, so we may have a chance to win. If we kill this Black Panther, we can definitely sell it for a lot of money, which may be equivalent to several months of my wages. Thinking of this, Uncle Huang said in a deep voice. Get ready for battle, let's kill this beast. Solin was eager to try, Bai Yu had no expression on his face, and Xiao Wu frowned secretly, very dissatisfied with Uncle Wang's words. However, the Black Panther didn't care about so much. After finding a flaw, it suddenly pounced on Xiao Wu. No matter whether it is a human or a rabbit, it is not picky about food. Xiao Wu, get out of the way. Bai Yu shouted in a low voice, sacrificed the human emperor banner, and activated the first soul skill, covering Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu didn't need Bai Yu's reminder. The moment the Black Panther pounced, she used her first soul skill, waist bow, which greatly enhanced her flexibility. She twisted her waist and avoided the Black Panther's attack safely, seemingly in danger. At this time, the golden light of the Emperor's banner fell into Xiao Wu's body. Xiao Wu felt that her flexibility had reached a new level, so she took advantage of the situation to grab the Black Panther, jumped nimbly on its body, stepped on the panther's head, and kicked it in another direction. Uncle Huang understood instantly, activated the second soul skill, and slashed in that direction with his sword, directly hitting the panther's head. The Black Panther was caught off guard by this series of coordination and had no time to dodge, and was killed by a sword. In the second before the Black Panther was killed, Bai Yu quietly used the 10,000 Souls banner to create an illusion, which affected Solin, Xiao Wu and Uncle Huang at the same time. In the eyes of the three of them, the Black Panther dodged Uncle Huang's attack and continued to attack them, and the three of them were constantly fighting back. But in reality, in Bai Yu's eyes, Uncle Huang is lifting his legs, Solin was punching, and Xiao Wu was twisting left and right on the spot, as if dancing. Bai Yu laughed softly. It was almost impossible for people below the Soul Venerable to resist his illusion, and there was still a lot of soul power in the 10,000 soul banner, and the illusion could last for a long time, so he walked slowly to the body of the Black Panther, waiting for the soul ring to appear. In the past, he directly devoured the soul when the soul beast was alive, so there was no soul ring, but now the Black Panther was killed by Uncle Huang with physical means, so a white soul ring appeared soon. Bai Yu sacrificed the 10,000 soul banner and sucked in the soul ring of the Black Panther, but did not refine it, but temporarily stored it. Then he walked behind Solin and tried to pull out his soul ring, but Solin in the illusion suddenly showed a painful expression. Seeing this, Bai Yu quickly stopped, and after a little thought, he understood something. He shook the 10,000 soul banner, and countless light spots emerged. This was the soul power stored in the 10,000 soul banner. These light spots quickly merged into Solin's body, and Bai Yu continued to pull his soul ring. This time, Solin did not show a painful expression, and the soul ring was successfully pulled out, and Bai Yu immediately stuffed the Black Panther's soul ring into Solin. Success! It really can help others replace soul rings, but when pulling Solin's soul ring, Solin seemed to feel pain. That should be because his soul ring has been fixed in his soul. Forcibly pulling it is equivalent to tearing his soul, so it hurts. In order to verify my guess, I pulled his soul ring while using soul power to repair him. His pain was indeed reduced a lot. Well, let's try to see if I can help Xiao Wu change her soul ring. Bai Yu pulled the Black Panther's soul ring out of Solin again. This time he did not use extra soul power to repair Solin, because the Black Panther's soul ring had just entered Solin's body and had not been completely fixed, so Solin would not feel pain. Bai Yu walked to Xiao Wu who was dancing, and used the same trick again, pulling out her soul ring and stuffing the Black Panther's soul ring in. success. Bai Yu was ecstatic. This way, he could cultivate his own confidence and build his own power. At this moment, he had already thought of his own title, Emperor Douluo. While imagining the future, Bai Yu replaced Xiao Wu's spirit ring, and then lifted the illusion in front of Xiao Wu and the other two. Chapter 34 Tang San, please come to the banner with your mother. The illusion of Xiao Wu, Solin, and Huang Shu was lifted. Bai Yu deliberately asked the three of them to kill the Black Panther in the illusion, so that the illusion and reality could be seamlessly connected. Solin looked at the dead Black Panther and thought they had just killed it. He said excitedly, "Great, this Black Panther can be sold for at least 200 gold soul coins at the market. The market price of a 100-year-old soul beast is about 500 gold soul coins if its fur and meat are separated and sold. This Black Panther is 60 or 70 years old, and can be sold for at least 200 gold soul coins." Uncle Huang smacked his lips and said, "It's a pity that it died directly. We are not far from the exit. If it had been left alive, it might have been possible to sell the soul ring, and the price would have at least doubled." Although he said so, 200 gold soul coins was already a large sum. He was a great soul master, and as a guest of the Sui family, he had a monthly salary of 20 gold soul coins, which was already a very good treatment. But if it was a soul master, it would be 200 per month, and that was just the basic income. Uncle Huang looked at Bai Yu and Xiao Wu and said, "I contributed the most to killing this Black Panther. Young Master Sui and I will share 70%, and you two will take 30%. How about that?" He was asking, not informing. However, the impulsive Xiao Wu couldn't help but want to speak, but was stopped by Bai Yu. Bai Yu smiled and said to Uncle Huang, "It's a very reasonable distribution." Uncle Huang breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Yu had Dinwu behind him, and he was a genius auxiliary spirit master. If he forced to ask for more, Uncle Huang would have to give it to him. But Bai Yu did not do so. He could remain calm and not greedy in the face of wealth. He really had a promising future. Uncle Huang smiled and said, "Your quality is impressive. Bai Yu just wanted to improve the Sui family's favorability and establish a good relationship with the wealthy families in Notting City so that he could move more conveniently. He didn't care about these dozens of gold spirit coins." Soon, Uncle Huang dragged the Black Panther's body out of the soul hunting forest and set up a stall at the market to sell it. Buying and selling is not a simple matter. In order to maximize the profit, the fur and various parts of this Black Panther must be sold separately, which may take several days, so Bai Yu and Xiao Wu returned to the academy first, and Uncle Huang sent someone to deliver the subsequent money. On the way, Xiao Wu held Bai Yu and pouted, "Xiao Yu, why do you trust the guy surnamed Sui and Huang so much? What if they lie to you and say they didn't sell it and embezzled your money? They are not that stupid." Bai Yu smiled and said, "Xiao Wu, don't worry, I believe them and they trust me. But we can obviously make more. Xiao Wu, do you think I am a greedy person?" Bai Yu suddenly stared at Xiao Wu's eyes. The deep eyes made Xiao Wu's heart beat wildly and her face turned red. But, forget it, whatever you say is what it is." Xiao Wu folded her hands in front of her chest, turned her head away, pretending to ignore Bai Yu. Bai Yu smiled and began to calculate silently in his heart. "For a long time to come, I have 3 things to do. First, soul refining. I will often follow the wealthy families in Notting City into the soul hunting forest to explore. During this period, I will strive to find 100 or 200-year-old soul beasts, refine them into soul pets, and improve combat effectiveness. Alas, it would be great if the human emperor banner could also summon soul pets in the future. The 10,000 soul banner cannot appear openly. Maybe I can buy one in the store in the future. But isn't it a bit far-fetched for an auxiliary martial spirit to summon a beast? It seems impossible. It turns out that Tang San, a control-type soul master, can awaken a powerful soul skill like the blue-silver overlord spear. What am I afraid of? Then the second is to accumulate points, the more the better, so that I can buy soul skills, martial spirits, and soul rings for myself in the future to train my own subordinates. Third, find an opportunity to go to the Holy Soul Village and invite Yin to my banner for a chat. Having set 3 plans for himself, Bai Yu thought that there would be no chance to realize them in a short time. Who knew that the opportunity would come just 1 month later? That day, Bai Yu was walking in the academy and saw a group of girls walking together in the distance suddenly dispersed and ran in all directions, as if they had encountered some monsters. Bai Yu looked carefully and saw Tang San coming out from behind them. Well, it seems that Tang San has really become a street rat. Bai Yu was about to pretend that he didn't see it, but Tang San's eyes suddenly lit up and he walked towards Bai Yu quickly. Xiao Wu, I have something to discuss with you. Bai Yu stopped, smiled, and asked. What is it? Tang San got straight to the point. Xiao Wu, now I only trust you and my teacher. My teacher asked me to go to the soul hunting forest to gain experience, and he will accompany me. I want to ask if you have time, let's go together. Bai Yu fell into deep thought. Tang San now goes to the blacksmith shop in the city several times a week to work, and he doesn't spend much time in the academy. Now he has to go to the soul hunting forest to gain experience. It seems that he is hated by people in the academy and can't stay there anymore. Yu Xiaogang goes with Tang San, Tang Hao must be worried and must go with him, so can I take this opportunity to collect a yin? Bai Yu asked Tang San. When are you leaving? How many days do you plan to stay? Tang San was not on guard and said directly. Tomorrow morning, go for 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days is enough. Bai Yu looked at Tang San with an apologetic look on his face. Sorry, Xiao San, I don't have time. I'm sorry I can't go with you. Tang San looked disappointed. But, Bai Yu changed the subject, with Dashi accompanying you, you'll be fine. You can stay in the forest for a while longer. In case you can find some valuable treasures, you don't have to go to work. The longer you stay in there, the better. Tang San was a little grateful. Xiao Yu still cares about me. The two said goodbye. The next morning, watching Tang San and Dashi leave Notting College, Bai Yu was secretly happy and left Notting College. He hired a carriage and drove quickly towards the direction of Shengun village. At noon, Bai Yu returned to Shengun village, but he did not enter from the entrance of the village. Instead, he went around the back mountain and headed straight to the valley where Yin's body was. Soon, Bai Yu arrived in the valley and arrived beside the waterfall. If I remember correctly, there is a mechanism on the cliff. Amid the sound of birdsong, flowers, and the gurgling of the stream, he summoned Xiaoqing and let it climb up the steep rock wall, and soon found the mechanism. It took a lot of effort for Bai Yu to climb up the rock wall, open the mechanism, and enter the real cave entrance. The view suddenly became clear, and Bai Yu walked into the passage, but found that except for the entrance, which was a little wet, the inside of the cave was dark and dry. There seemed to be a hole at the end, which let in a little sunlight, but it was still not enough to illuminate. He had to use the golden human emperor banner to illuminate the road to see it clearly. No, blue-silver grass is a plant after all. There is no water or sunlight in this cave. Isn't Tang Hao really slowly murdering a yin? Bai Yu complained, walked to the end of the passage, and entered a stone chamber without a door. In the center of the stone chamber, there was an extremely dry mound of earth, on which a blue-silver grass with golden lines was planted. But I don't know if it's because of the dryness, the golden lines are extremely dim, and the blue-silver grass also looks a little wilted. Bai Yu looked at it and suddenly whispered. A yin. Chapter 35 Your loyal maid A yin. After shouting, the stone room was quiet, and the blue-silver grass didn't react at all. Bai Yu whispered again. Blue-silver emperor. Still no reaction. Is it ignoring me or has no independent consciousness? Bai Yu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I remember that Yin was sacrificed physically. Even if her soul was damaged, it wouldn't be so serious. Could it be that Tang Hao injured her? It's very likely. In this environment, how could the blue-silver grass grow? Bai Yu was shocked as he thought about it. Fug. Tang Hao is not paving the way for Tang San in advance? Generally speaking, martial souls are either inherited from the father or the mother. If Tang Hao thinks that Tang San is likely to awaken the blue-silver grass, then there can only be one blue-silver emperor in each generation. No, this is too much of a conspiracy theory. Maybe Tang Hao is just stupid? Bai Yu shook off the thoughts in his mind, sacrificed the 10,000 souls banner, and tried to absorb the soul. Everything has a soul. Bai Yu wanted to see if Yin's soul has independent consciousness now, and then take corresponding measures. If not, it would be easy. Just absorb it into the 10,000 souls banner, while nurturing the soul, while erasing her original memory, which would save a lot of trouble. But if it is, then it is necessary to devour the soul, and then slowly refine her soul again, refine a new soul, and then start nurturing the soul again. Moreover, in her current state, if she resists, she may be completely annihilated, and there is no way to save her, so Bai Yu wants to test it first. With the traction of the 10,000 souls banner, Yin's soul floated in the air. Since Yin had transformed into a human, her soul was also in human form at this time, but her eyes were closed and lifeless. Great, no autonomous consciousness. Bai Yu was delighted. He remembered that when Tang Hao came to visit Yin, the blue-silver grass would react to Tang Hao's words, so he thought Yin had developed autonomous consciousness. But now think about it, it should be passive feeling, not autonomous consciousness. As long as the soul is not completely annihilated, it is normal to have some feelings about something that is extremely interesting. Bai Yu bowed slightly and performed a gentleman's salute, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Ms. Yin, please come into my human emperor banner for a chat. Soon, Yin entered the 10,000 souls banner. Bai Yu sucked out her original soul power while reinfusing her with soul power, slowly wearing away her memory in the process and reshaping her. This will be a long process, but when she wakes up, she will become Bai Yu's most loyal servant. Bai Yu raised his lips and searched in the stone chamber. Soon he found another treasure, Yin's right leg soul bone. Bai Yu smiled and began to absorb the soul bone on the spot. He knew that it took Tang San 3 days to absorb it. He also knew that if he stayed here for 3 days, Tang Hao would probably come back and give him a hammer, but he had a system. Plot: you start to absorb the right leg soul bone of the blue-silver emperor. It is expected to take 3 days. Bai Yu changed 3 days to 3 seconds. So Bai Yu stood up again just after he sat down. The soul bone merged with him quickly. He moved his right leg and was very satisfied. The main function of this soul bone is to heal, accelerate body repair, and even regenerate broken limbs. Needless to say, it is a magical skill. In addition, this soul bone can also speed up movement and even fly, which is also a good skill. Of course, the most important thing is that Bai Yu not only kidnapped Tang Hao's wife, but also sucked his wife's soul bone on the spot, directly turning Tang Hao into a minotaur. Bai Yu quickly cleaned up the scene, put everything back to the previous state, and then left. Bai Yu went directly back to the academy. 2 days later, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang left the soul hunting forest, and Tang Hao wanted to take this opportunity to come back and see Yin. Under the waterfall, Tang Hao, who had a strong soul power, easily climbed up the cliff, opened the mechanism, quickly walked in, sat next to the blue-silver grass, stroked the leaves of the blue-silver grass, and talked to himself. Yin, I originally thought that Xiao San would awaken the blue-silver grass or clear sky hammer, but he didn't awaken any of them, and his martial soul mutated instead. Alas! I was very disappointed at the time, but now it seems that Xiao San did not become decadent because of this, he is still training himself, I am very relieved. Xiao San's first soul ring age is actually in the single digits. I originally thought that it was the fault of Yu Xiaogang as a teacher, but I thought about it, and I can't blame him for the sudden drop in the soul ring age. He doesn't know what happened. And his martial soul is shit. If Xiao San continues to follow him, there may be a turnaround. He talked to himself for a long time, without expecting the blue-silver grass to respond to him, and without checking the location of the soul bone, he just left. After all, how could he have thought that someone could find this place, open the mechanism, and steal the soul bone? It's impossible. And he didn't need it himself, why check that thing? So, Tang Hao never found that his soul bone was gone and his wife was gone for 6 years. 6 years passed like a flash. At Notting College, Bai Yu was lying on the bed, waving his hand and summoning a yin, who had blue hair and blue eyes. A yin bowed slightly, and her sweet voice reached Bai Yu's ears. Dear Master, your loyal maid Ayin is at your service. Ayin has no body now, so her voice is directly transmitted to Bai Yu's brain in the form of consciousness transmission, without worrying about others hearing it. It is precisely because she has no body that Bai Yu cannot do what he wants to do. Alas, maybe only when you reach Soul Master or Soul Sect can you help your soul pets to shape their bodies. Ayin, let me list my gains in the past 6 years. Ayin said obediently, Master, you have been promoted to level 29 in the past 6 years. The second soul skill of your human emperor banner is to reduce the courage of the opponent within a certain range, making the opponent feel fear, and can enhance the spiritual will of the companions. The second soul skill of the 10,000 soul banner is to bind, condense the soul power into a chain, lock the opponent and absorb the opponent's soul power. Master, you often followed the big families of Notting City to explore the soul hunting forest in the past 6 years. Now your 10,000 soul banner has a total of 3 soul pets, all of which are level 29. The first one, the 400-year-old bamboo leaf ching, has 2 skills, snake entanglement and venom spray. The second one, the 340-year-old ghost poison scorpion, has 2 skills, poison needles and scorpion claws. The third one, the 280-year-old mountain breaking bull, has only 1 skill, the bull charge, which can burst into overload in an instant, and can knock down the mountain when it reaches level 40 or above. Bai Yu touched Ayin's head and laughed softly. It's not over yet. My system has been upgraded to level 12. Now I can get 12 points for each modification. And in the past 6 years, I have saved more than 20,000 points, but I have used a lot of them. Opening blind boxes and exchanging things, now there are about 5,000 left. Ayin, who was touched on the head, was very happy and seemed excited. It's a pity that he couldn't let Ayin serve tea and water to take Ayin back, so Bai Yu started to think. The human emperor banner strengthens both the physical and mental aspects, and the 10,000 soul banner is an all-in-one illusion, binding, absorbing, and soul-devouring. I have Tang Hao's hammer, and there is no shortage of frontal attack methods before level 40, so now I only need 1 skill to be omnipotent, treatment. And Ayin's skill has range treatment, but she can't show up openly, so I have to use the third soul skill to cover up her existence. After all, whether it is the 10,000 soul banner or the right leg soul bone, it is not convenient to show it openly now, and these 2 things can only treat themselves, not teammates. Bai Yu has already thought about it, and gave the human emperor banner a powerful third soul skill, and said to the outside world that it is range treatment. My soul power reserve is not enough. I have reached level 30. I will follow those Shrek guys into the Stardew Great Forest. This way, I can replenish my soul power reserve and meet Meng Yuran. Bai Yu was planning the next step. Suddenly, the door was knocked and Xiao Wu's voice came from outside the door. Xiao Wu, are you ready? We are leaving for Soto City. Chapter 36 Xiao Wu, do you like me? Bai Yu opened the door and Xiao Wu was standing at the door. She was tall and full of energy. A cute little bag was hung on her waist, and her long legs in pink stockings were extremely eye-catching. I have to say that Xiao Wu is much more beautiful when she grows up than when she was a child. She looks moist and watery at a glance. Xiao Wu put her hands on her waist and said, "Hurry up, I've packed up a long time ago. I don't want to wait for you at the school gate with Tang San. That guy has used you as an excuse to get close to me." In the past 6 years, Tang San has liked Xiao Wu more and more, and Xiao Wu has hated Tang San more and more, but Tang San has fallen deeper and deeper, and has become half a dog. And the unrequited love has caused him to be mentally ill. Without Bai Yu's modification, he can do some perverted behaviors by himself. Specific manifestations include but are not limited to, every night, he sneaks a peek at Xiao Wu's room in the name of looking for Bai Yu, stares at Xiao Wu's beautiful legs and forgets to eat when eating in the cafeteria, meets Xiao Wu during combat training, does not wash his hands after training, and rewards himself with hands that still have Xiao Wu's breath in his room. Of course, most of the things are only known by Tang San himself, but Xiao Wu's sixth sense still makes her extremely disgusted with Tang San. Bai Yu opened the door and said, "We've packed up, let's go." Xiao Wu saw that there was nothing behind Bai Yu, and couldn't help wondering. "Hey? You don't bring anything? No money?" Bai Yu pointed to the soul guide on his waist, where everything was. Xiao Wu suddenly realized, and Bai Yu looked at the bag Xiao Wu was carrying, felt the feedback from a jade pendant on his chest, and sighed silently. He spent 10,000 points to exchange this jade pendant. Its function is to sense all the people who secretly monitor him. It has a very large range and can detect the soul power of the monitor directly regardless of the level difference. At the same time, it can also be used as a detector to directly detect the specific level of other people. Now Bai Yu feels that Tang Hao has been secretly monitoring him, so he sighed. He originally wanted to buy a soul guide for Xiao Wu, which would be much more convenient. But Tang Hao has been secretly monitoring him, so he can't give it to Xiao Wu, because he can't explain the source. It's impossible to say that he picked it up in the soul hunting forest. The Stardo Great Forest is almost the same. Besides, Tang Hao could see Xiao Wu's true identity. Bai Yu even suspected that if he hadn't kept a certain distance from Xiao Wu, if he hadn't been Tang San's good brother, Tang Hao might have already attacked him and Xiao Wu. While thinking, Bai Yu and Xiao Wu walked to the school gate to meet Tang San, and the three of them left Nodding College together. Tang San walked on Bai Yu's left, and Xiao Wu walked on Bai Yu's right. Tang San wanted to talk to Xiao Wu very much, but Xiao Wu avoided Tang San, but Bai Yu strolled leisurely, not affected by their emotions at all. Tang San, who couldn't find an opportunity, had to find a way to create one. He said to Bai Yu, "Xiao Yu, there are obviously several better colleges willing to recruit you unconditionally, why do you and Xiao Wu want to go to Shrek College with me?" Xiao Wu snorted in her heart, "Who wants to go with you? I just follow Xiao Yu." Bai Yu smiled and said, "Xiao San, have you forgotten our agreement 6 years ago? Wherever you go, I will go." Tang San was stunned when he heard this, and was so moved that he almost cried. He also had an accident when hunting for the second soul ring. The 700-year soul ring became a 7-year soul ring. Although his second soul skill soft muscle and numbone fart can make the opponent who inhaled his fart become soft and the soul power dissipate, it also has only 3 farts of power and cannot be replenished in a short time. Therefore, no academy is willing to accept him. It is better to say that he has no choice than to say that he chose Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu on Bai Yu's right heard this, and her mood was a bit complicated. On the one hand, she liked and even fell in love with Bai Yu, who valued friendship and loyalty, but on the other hand, she hated Tang San very much. It would be great if Bai Yu's good brother was not Tang San. Xiao Wu thought secretly. The three of them went to Nodding City and hired a carriage, chatting while they were on the road. Of course, it was mainly Bai Yu who chatted with them separately. On the way, they also encountered a caravan infighting. Several guards of the caravan were tempted by the money and were ready to kill others and rob them when no one was around. As a result, they were bumped into by Bai Yu and his friends. In order to show off in front of Xiao Wu, Tang San jumped out of the car without saying a word, summoned Haoshan Dog, and shouted. Farting is like imprisonment, imprisoning the sky and locking the earth. This is what he learned from Yu Xiaogang. At first, he didn't accept it, but slowly he thought that since his martial spirit was all fart anyway, he might as well make his fart more impressive. Haoshan Dog farted, and the group of guards suddenly felt slow in their movements, as if someone was pulling their hands and feet. Then, Tang San shouted again. Farting is like surrendering, a fart that makes your muscles and bones numb. Haoshan Dog farted again, and this time, the guards felt their whole bodies numb, their limbs became weak, their soul power was lost, and they no longer had the ability to fight. Tang San wiped his nose, looking proud, and was about to return to the carriage, but found that the other people in the caravan had also lost their ability to fight due to his fart. Tang San, Forgot, I am AoE damage. In the carriage, Bai Yu poked his head out and said with a smile. Xiao San, deal with it and catch up quickly, we will slow down and wait for you. After that, Bai Yu retreated into the carriage, and Xiao Wu said with a disgusted look. His soul skills are disgusting, and is it necessary to go through so much trouble to deal with a group of guys with only a few levels of soul power? Bai Yu wanted to complain along with Xiao Wu, but after thinking about it, he remained silent. Xiao Wu saw Bai Yu was silent, her eyes rolled, and suddenly she took Bai Yu's hand and said with a smile. Xiao Yu, you don't like men, do you? Bai Yu. Xiao Wu pinched Bai Yu and said cunningly. Since you don't like men, then you like me. Bai Yu. What logic? Xiao Wu said. Think about it, since your sexual orientation is normal, and I am the girl closest to you, then don't you like me? Bai Yu. I understand, Xiao Wu is hinting at me. No, it should be considered as a clear indication. With Xiao Wu's attitude towards me in the past 6 years, everyone can see that she likes me. Especially Tang Hao, he must know it, and he knows Xiao Wu's true identity, and he must covet Xiao Wu's spirit ring and spirit bone. Xiao Wu and I are so close, Tang Hao must be afraid. The reason why he hasn't taken action to eliminate the hidden danger is because I have a good relationship with Tang San, and because I have been deliberately keeping a distance from Xiao Wu for 6 years because I am waiting for Xiao Wu to grow up. In other words, in Tang Hao's view, Tang San still has a chance to catch up with Xiao Wu. After thinking this through, Bai Yu sneered in his heart and planned to find an opportunity to turn Tang San into Tang Gong Gong. Well, it would be best if Xiao Wu took the initiative to show her affection to Tang San, let Tang San feel that Xiao Wu likes him and is pursuing him, and then kill little Tang San at this time, hee. Just thinking about it is exciting. Thinking of this, Bai Yu suddenly came up with a plan and said to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, you like me, right? Chapter 37 Licking Dog Tang San is responsible for paying the bill. Xiao Wu was hit by the sudden straight ball and was stunned in place. A trace of shame flashed across her face, and she stammered. Xiao Yu, what are you talking about? The idea in her heart was suddenly pointed out, making her extremely shy. Bai Yu had no intention of flirting with her, and whispered. Xiao Wu, it's okay if you want to be my girlfriend, but I have a request. If you agree, I will date you. How about it? Who wants to be your girlfriend? What are you asking for? On the surface, I will build a good relationship with Tang San and become friends with him. After Bai Yu finished speaking, Xiao Wu subconsciously frowned and asked back. You want me to be friends with that disgusting guy? Xiao Wu frowned and thought for a long time, and finally relaxed her brows, revealing a gentle expression, and whispered. Xiao Wu, I do like you. Do you know what attracts me most about you? You value friendship. Tang San has become a rat crossing the street and everyone is shouting and beating him, but you still treat him as a buddy, so I like you. Since it is your request, I am willing to do it. Bai Yu smiled and stretched out his little finger and said. Then let's make a pinky promise. This somewhat childish move made Xiao Wu feel Bai Yu's intentions, because Bai Yu is usually a very calm person, and showing a childish side in front of her means that Bai Yu trusts her. Well, pinky promise. The two reached an agreement and confessed their feelings. The carriage was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere for a while. Bai Yu pretended to look out the window to see the scenery, but in fact he quickly spent the remaining 5,000 points and exchanged a special eye skill in the mall. Similar to the purple demon pupil, it can see the situation in the distance and can also see through fog and illusions. Bai Yu casually named it the Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils. Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils has 2 levels. The 5,000 points is the ordinary version, which can only see through the fog and illusion created by enemies below Soul Emperor, level 60. The 50,000 points is the advanced version, which has no restrictions. Bai Yu can't afford it now. Using the Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils, Bai Yu saw Tang San's situation. Tang San dragged the caravan leader out of the yellow fog, letting him breathe fresh air while pinching his philtrum, trying to wake him up earlier. As Bai Yu saw this scene, the plot narration appeared in front of him, including this one. A caravan guard who lost his sense of smell lay on the ground pretending to be dead, ready to wait for Tang San to leave before escaping. Bai Yu's heart moved. This guy can't smell the fart, but knows that Tang San is too powerful to be provoked, so he pretends to be dead on the ground? He smiled and changed escape to sneak attack. At this time, the caravan leader woke up faintly, and Tang San told him what happened. In his gratitude, he stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the thin yellow fog, holding a dagger, aimed at Tang San's back garden, and stabbed it with a swish. Tang San was immersed in the gratitude of the caravan leader at this time, and was completely unaware of the sneak attack, but suddenly, a stone flew out from nowhere and hit the attacker's face accurately, knocking him unconscious. Tang San was shocked, subconsciously covered his butt, and quickly turned around to check the situation. In the carriage, Bai Yu frowned slightly when watching this scene. Sure enough, with Tang Hao following, it was difficult to attack Tang San through external force. If you want to turn him into eunuch Tang, you have to find a good opportunity, such as a sudden explosion when absorbing the spirit ring. Tang Hao can't find fault, right? Bai Yu retracted his gaze and pretended to know nothing. Soon, Tang San panted and caught up with the slow-moving carriage, but Xiao Wu couldn't stand his sweaty body, so she couldn't help but get out of the carriage, preferring to ride a horse rather than stay in the same carriage with Tang San. Tang San was a little embarrassed, but he took the opportunity when Xiao Wu left the carriage to whisper to Bai Yu. Xiao Yu, can you do me a favor? You say. I want to pursue Xiao Wu, can you help? I know you always treat her as a sister, and she always treats you as a brother. I really like her, can you help me? He knew that Xiao Wu was interested in Bai Yu, so he directly put the hat of brother and sister on Bai Yu's head. In this way, if Bai Yu was interested in Xiao Wu, he would not be able to speak up. This is Tang San's little trick. Bai Yu, If Tang Hao hadn't followed me, I would have turned you into eunuch Tang now. He coughed twice and said. Xiao San, this is your own business, I can't help. Tang San was disappointed when he heard this, but he didn't vent his anger on Bai Yu, because he thought Bai Yu didn't have any special feelings for Xiao Wu. He didn't know that Bai Yu was just waiting for Xiao Wu to grow up. If he knew, who knows what he would do. The first time Dashi pointed out that he had twin spirits, he wanted to kill Dashi. The gatekeeper looked down on people, so he wanted to kill the gatekeeper. He didn't want to be sucked by Dashi, so he wanted to kill Bai Yu to silence him. If he saw Bai Yu snatching Xiao Wu away, who knows what the pure and innocent Tang San Shao would do. But Bai Yu also had something to say. Isn't it okay if I don't let you see it? For a moment, Bai Yu wanted to create an illusion in front of Tang San, and then pull Xiao Wu into the carriage, and learn posture knowledge with Xiao Wu in front of Tang San. But this idea was only a flash and she gave up it, first because he couldn't let the driver fall into the illusion, it would be easy to overturn. Second because Tang Hao was following in the dark. So Bai Yu did nothing, and the three of them rushed all the way to Soto City. After entering the city, Xiao Wu jumped on the street, like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Wow, Soto City is much more prosperous than Nodding City. Tang San hurriedly walked up and showed an attentive smile. Of course, Soto City must be more prosperous. Xiao Wu thought of Bai Yu's request, showed Tang San a forced smile, pointed to a shop on the roadside and said, Xiao San, look, the bags hanging in that shop are so beautiful. Tang San was stunned. This was the first time Xiao Wu smiled at him. A surge of blood rushed up, and Tang San said without hesitation, I'll buy it right now, just as a birthday gift for you, Xiao Wu. As he said, Tang San rushed into the store. Bai Yu and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, and everything was self-evident. Soon, Tang San rushed out with 2 bags and smiled at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, these 2 are the most popular bags in their store recently. I don't know which one you like, so I bought them all for you. Xiao Wu also responded with a smile. That's great, Xiao San, thank you so much. Well, I feel that my clothes are a bit old and may not match these 2 bags. I'll buy you new clothes. Tang San said, and rushed into another store. Xiao Wu winked at Bai Yu with 2 bags. She was going to use Tang San as an ATM. Bai Yu laughed and didn't stop him, because he had long established a personality of not caring about money, so he didn't have much money on him. And it's normal for Xiao Wu, a girl, to like shopping, and Tang Hao wouldn't doubt it. In this way, Bai Yu was responsible for shopping, Xiao Wu was responsible for pointing, and Tang San was responsible for buying. The 3 of them soon came to the door of an antique shop. At this time, Tang San was already obsessed with Xiao Wu's smile, so he had no interest in the antique shop at all and walked around directly. But Bai Yu walked in directly. In the antique shop, Flanders was lying on a rocking chair reading a book. When he heard someone coming in, he didn't even raise his head. Bai Yu pretended to look around and pointed at the hair crystal on the table and asked, Boss, how much is this? Flanders still didn't look up. 100 gold soul coins. Bai Yu deliberately made a stunned expression and asked back. 100 gold soul coins. Flanders yawned and prepared to temporarily increase the price, and Bai Yu took this opportunity to start to modify it. Plot: Flanders prepared to temporarily increase the price and asked for 200 gold soul coins. Bai Yu changed gold to copper. He now has a level 12 system. For him, 3 free opportunities a day can save 12 points. In addition, every time he redeems and uses a basic opportunity, he can earn 11 points. He can save at least dozens of points a day. It would be a waste if he doesn't save. Flanders opened his mouth and said, 200 bronze soul coins. Deal. Chapter 38 Acquisition of the Soto City Bank. Bai Yu casually put down 2 gold soul coins, put the hair crystal into his belt without saying a word, and then left the antique shop immediately. Flanders was still reading a book and ignored it. It was not until 2 minutes later that he suddenly stood up with a stunned expression. What happened to me just now? I sold it for 2 gold soul coins. Am I crazy? Flanders wanted to slap himself twice. But he suddenly frowned and muttered. The belt I just glanced at seems to be Yu Xiaogong's soul guide. Could it be that the boy just now has something to do with Yu Xiaogang? Well, is he here to register for my Shrek Academy? Hehe, I'll make back the money I lost later. After saying that, he closed the antique shop and rushed towards the direction of Shrek Academy. When Bai Yu walked out of the antique shop, he sensed that Tang Hao was not staring at him, so he walked into the bank next door. The bank was bustling with people lining up at the counter windows. People of all kinds were walking around the bank. Every now and then, a customer with a VIP purple card would show up, shocking everyone to bow down and worship him. Bai Yu also took the opportunity to find out that there were 3 levels of banks in Soto City. If you deposit more than 10,000 gold soul coins, you will get an orange card. If you deposit more than 100,000 gold soul coins, you will get a purple card. If you deposit more than 1 million gold soul coins, you will get a black card. There weren't many black card users in the entire Tiandu Empire. At this time, Bai Yu saw that there was a window in the corner where no one was queuing. The staff member in charge of that window even dozed off on the table, so he walked over and knocked on the table and said, "I need to do something." The staff member woke up in a daze, looked at Bai Yu's appearance, and said vaguely, "This is the VIP channel, at least you need an orange card." No wonder no one was queuing. Bai Yu said expressionlessly, "I want to acquire your bank." "You want to acquire it?" The staff member repeated it half a time subconsciously, and suddenly all sleepiness disappeared. He jumped up from his seat and said unkindly, "Brother, are you making fun of me?" Bai Yu looked at him quietly. "Can you make the decision? If not, let the person who can make the decision speak out." "Hey? I have a bad temper." "Ahem, wait a moment, please come over here, let's talk in the quiet room." When the other party saw his appearance, he was a little undecided, so he immediately changed his face and smiled. Bai Yu followed him into a reception room, and soon, a middle-aged man came over accompanied by 2 guests. "What's going on?" The middle-aged man looked at the staff member who was responsible for receiving Bai Yu. The staff member smiled bitterly. "Boss Jian, there is a young man who said he wants to buy our bank. He looks so confident and doesn't seem to be here to make fun of us. I dare not make a decision, so I have to ask you to handle it." "Boss Jian? Buy our bank? You dare to say that? Even the city lord doesn't have so much money. Then boss, do you want me to kick him out?" "Forget it, I'll meet him. It won't take long." As he said that, Boss Jian walked into the reception room alone, but he saw Bai Yu wearing a mask. "Boss Jian? Why is he wearing a mask? Is he here to rob?" However, his good professionalism did not let him show his dissatisfaction. He smiled and asked, "Sir, I am the boss of the bank, my surname is Jian. I heard that you want to acquire our bank." Bai Yu, wearing a mask, nodded and asked in a deep voice, "Well, how much?" "Boss Jian, He had a lot of complaints to complain about, but he didn't know where to start. "How much?" You asked this question as if you were buying vegetables on the street. People who don't know would think we are talking about a few copper soul coins. Boss Jian coughed dryly and said with a fake smile, "Sir, you are joking. Although my Soto City Bank has no black card users, there are 7 or 8 purple card users, and dozens of orange card users. The market price alone is at least 1 million gold soul coins. Even the Lord of Soto City dare not say that he can buy it. 1.5 million, will you sell it?" Bai Yu interrupted him. Boss Jian was stunned, and the CPU overheated a little. 2 million, one price, will you sell it? Boss Jian nodded mechanically and said woodenly, "I'm selling gold soul coins, not copper soul coins." He suddenly came to his senses and quickly added a sentence. Bai Yu looked at him like a fool, and then took out a savings card from his belt. "Plot, you took out a savings card with a balance of 500 gold soul coins." Bai Yu deliberately slowed down and added a 10,000 after the 500, which was the limit of the low-level modification opportunity. If you want to change it to 50 million or even 50 billion, you need intermediate and advanced modification opportunities. Bai Yu still has 5,000 points now. Although he can change it this way, he is too lazy to waste points. Anyway, 5 million is enough, and he can change it when he needs money in the future. Seeing the masked man in front of him take out a black card from his belt, Boss Qian's heart moved, and he looked at the other party in disbelief as he handed the black card over. He had some guesses in his mind. After all, Bai Yu even took out the black card, so he couldn't be playing tricks on him. But this guess was too exaggerated, so he didn't dare to believe it. He took the black card, his tone trembling. "Sir, I need to confirm the balance in your card, okay?" Bai Yu nodded, and Boss Qian quickly walked out of the room and soon came back, looking radiant, as if Buddha suddenly looked 7 or 8 years younger. "Dear sir, are you really going to spend 2 million to acquire our Soto City Bank? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up." Yes, please wait a moment. This is the first time we have encountered such a situation. We are preparing now. Please wait a moment." Boss Qian bent down and smiled attentively. Soon, 3 beauties walked in with a uniform pace. They each carried a tray with contracts, tea, and snacks. Under the split cheongsam, 3 pairs of long legs were charming. Bai Yu took the contract and took a look at it, confirming that the terms were correct, pressed his handprint, and then instructed. "You will still act as the boss of the bank internally and externally. I am a hands-off boss who doesn't care about anything. Don't tell anyone that I acquired the bank. But I will check the accounts from time to time. Once I find that you are cheating, you know what the consequences will be." Boss Qian nodded frantically. "Don't worry, I will transfer the profits to your card every month. Our Soto City Bank business is still very prosperous. Especially now that we have made 2 million, the principal is even more, and the income will only rise." Bai Yu nodded, glanced at the 3 charming beauties, and walked out of the reception room and the bank directly. Boss Qian looked at his back and murmured, "This is a rich man. It's obvious that he has seen many beauties and looks down on the vulgar women in our bank." Bai Yu only thought that time was tight and the task was heavy. Once Tang Hao found out that he was away for a long time, he would definitely be suspicious, otherwise he would let the 3 beauties play mahjong with him. Soon, Bai Yu slowly caught up with Xiao Wu and Tang San. Tang San didn't care that Bai Yu suddenly disappeared just now, because they had been shopping for too long. Bai Yu had gone to the toilet several times, or went to other stores to shop by himself, and disappeared several times. The 3 continued to walk forward. It was already dusk. Xiao Wu touched her deflated belly and said, "We don't know where Shrek Academy is now. Why don't we find a hotel to stay for one night and go tomorrow?" Tang San and Bai Yu certainly had no objection. The 3 walked into a high-end hotel and prepared to book a room. Everything was just as expected. On the way to check-in, a yellow-haired man in a white suit came in with 2 revealing beauties in his arms and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I booked the room first." Chapter 39 Tang San and Dai Mubai have a smooch. Bai Yu recognized the other person at a glance, the lustful tiger Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai didn't even look at Bai Yu and the other 2, he went straight to the front desk and tapped the table with his fingers. The front desk staff immediately showed a frightened smile and said to Bai Yu and the other 2, "Sorry, 3 guests, the last room in our hotel is indeed booked by this guest. How about you find another hotel?" He thought that Bai Yu and the other 2 could just find another hotel and open a new one. Anyway, there are so many hotels in Soto City, why bother with him? Xiao Wu couldn't help but say, "How can this be justified? We were the first to come here." The staff continued to smile and said, "Guest, there are several hotels on this street. There are many empty rooms there. How about it? How about it? We were the first to come here. We want to book this room today." Seeing that Xiao Wu couldn't help it, Tang San simply stood up for Xiao Wu, hoping to win Xiao Wu's favor. He was not happy with Dai Mubai's way of looking down on people, but he was a little envious of him hugging two beauties. This made Tang San imagine himself hugging Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai sneered. "I'll count to 3. You'd better get out of here." He had a bad temper, but Tang San had an even worse temper. "You've already got a way to die." Dai Mubai's face fell, and he let go of the two beauties, motioning them to leave temporarily, and then took a fighting stance towards Tang San and the other two. "Do you want to fight alone, or 3 of you all together?" Tang San looked at Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu looked at Bai Yu said with a smile. "I'm a support system, I won't get involved." "Xiao San, if you want to fight, take him outside to fight." The implication is, don't fart and collapse the hotel. Tang San nodded, but at this time, Dai Mubai laughed and said. "What, are you scared? I will pay for all the losses of the hotel." When Tang San heard Dai Mubai say this, his eyes turned and he said to Bai Yu and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, you two go out and wait for me." The hotel was narrow, he planned to use his fart to blind other people's sight, and then use hidden weapons to teach Dai Mubai a lesson. While Xiao Wu was hesitating, Bai Yu quietly took her hand and walked out. Xiao Wu did not resist. The two quickly came to the side of the road and saw that Dai Mubai and Tang San in the hotel were in fighting posture. Xiao Wu whispered. "Xiao Yu, are we just going to watch?" Although she hated Tang San, Dai Mubai was obviously targeting the 3 of them. She didn't want to help Tang San, and it was even more impossible to help Dai Mubai, so she was very conflicted. Bai Yu whispered. "Believe Xiao San. Anyway, it wouldn't be embarrassing for Tang San to lose to him, and Dai Mubai didn't know him now." As he was talking, the hotel lobby was suddenly shrouded in a yellow mist, and a foul smell rushed out. Bai Yu quickly took out a mask and handed it to Xiao Wu, and at the same time used his fiery eyes to see the battle scene between Tang San and Dai Mubai clearly. Tang San himself farted to block the hotel lobby, trying to block Dai Mubai's sight, but Dai Mubai released the soul skill White Tiger Barrier. Tang San's fart couldn't break through the barrier, and Dai Mubai saw Tang San's figure clearly with the light of the White Tiger Barrier. "How disgusting, is your martial soul a fart?" Dai Mubai cursed and grabbed Tang San. Tang San snorted coldly, "What's wrong with the fart? I'll suffocate you to death later." The ghost shadow was activated, Tang San shuttled freely in the yellow fog, Dai Mubai couldn't catch him, and slowly realized something. "It's quite fast, but it's useless." Dai Mubai's muscles swelled, and he released a lot of soul power in an instant. These soul powers spread in the narrow hotel lobby in the form of ripples, shocking Tang San's steps, and Dai Mubai took the opportunity to use his second soul skill, White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. He opened his mouth wide, and a ball of white light condensed in his mouth, with amazing power. But Tang San's eyes lit up, because Dai Mubai's White Tiger Barrier disappeared. He immediately summoned the Haoshan dog and yelled. "Farting is like surrendering, a fart that makes your muscles and bones numb." The 4-year spirit ring emerged, and the Haoshan dog jumped high, aimed its butt at Dai Mubai's face, and then farted. Dai Mubai was stunned. What kind of spirit ring was this? He was stunned for half a second, so he didn't avoid the Haoshan dog's fart. He inhaled a lot of blue-silver farts and vomited. He took 5 steps back and coughed wildly while holding his stomach. This was not only psychologically nauseating, he also felt numb all over his body, his spirit power leaked out, and the White Tiger Fierce Light Wave could not be activated. Tang San seized the opportunity and shouted again. "Farting is like imprisonment, a fart that seals the sky and locks the earth." The Haoshan dog farted again. This time, Dai Mubai felt that his movement speed slowed down, as if someone in the yellow fog was pulling his hands and feet. "Vomit, it's so fucking disgusting, I can't stand it." Dai Mubai vomited, suddenly showed the third spirit ring, and activated the third spirit skill, White Tiger King Kong Transformation. In an instant, all the debuffs on him disappeared, and the yellow fog in the lobby was also completely dispelled. Daimyo Bai rushed towards Tang San like a tiger out of the cage. Tang San was not in a hurry, and commanded the Haoshan dog to release another soft muscle fart. Although Daimyo Bai had the White Tiger King Kong transformation, he was only one level ahead of Tang San, and could not be completely immune to the influence of the fart, and would still be weakened. But Tang San's real intention was to let the yellow fog spread again, so that his hidden weapon could hit. Tang San, who had no soul guide, took out a few silver needles from his pocket, which were poisoned. If Daimyo Bai was stabbed, he would quickly lose his ability to move, which was stronger than Tang San's soft muscle fart. Well, we must make full use of our own advantages. The soft muscle fart only creates opportunities for my hidden weapon. Tang San thought, and threw the silver needle at Daimyo Bai. It was at this time that Bai Yu's eyes lit up, and he changed it. Several silver needles left their original routes and passed by Daimyo Bai. Daimyo Bai didn't realize that he had escaped. He activated the White Tiger King Kong transformation and rushed to Tang San in front of him in shock. Daimyo Bai punched Tang San in the abdomen, knocking him out and hitting the wall heavily with a loud noise. Then Tang San fell to the ground and lost the ability to resist. Daimyo Bai walked towards Tang San, and at this time, Bai Yu also saw the plot in front of him. Plot: Daimyo Bai defeated Tang San, walked in front of Tang San, and prepared to taunt Tang San severely. Bai Yu changed taunt to she kiss. Low-level modification opportunities require 10 points, and modifying 2 words, but now Bai Yu can get 12 points for just one modification, and low-level opportunities add more experience points than basic opportunities, so he prefers to use low-level opportunities. Tang San covered his stomach and looked at Daimyo Bai unwillingly and astonished, not knowing why his hidden weapon failed again. Did I neglect my training, causing my hidden weapon's hit rate to be much worse than before? For him, this was more unacceptable than losing a battle. Tang San gritted his teeth, his face full of grief and anger, and he was injured and pale, but in Daimyo Bai's eyes, Tang San suddenly had a kind of fragile beauty. Daimyo Bai walked over, raised his mouth, and raised Tang San's chin with his index finger. Your expression is very much to my taste. Tang San was stunned. And the next second, Daimyo Bai's lips slowly approached. Tang San looked at Daimyo Bai's obscene expression, dumbfounded, and for a moment even forgot the pain in his body. What does he want to do? He likes this? Ugh! Tang San's stomach churned, and his hands reached into his pockets, ready to fight Daimyo Bai with all his hidden weapons. Plot: Tang San sees that Daimyo Bai wants to kiss him, and is ready to fight Daimyo Bai at all costs. Bai Yu revised it again, changing fighting to enjoy. Enjoy it. Chapter 40 Xiao Wu, let me teach you. Outside the hotel, more and more people are watching, but looking at the thick yellow fog, everyone is a little confused. What kind of fog is this? It smells a bit, it won't be a fart. Whose fart is so strong? Oh, who can see what's going on inside? Gourd seeds, drinks, mineral water, don't miss it if you pass by. Bai Yu thought about it, and deliberately said loudly. Is there any big brother who can dispel the yellow fog? Otherwise, everyone can't see anything. As soon as the voice fell, a man and a woman came out. Both of them came to watch the fun, but now they can't see anything, which makes them a little annoyed. And both of their martial spirits have wind elements, which quickly blew away the fog. Everyone rubbed their eyes and wanted to see clear Lichu's current situation, so as not to miss the good show. However, when the yellow fog gradually dissipated, what came into everyone's eyes was Daimyo Bai and Tang San kissing passionately. Fuck. Ni ma. It's still fucking silky. In an instant, Bai Yu heard 7 or 8 people around him retching at the same time, and some even vomited, causing greater commotion in the crowd. Bai Yu also felt a little uncomfortable, and subconsciously cast his eyes to the side, but saw Xiao Wu's expression was focused, just like a student thirsting for knowledge. Bai Yu. I didn't take it so seriously when I listened to the female teacher gossiping in class in my previous life. Xiao Wu, what are you learning? He waved his hand in front of Xiao Wu and asked. Xiao Wu, what are you looking at? No, nothing. In the hotel lobby, Daimyo Bai and Tang San did not stop, but were immersed in it, working tirelessly. Bai Yu suddenly had an idea, and a narration appeared in front of him. The onlookers vomited when they saw this scene. He changed vomit to applaud. He wanted to let Tang San and Daimyo Bai know that the residents of Soto City were happy to see them pursue freedom and happy to let their stories spread throughout Soto City. So, several residents who were vomiting suddenly stopped, and other residents next to them suddenly felt that the two young people in the hotel dared to show their XP in public. This was a kind of courage and they must be encouraged. Pa 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 pa. The sparse applause sounded and slowly evolved into a consistent rhythm. Tang San and Daimyo Bai seemed to be encouraged by the applause and became more intoxicated. Daimyo Bai took Tang San's hand and walked towards the room on the second floor of the hotel. Tang San did not resist, and followed Daimyo Bai shyly, like a young wife who had just married. The applause of the onlookers became more enthusiastic. Tang Hao, who was secretly monitoring, was very angry at first and wanted to smash Daimyo Bai to death with a hammer, and to kill the passers-by who witnessed his son's loss of innocence. But as the applause of the onlookers rang out, Tang Hao suddenly stopped his action, his eyes full of confusion. Xiao San's expression just now seemed to be very enjoyable. Is this the real him? This? Well, whatever, this is Xiao San's freedom. As long as he can become stronger, these trivial matters will be left to him. Dare to express yourself, this is my son, have guts. His own wife is a plant, so Tang San's matter does not seem to be unacceptable in Tang Hao's eyes. At this time, Daimyo Bai and Tang San walked to the door of the room and were about to open the door. The two of them suddenly shook slightly, and immediately shook off each other's hands, and suddenly bent down and vomited. Soon, the two stood up again, their eyes full of anger, as if they were going to tear the bastard in front of them into pieces in the next moment. However, the next second, the two of them suddenly held hands again. Tang San said tenderly, "Let's stop here today. There are too many people outside. I don't want to be spied on." Daimyo Bai said with a loving face. "Well, it's up to you. You can come to me anytime. I will wait for you." After that, Daimyo Bai climbed out the window and left the hotel, while Tang San walked back along the stairs and saw countless onlookers. At this moment, his mind suddenly buzzed, he couldn't help but stop, and his expression management was completely out of control. What did I do just now? How could this happen? Tang San looked up and saw countless pairs of eyes staring at him. He suddenly felt extremely embarrassed and wanted to explode on the spot. After Bai Yu modified the system, Tang San and Daimyo Bai would subconsciously not think about why they had such desires and would cooperate with each other so well. This seems to be a kind of subconscious hypnosis. But the feeling of social death is no less. At this time, the onlookers were also discussing. Hey? How long have they been up there? So fast, these two young men are really, tisk tisk. Hey, why did this guy run away? While everyone was discussing, they suddenly found that Tang San covered his face and fled the scene quickly. So fast that everyone couldn't catch up. Bai Yu suppressed his smile and said to Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, it's getting late now. We should stay here for one night as planned and go to Shrek tomorrow, otherwise Xiao San won't be able to find us." Xiao Wu nodded, and didn't care about Tang San. She hoped that Tang San couldn't stand the embarrassment and ran away from Soto City, so that she wouldn't have to see Tang San. When everyone dispersed while amazed, Bai Yu and Xiao Wu walked into the lobby again and said to the staff. Now that the guy in white clothes is gone, can we leave that room to us? The staff nodded hurriedly. Bai Yu and Xiao Wu walked up the stairs and opened the door, only to find that this was actually a spacious luxury couple's room. The floor of the master bedroom was paved with marble, with a large round bed in the middle that could sleep 4 people. The bed was surrounded by rose petals, and there were all kinds of necessities at the head of the bed. Not far from the round bed was a round bathtub covered by purple gauze curtains, which could accommodate 2 people taking a bath together. In addition, there was a dry and wet separated bathroom in the master bedroom, and a table covered with a soft tablecloth. There were also leather sofas, fragrant potted plants, and so on. In addition, there was a small door on the side of the master bedroom, which led to the guest bedroom, which was no worse than an ordinary room. Bai Yu nodded secretly. Expensive has its advantages. He was thinking that he had never lived in a hotel before. When he passed such a nice room, the jade pendant suddenly gave feedback. Tang Hao was watching him secretly. Well, this old ghost is still worried about Xiao Wu and me. It seems that Tang San and Dai Mubai are too soft-hearted. They should be allowed to contact at a distance. But in that case, will Tang Hao be angry and smash this street with a hammer? We still have to take it slowly. Let him witness Tang San's real XP little by little. The next candidate is Oscar or Ma Hongjun. Bai Yu thought about it and said to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, you sleep in the master bedroom and I sleep in the guest bedroom. Xiao Wu opened her mouth and suddenly swallowed what she wanted to say, and said. You sleep in the master bedroom, after all, it's your money. Bai Yu was a little surprised. Xiao Wu would be considerate of me? Well, not bad, she grows up very fast. After allocating the beds, the 2 went to have dinner, came back to practice for a few hours, and then washed up and went to bed. Bai Yu lay in bed for a long time without falling asleep. He was thinking about the next layout. But when he was a little sleepy, he suddenly felt the bed become heavier. A cunning voice tickled his ear and said. Xiao Yu, didn't you ask me what I was watching today? I learned new knowledge, let me teach you. Bai Yu suddenly lost all sleepiness and subconsciously sensed through the jade pendant. Well, Tang Hao is not monitoring, he should be asleep, then I won't be polite, hee. It was censored, and it was changed a lot, sad. Chapter 41 Flanders, I love to do charity. The next day, perhaps because he was too social last night, Tang San didn't return to the hotel until noon. He asked the lobby staff about Bai Yu and Xiao Wu's room, and then knocked on the door. About 5 minutes later, Bai Yu opened the door. As soon as he saw Tang San, he smiled and asked. Xiao San, are you okay? He didn't ask Tang San why he wanted to be with Dai Mubai, nor did he ask Tang San other embarrassing questions. Just 5 short words touched Tang San, who had been sleepless for half the night. Xiao Yu still cares about me. I'm fine. Did you sleep well last night? I slept very moistly, moist, no, it was the water in the bathtub that was very moist. Now he finally understood the meaning of soft as boneless. Tang San thought about it, then suddenly stepped into the room, took in all the facilities in the room, and found nothing strange, so he shouted. Xiao Wu, are you there? We are ready to go. In the guest bedroom, Xiao Wu's voice came. Wait for me. Tang San looked at Bai Yu in astonishment. You let Xiao Wu, a girl, sleep in the guest bedroom. Bai Yu nodded, and Tang San was both contemptuous and fortunate in his heart. How could a guy like you who doesn't know how to cherish women catch up with Xiao Wu? Only a peerless warm man like me should be with Xiao Wu. Soon, Xiao Wu came out with her bag on her back, but her steps were a little shaky. Tang San asked in confusion. Xiao Wu, did you not sleep well last night? Xiao Wu nodded, not wanting to say more. Tang San didn't think about it. If a 29th level Great Spirit Master simply didn't sleep well, how could his steps be shaky? He glanced at Bai Yu and thought to himself that it was all because of you that Xiao Wu had to sleep in the guest bedroom, so Xiao Wu didn't sleep well. In order to highlight his thoughtfulness and Bai Yu's low emotional intelligence, Tang San took the initiative to walk towards Xiao Wu, extending his hand and showing an attentive smile. Xiao Wu, let me help you carry your bag. Xiao Wu thought about it and decided that it would be nice to let Tang San be a luggage rack, so she handed the bag to him. Tang San smiled even more happily, carrying Xiao Wu's bag as if he was happier than getting a 100-year spirit ring, and walked downstairs quickly. Bai Yu and Xiao Wu looked at each other and walked down together. The three found Shrek Academy, and saw a sloppy old man sitting under a simple tent at the gate of the village outside Soto City. On the wooden table in front of him was a wooden sign with the words Registration Office, and the 4 words Shrek Academy were hung at the gate of the village. Well, the word Shrek fell off due to long-term exposure to the sun and rain. She come to the academy, Pucci. Xiao Wu couldn't help laughing out loud. After realizing that Bai Yu and Tang San were walking in front of her and didn't hear her, she quickly followed them. The 3 of them lined up together. Suddenly, Tang San seemed to sense something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at a big tree in the village. On the big tree, Daimyo Bai, who was dozing off out of boredom, also sensed something and suddenly looked over. The 2 of them met each other's eyes, full of shock and anger, and instantly read. The next moment, Daimyo Bai jumped down, and Tang San rushed over. Seeing that the 2 were about to fight without any reason, Li Yuzong, who was in charge of registration, opened his soul rings and directly suppressed Daimyo Bai and Tang San with his powerful soul power. Ridiculous, is this a place for you to fight privately? Li Yuzong said coldly. Daimyo Bai calmed down, hid his clenched fists behind his back, and bowed to Li Yuzong. Sorry, Mr. Li, I lost my temper. Li Yuzong nodded. Daimyo Bai was a student in the academy, but he had sponsored a lot of money to the academy. It was difficult for him to deal with him, so he turned to look at Tang San and asked. What grudge do you have against him? Tang San's face froze. There is a grudge, but I'm embarrassed to speak up. Seeing him hesitating, Li Yuzong frowned and asked sternly. If there is no grudge, then you attacked my Shrek Academy students without authorization, are you looking for death? At this time, Daimyo Bai hurriedly came to the rescue. Mr. Li, he must have made a mistake and recognized me. Ash has become his enemy. He didn't want the story of him and Tang San's affair to spread throughout Shrek Academy. Tang San nodded frantically, indicating that he had recognized the wrong person. Li Yuzong snorted coldly and let Tang San go for the time being. But he had already made a note in his heart that if Tang San's qualifications were average, he would not register Tang San. Li Yuzong walked back to the table, looked at a student's parent, and asked. What did you want to do just now? The student's parent's legs went weak, and he subconsciously murmured. Refund the registration fee. No, I don't want it, I don't want it. He is just a teacher in charge of registration, but he is actually a soul emperor, stronger than the deans of other colleges. Why does he want a registration fee? He would be lucky to have his life. Seeing this, Bai Yu curled his lips secretly. It was Shrek Academy that did not publicize the regulations, but still bullied the weak and extorted money. Flanders, the old profiteer, is obsessed with money. Then I will make you lose your money. Plot: Shrek Academy stipulates that you must pay 10 gold soul coins to register. Bai Yu changed pay to receive. At this time, Flanders suddenly came out from nowhere, raised his mouth, and said to Li Yuzong. Don't intimidate the students like this, as if our Shrek teachers are all profiteers. Li Yuzong silently retracted his soul ring. Flanders looked at Daimyo Bai again and twitched his chin. Daimyo Bai understood instantly and stood up and said. Our Shrek Academy's rules are like this. If you want to register, you must pay 10 gold soul coins first. No refunds. As soon as he finished speaking, Flanders suddenly interrupted him in surprise. Hey? What the hell did you say? Daimyo Bai was stunned, not understanding where he had said it wrong. Seeing this, Flanders reprimanded him. What do you mean by paying 10 gold soul coins? Am I the kind of profiteer who wants to take advantage of the opportunity to make money? Everyone who comes to Shrek Academy to register can get 10 gold soul coins. After the words fell, the whole audience was boiling. The parents of the students who wanted to return the registration fee just now were a little scared, but asked with some expectation. Really? 10 gold soul coins are not a small amount for him. Flanders walked to the wooden table, took out 20 gold soul coins from the box where the registration fee was stored, and threw them into his hand. Of course it's true, I, Flanders, use my reputation to testify. Daimyo Bai. The dean is crazy? Or am I crazy? The miser Flanders actually gave out money? Teacher Li doesn't care? Are you crazy? Then can I get back the money I used to support Shrek Academy? The team kept moving forward, and even the unqualified students received money, which made them overjoyed and quickly left the scene with their parents and friends. They were going home to tell all their relatives, friends and neighbors to come to Shrek Academy to get the money. The village is giving out gold soul coins. Soon, Bai Yu and Xiao Wu walked to the wooden table. Flanders took out 20 gold soul coins and gave them to them, then tested their muscles and bones, nodded with satisfaction, indicating that they passed the first level. It was Tang San's turn to test next. Li Yuzong checked his body and said lightly. You failed, next. Chapter 42 Flanders, Xiao Sansan. I failed. After hearing what Li Yuzong said, Tang San sneered subconsciously as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. This was a laugh from anger. How could I, Tang San, who practiced Xian Tian Gong, and also practiced the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique and often forged iron, fail to pass the test? Li Yuzong was not angered by his sneer, and said lightly. Well, although it can be seen that you have had long-term high-intensity work experience, such as forging iron or pulling a cart, you have some bad habits, which lead to your kidneys. Stop. Stop talking. Tang San stopped Li Yuzong with a look of horror. He had guessed what Li Yuzong wanted to say. If he said it, wouldn't he be embarrassed? Besides, the story of him and Daimyo Bai's rubbing was only circulated in a small circle, because most people who heard the rumor didn't know him or his name, so he didn't want to embarrass himself in Shrek Academy. If so, maybe some people who came to watch the fun would recognize him, and then he would be completely famous. Tang San took the 10 golden souls handed over by Li Yuzong. Coins, his face turned pale, not knowing what to do next. At this moment, Li Yuzong and Flanders woke up at the same time, especially the latter. When he thought about the hundreds of gold soul coins he had just given out, he felt so distressed that he could hardly breathe. That money was earned by him with great difficulty. Flanders resisted the urge to slap himself, looked at Tang San, and suddenly a plan came to his mind. He didn't care about the pain and said quickly. Ahem, although that's what I said, there is still a chance. Let's do this. After the assessment, you come to my office to find me, and I will arrange another assessment. If you pass, you can also enter the school. He wanted to extort a sum of money from failed students like Tang San to make up for the money he had just given out, and at the same time make an extra sum. I'm so smart. Just when Flanders thought about it, an unstoppable idea suddenly popped up in his mind. I make money to give money, I want to do charity, I want to be the most generous man in the whole world. Flanders looked at the team and said loudly. Next. Speed up. At this time, carriages rushed here from all directions, and figures flew by at high speed. Running down from the carriage, there were young men who had just reached adulthood, old men over 50 years old, and aunties carrying green vegetables in their hands. "We are here to sign up," Flender said with a smile. "Sign up, anyone can sign up." Tang San was overjoyed after hearing what Flender said, thinking that he was indeed the protagonist and there was still a chance, so he found a shade and waited for the assessment to end. Bai Yu, under the pretext of waiting with Tang San, also waited here. Once the modification effect on Flender ended, he continued to modify it, trying to make Flender bleed heavily. Until a pregnant woman with a big belly received 10 gold soul coins and left with a smile on her face. Flender touched his pocket, then frowned and called Dai Mubai over. "Dai Mubai, go to the bank in Soto City to borrow money, using Shrek Academy as collateral, and borrow as much as you can." Dai Mubai opened his mouth wide, speechless. "Dean, we are not going to pass." Flender scolded angrily. "What are you afraid of? I can pay it back." Dai Mubai was stunned. He had been looking here for a long time, but he couldn't figure out why Flender wanted to give money. During this period, he also asked Xiao Wu, who came over, but was scolded away by Flender. "Why do you do charity here?" But Flender gave such an order, Dai Mubai didn't dare to disobey, so he had to walk towards Soto City. Suddenly, Bai Yu stopped him and asked, "Senior, it's dusk now. Can we take a rest for a night and do other assessments tomorrow?" Dai Mubai hesitated and said, "Okay, the assessment time has passed now. I will tell the dean." "Thank you." Having confirmed that Flanders had delivered all the deposits, Bai Yu walked to Tang San, looked at the dusk in the sky and said, "Xiao San, let's go. Stay in the village for a day and take the assessment tomorrow." Xiao Wu didn't want to stay here and wait for Tang San, so Bai Yu asked her to find a place to stay in the village first. Tang San nodded. He planned to go to Flanders' office after dinner. "Alas, Xiao San is gone, and I don't want to stay in Notting City anymore. People there say bad things about me every day, so I come to you, Flanders." In Flanders' office, Yu Xiaogang looked at Flanders with some expectation. He knew that Flanders had saved a lot of money over the years, and being a teacher at Shrek Academy would definitely earn him a higher salary than Notting Academy. However, facing his expectant eyes, Flanders just smoked his pipe intermittently without saying anything. Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but frown and asked, "Flanders, what happened?" Flanders still didn't speak, staring at the floor, his pupils out of focus. Yu Xiaogang just opened his mouth, and suddenly, the door of the office was pushed open, and several snobbish men walked in, with a smile in their tone. "Mr. Flanders, the loan shark contract you signed with us to borrow money has been signed, and the money you borrowed has been transferred to your card. Shrek Academy now belongs to our bank." Yu Xiaogang was petrified and looked at Flanders, who was silent like a sculpture. At this time, the staff of the bank said with a smile, "Dean Flanders, don't be too sad. Our bank boss said that we only want the ownership, but the position of dean is still yours, and you will still handle the affairs of the academy." Yu Xiaogang's mouth twitched. Isn't the acting dean also a wage earner? What is Flanders thinking? Why did he mortgage Shrek Academy? Flanders was silent for a while, and said in a deep voice, "I know." Later, Tang San knocked on the door of Flanders' office. With messy hair and beard and puffy eye bags, Flanders seemed to have aged 30 years in half a day. He opened the door and scared Tang San. Dean, what's wrong with you?" Flanders didn't speak, but waved Tang San to come in. Now he can only extort a little bit, Flanders thought sadly. He didn't understand why he would do charity and give money, and even let Dai Mubai use Shrek Academy as collateral to borrow usury. Anyway, he now has a large sum of money, which can maintain the expenses of the academy in the short term, but the key is that the academy is no longer his. Flanders was in grief, and Tang San said carefully, "Dean, you want me to come to your office tonight for an assessment?" What is the assessment content? Flanders looked at Tang San deeply and said in a hoarse voice. Assessment content? What do you think it will be? He was going to lay the groundwork to trick Tang San into paying. Tang San actually thought about it seriously, and the office fell into silence for a while. At the same time, Bai Yu was in a room not far away, watching this scene with his fiery eyes. As for the problem of not being able to hear the sound, there was a constant narration flashing in front of his eyes, and through the narration, he could roughly understand the content of the conversation. Plot: Flanders called Tang San to the office and prepared to blackmail him. Bai Yu changed blackmail to. In the office, Tang San gave several answers in a row, all of which were denied by Flanders. At this moment, Flanders suddenly thought of his heroic appearance of handing out money during the day, thought of his savings of many years being squandered, thought of Shrek Academy being mortgaged, and he felt a nameless anger. He subconsciously looked up, but saw Tang San's face thinking seriously, saw the seductive expression between Tang San's eyebrows, so he couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and suddenly wanted to vent his nameless anger. At this time, Tang San lowered his head sincerely said. Dean, I don't know, please tell me. An evil thought flashed in Flanders' eyes, he raised the corner of his beard and chuckled. Okay, Xiao San, I'll tell you now. Chapter 43 Perverted Tang San encounters a righteous group fight. Well, Xiao Yu, do you not love me anymore? The next morning, Xiao Wu was about to knock on the door, and the door was suddenly opened by Bai Yu, so Xiao Wu angrily asked for the blame. We just studied together the night before yesterday, but Xiao Yu didn't continue to insist last night. He was so lazy. It seems that he needs to be educated in the future. Bai Yu smiled and said. There will be an assessment today. Xiao Wu nodded, as if she was convinced by his statement and barely calmed down. But only she knew that Xiao Yu studied too hard the night before yesterday, and she even felt tired, so she didn't want to study again in a short time. Bai Yu felt through it and found that Tang Hao was not staring at him. Maybe he was shocked by Tang San last night. Bai Yu and Xiao Wu walked towards the second level of the test site. On the way, they saw Tang San. Tang San didn't seem to sleep well last night. He had a weak kidney expression on his face and touched his butt from time to time while walking. Bai Yu and Xiao Wu slowed down tacitly, trying not to walk with Tang San. Tang San didn't find them either. He walked to the second level alone. Bai Yu and Xiao Wu came slowly. Daimyo Bai was still in charge of the second level. Daimyo Bai yawned and walked over with a crystal ball. When he saw Tang San, he stopped yawning and was no longer sleepy. He almost smashed the crystal ball to the ground. You actually came to the second level? Didn't you fail? Daimyo Bai asked. If they were not in Shrek Academy now, he would have taken action long ago. Tang San felt the same as him, and sneered. What do you care? Dean Flanders asked me to come. When he mentioned this, Tang San couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He was 3 parts terrified, 3 parts angry, 3 parts confused, and 1 part enjoyment. Tang San didn't know why, he was terrified and angry, but he couldn't help thinking about the scene last night. The Dean is really strong and healthy. Daimyo Bai snorted coldly, ignored Tang San, and sat down at the table with the second level wooden sign. Soon, the students who passed the first level arrived one after another, and Daimyo Bai said loudly. Test soul power, start. As he said, he signaled Bai Yu and Xiao Wu, who were ranked first, to come first. Bai Yu took a step forward and put his hand on the crystal ball. Daimyo Bai looked at the test results and said. You can skip the third level and go directly to the fourth level. Xiao Wu also did the same. Seeing that the two did not go to the third level, but to the fourth level, someone behind them was dissatisfied. Why can they be exempted from the third level? Why? Daimyo Bai turned around and sneered. If your soul power has reached level 25 or above, you can also be exempted. What? Impossible. We are the same age, how can they reach level 25 or above? Daimyo Bai sneered. Why is it impossible? Just watch. As he said, he handed the crystal ball to Bai Yu. Bai Yu had no choice but to cooperate, and the crystal ball suddenly burst into the soul power of level 29. Everyone was stunned. Daimyo Bai raised the corner of his mouth. Although he hated Tang San, he admired these weak chickens showing expressions of shock and admiration. At this moment, a smart and pleasant voice came. Then, I think I can also skip the third level. Everyone turned around, and there was a tall and beautiful girl, her eyes were like beautiful sapphires, and a pair of white long legs attracted everyone's attention. Ning Rongrong seemed to enjoy the admiration of everyone. She walked in front of Daimyo Bai, took the crystal ball when Daimyo Bai swallowed his saliva, and showed her soul power. Beauty, you. Daimyo Bai just pulled out a smile and was about to chat. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him. I can too. Everyone looked again. This was a Catwoman wearing a black leather jacket. She was also tall and more tolerant. Bai Yu nodded silently. Tolerance is great. Good things, good things. Zhu Zuqing took the crystal ball, and the crystal ball glowed again. This time everyone was stunned. Why are there so many monsters? And Daimyo Bai was also stunned. He stared at Zhu Zuqing blankly, feeling that there was always a familiar and strange feeling about her. Zhu Zuqing noticed Daimyo Bai's sight and showed a disgusted expression. At this time, Tang San, who couldn't wait to show off, also walked towards the crystal ball. He was also level 29, a half-step soul master, enough to make these little weak chickens show surprised expressions. Of course, he would not show his soul ring. Plot: in order to show his soul power level, Tang San was ready to touch the crystal ball with his hand. Bai Yu raised the corner of his mouth and changed hand to Kun. The crystal ball was in Zhu Zuqing's hand at this time. Seeing Tang San walk in front of her, Zhu Zuqing stretched out her hand and prepared to hand the crystal ball to him, but Tang San did not reach out to take it, but reached his hand to his waistband. Swish! Little Tang San cleared the clouds and saw the sun. And he was facing Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing's face turned green in an instant, and she smashed the crystal ball directly on Tang San's face. Bang! Tang San was hit so hard that his nose bled, but he smiled, picked up the crystal ball, put it there, and then showed an expression of enjoyment. The principle of the crystal ball is to release soul power through physical contact to detect the level. Kun is also considered a part of the body, so the crystal ball shines, level 29. However, the next second, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and the female students who were still at the second level, who had come to their senses, were instantly furious. Dead pervert! Beat the pervert! Get rid of harm for the people! Most of the female students and a small number of male students rushed over, and countless feet directly kicked Tang San to the ground, followed by a righteous beating. Ah! Hit hard! After vomiting, Daimyo Bai cheered for everyone. If there were not too many people to squeeze in, he would beat Tang San to death now. Just then, Flanders descended from the sky and shouted. Stop! Do you want to make trouble? Seeing the dean coming, everyone stopped immediately. Only Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were still not satisfied. Zhu Zuqing spat, stepped hard on Tang San's face with her black high heels, and then walked away from Tang San with an expression of great disgust. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu also spat, and then pretended to be nothing and wanted to leave the scene, but were stopped by Flanders. Do you want to kill Tang San? Flanders questioned, but the corners of his mouth could not help twitching, because he thought of what happened last night. On Tang San, he opened the door to a new world, so when he saw Tang San being beaten, he hurried over to rescue him. One is to save Tang San, and the other is to see an opportunity to make money. If this group of students beat people for no reason, then he will rip them off. At this time, Ning Rongrong said indignantly. Dean, do you know what Tang San did just now? He is a pervert, he deserves it. The female students quickly described what happened. Flanders' face froze, and he couldn't help looking at Tang San, who fainted on the ground, his mouth twitching wildly. This Tang San, who looks like a decent person, I didn't expect him to be a little pervert. Well, not bad, hee hee. Chapter 44 Super Invincible Stinky Sausage. Flanders coughed dryly and said. Okay, Mubai, take the others to the 4th level, I will take Tang San to my office to punish him severely. Dai Mubai nodded and led a few people to the 4th level. On the way, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong found a common topic because of the perverted Tang San, and the two quickly became friends while scolding Tang San together. Although Zhu Zuqing didn't fit in so quickly, she didn't reject Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. She walked beside them silently, nodding from time to time to show that they scolded well. Just when Bai Yu and Dai Mubai were chatting, a guy with a stubble on his face ran out with a cart, shouting as he ran. Oscar brand big sausage, don't miss it if you pass by. At this time, he saw Dai Mubai, his eyes lit up, and he immediately pushed the cart over here, smiling attentively. Boss Dai, do you want a sausage? Dai Mubai's mouth twitched, and he immediately wanted to let him go, but at this time, Xiao Wu, who was curious about everything, came over and took Ning Rongrong's hand and said. This sausage looks good, uncle, how much is it? Oscar's face froze. Uncle? Please, I'm also a student of Shrek. Xiao Wu. Holding a little, I really can't tell. Oscar took out a razor from the cart and shaved. Most of his stubble disappeared, and he barely looked like a young man. However, his eyes that wandered between Xiao Wu's thighs and Ning Rongrong's breasts from time to time disgusted several girls. Oh, by the way, you want to eat sausages, right? Oscar suddenly laughed, and Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong said in unison. Forget it, let's not eat it. But it was too late. Oscar suddenly put his hands under his lower abdomen, showing a lewd smile, and shouted. I have a big sausage. Then, a big and thick sausage appeared in his hand. Ugh! Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong retched, and Zhu Zuqing's face turned green, as if she would rush up and grab Oscar's face with blood in the next second. At this time, Dai Mubai kicked Oscar on the buttocks and cursed. Xiao Ao, be normal, don't go crazy when you see a beautiful woman. Oscar chuckled and tried to save his dignity. Don't be surprised, ladies. I have a special spirit. I have another way. Watch it. No, we don't want to watch it. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong said weakly while retching. However, this did not stop Oscar. He yelled again. Super big sausage. Bai Yu, who was watching silently on the side, changed big to stinky. Oscar was not so disgusting when he used this formula, but the quality of the sausage did not seem to be so good. Some of the sausages he summoned were red to black, which looked unappetizing. Dai Mubai frowned and asked. Xiao Ao, why do your sausages look so disgusting? Before he finished speaking, the indescribable peculiar stench quickly penetrated his nasal cavity, directly triggering a tsunami in his stomach. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were about to retreat, but suddenly the stench also surrounded them, and they retched again. Zhu Zuqing in the distance escaped, but the stench seemed to be even more smelly than Tang San's fart, and it made Zhu Zuqing's face turn blue and she clamped her nose with her hands. Bai Yu didn't expect it to be so smelly. Before he vomited, he quickly sacrificed the human emperor banner, and the golden light shone everywhere, and the stench was eliminated at once. Ning Rongrong stopped retching and looked at the human emperor banner emitting a sacred golden light, and seemed to have a resonance in her heart. Her eyes lit up and blurted out. Are you an auxiliary martial spirit? Bai Yu nodded in affirmation. Ning Rongrong was surprised. This, I have never seen such an auxiliary martial soul. What kind of martial soul is it? Bai Yu said calmly, I named it the Human Emperor Banner. Human Emperor Banner. Ning Rongrong was stunned for a moment. Whether it was this domineering name or the sacred effect, her pride from the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect was suppressed a lot in an instant. Others subconsciously came up with an idea. Bai Yu named his martial soul the Human Emperor Banner, so is there any other name? Then they smiled, thinking that Bai Yu simply gave his martial soul a cool name. Just then, Oscar, who had been muttering for a long time, gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe it. What's going on today? Super invincible sausage. Bai Yu made another modification, and with the appearance of the sausage, the stench spread again. Fortunately, Bai Yu used the Emperor's banner to dispel the stench in time, and Daimyo Bai kicked Oscar again, cursing with lingering fear. Do you want to stink everyone to death? Everyone nodded. What kind of martial soul is Oscar? It is stronger than the strong attack martial soul. Ugh! Oscar is autistic. Daimyo Bai kicked him aside and continued to lead Bai Yu and the other four to the fourth level. Soon, several people saw Xiao Wuji dozing off on a chair. Xiao Wuji felt the arrival of everyone and suddenly opened his eyes, laughing. Not bad, not bad, there are so many little monsters this year, so I'm interested. Little monsters, the fourth level test is to last for an incense stick under my hands. As for my intelligence, Mubai, you tell them. Daimyo Bai was surprised. Teacher Zhao, shouldn't I do this? Stop talking nonsense, just do what I ask you to do. Daimyo Bai stopped talking, looked at Bai Yu and the other four, and quickly said. Teacher Zhao is a level 76 Soul Saint. Beast Martial Soul, Battle Soul Saint. He is also the Vice President of the Academy, and his comprehensive strength is second only to the President. He also had a feud with the Spirit Hall and escaped from the Siege of 16 Bishops. His title in the world is Akala. Everyone's eyes widened instantly. Daimyo Bai smiled bitterly. I don't know why, Teacher Zhao suddenly became interested and wanted to last for an incense stick under his hands. Be careful and don't get hurt. Everyone fell silent for a moment. It was a fantasy for the four of them to survive a stick of incense under a soul saint. Moreover, two of the four had auxiliary spirits, and their combat power was directly cut in half. Just when everyone was discouraged, Bai Yu suddenly waved his hand, signaling the three women to come over. Bai Yu said in a deep voice. Let's exchange information so that we can discuss tactics. Although the opponent is a soul saint, he is a teacher in the academy and will not go all out right away. If we are afraid of fighting now, will we have to surrender when we encounter enemies outside in the future? His words encouraged Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing. The four exchanged information on spirits and spirit skills. After learning that Ning Rongrong was from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were a little surprised. Bai Yu did not react, and quickly said. We lack control-type soul masters, and Ning Rongrong and I are both auxiliary-type soul masters. In comparison, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower is more famous. And Teacher Zhao will definitely prioritize dealing with you, Ning Rongrong. And he is a soul saint, and he may start the fight the moment he starts, so you and I will attack together at the beginning to speed you up. Ning Rongrong's face turned pale, as if she was thinking of her goal of becoming a soul saint. Seeing this, Bai Yu encouraged. Since you are a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and are the focus of everyone's attention, you must be prepared to be targeted. Don't worry, I'm here, nothing will happen. For some reason, after listening to Bai Yu's encouragement, Ning Rongrong's heart suddenly warmed up a lot, and she was no longer so scared. Together with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, she continued to listen patiently to Bai Yu's tactical arrangements. Chapter 45 Beating Xiao Wuji. After discussing the details, Bai Yu looked at Xiao Wuji and said. Teacher Zhao, we can start now. Haha, good. Xiao Wu jumped up from the stool, stuck the incense in his hand into the ground, rubbed it with 2 fingers and lit it, then asked. Are you ready? Ready. Before everyone finished talking, Xiao Wu suddenly moved and went straight to Ning Rongrong. Haha, in any battle, the first target must be the auxiliary spirit master. You can't be careless. However, before he finished speaking, he saw Ning Rongrong and Bai Yu respectively sacrifice the 7 treasures glazed tower and the human emperor banner, and then a green light and a golden light penetrated into Ning Rongrong's body, which increased her speed several times in an instant, and she was out of Xiao Wuji's attack range in an instant. Xiao Wuji laughed instead of getting angry. Haha, not bad, you predicted it. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing came to Xiao Wuji from the left and right, and used their agility to punch and kick him. But it was useless. Xiao Wuji laughed. Are you tickling me? As he said that, Xiao Wuji's soul power burst out, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were blown away. Seeing this, Bai Yu activated the human emperor banner again. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing felt that their speed and agility increased a lot, so they could adjust their posture in the air and land steadily without falling down. After blowing them away, Xiao Wuji stretched out his hand and quickly grabbed Bai Yu. Ning Rongrong in the distance shouted. The 7 treasures turn out to have glaze, the second is speed. Bai Yu suddenly felt that his speed had increased a lot, and he retreated quickly, leaving Xiao Wuji's attack range. Xiao Wuji smacked his lips, regretting that he could not catch Bai Yu. However, he suddenly turned and pounced on Ning Rongrong in the next second. Ning Rongrong's face turned pale. Even the clumsy soul saint was faster than the great soul master, and she was just releasing soul skills. Now it was unlikely that she could avoid Xiao Wuji's attack. But fortunately, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing had a tacit understanding. The 2 of them pounced on Xiao Wuji's flanks from the left and right, harassing Xiao Wuji with their speed. Bai Yu knew that the 2 of them could not break Xiao Wuji's defense at all, so she quickly approached, and after Ning Rongrong entered the range of the human emperor banner, she accelerated her again and kept her away from Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing also received corresponding enhancements, which made Xiao Wuji very irritable. Let's deal with you 2 little bugs first, gravity squeeze. Xiao Wuji's soul ring lit up, and in an instant, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing felt like they were carrying a small mountain on their backs, making it difficult for them to move. However, Bai Yu was waiting for this opportunity. Plot: Xiao Wuji used the 3rd soul skill, Gravity Enhancement, to increase the gravity on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing 5 times. Bai Yu changed gravity to soul power. Xiao Wuji saw Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing being suppressed by gravity, smiled, and stretched out his hands to grab the 2. However, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, who were originally struggling to move, suddenly moved, faster than before, and kicked Xiao Wuji face, and one grabbed his chest. Xiao Wuji was confused. Why is my gravity suppression useless? What's going on? He had never encountered such a situation before, so he fell into deep confusion. As for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing's attacks, he only used 30% of his strength, and they couldn't break their defense. What's there to worry about? Swish! Bang! Ka! Zhu Zuqing's claws brought a piece of blood on his chest, and the piercing pain made him scream. Then, Xiao Wu kicked him in the face, and his cervical vertebrae snapped and almost dislocated. What's going on? The soul power of the 2 of them has become much stronger. Where is my gravity suppression? Xiao Wuji fell to the ground, climbed up in a mess, and was shocked. Just then, he saw the human emperor banner and the 7 treasures glazed tower releasing soul skills at the same time, and suddenly had a bold guess in his heart. When their 2 martial spirits assist together, can they help their companions remove negative effects? If so, then the 2 of them are natural partners. Xiao Wuji thought so, and suddenly moved, ignoring Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, and rushed directly towards Ning Rongrong. At this time, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing had quickly pulled apart, and Ning Rongrong's combat experience was obviously less than Bai Yu, so Zhao Wuji chose to target her. Ning Rongrong's face turned pale, but fortunately she did not stay still, and quickly retreated, and prepared to use the Seven Treasures glazed tower to accelerate herself again. At this time, 5 soul rings appeared on Zhao Wuji's body. This was his 5th soul skill, gravity compression. Ning Rongrong suddenly felt like there were hills around her pressing down on her, squeezing her body, making it difficult for her to even take a step. Fortunately, at this time, Bai Yu accelerated her again, and Zhao Wuji once again found that the gravity compression around Ning Rongrong returned to normal, allowing her to retreat quickly and leave his attack range. This is really the case. Zhao Wuji confirmed his guess, and was surprised and happy. At this time, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing came again, and Zhao Wuji directly used his majestic soul power to shock the two of them, and then wanted to take this opportunity to catch them. But Bai Yu accelerated the two again, allowing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing to avoid Zhao Wuji's grab. "Boy, the timing is good, but I want to see how much soul power you have left." Zhao Wuji sneered and rushed towards Bai Yu quickly. Bai Yu was not panicked at all, and accelerated himself again, away from Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji curled his lips, and then rushed towards Ning Rongrong in an instant. His target from beginning to end was Ning Rongrong, and dealing with Bai Yu was just an illusion. However, Bai Yu seemed to have predicted his actions. He took out a bunch of silver needles from the soul guide on his belt, and then threw them in the direction of Zhao Wuji. These silver needles were given to him by his good brother Tang San, and although he did not throw hidden weapon technique, but he has a system. Plot: you threw out the Tang sect hidden weapon, but it was crooked. Bai Yu changed crooked to accurate. The imperceptible silver needles were originally flying in all directions, but suddenly adjusted their direction in the air and flew towards Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji didn't notice the hidden weapon at all, and the silver needles pierced his body one by one, but Xiao Wuji had a strong soul power after all, and Bai Yu only had ordinary silver needles, not hidden weapons like dragon beard needles, so he couldn't break the defense at all. But he modified the system so that the silver needles pierced Xiao Wuji's skin and made small holes. Ouch! Zhao Wuji roared like a wounded bear, and the next second, a bamboo leaf green appeared on Zhao Wuji's flank and spit venom at him. A ghost poison scorpion appeared behind him and stabbed his butt with the stinger of its scorpion tail. The hidden weapon was just used by Bai Yu to cover up the existence of his soul pet. Ouch! Zhao Wuji screamed in pain. Whether it was the venom of the bamboo leaf green or the attack of the ghost poison scorpion, it was directly aimed at his soul, so the unprepared Zhao Wuji felt like a needle suddenly pierced his brain, and the pain was unbearable. Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong seized this opportunity and gave Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing bonuses crazily. The two appeared beside Zhao Wuji in an instant, punching and kicking him, and Zhao Wuji fell to the ground with his head covered, unable to fight back. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Daimyo Bai was shocked when he saw this, and hurriedly called for a stop, then helped up Zhao Wuji, who was covered in bruises, with a look of horror on his face. Teacher Zhao was beaten like this? Chapter 46 Driving Master Yu Xiaogang. Asshole, I was actually beaten down by a few little bastards. No, I have to pretend that I let them do it. I can't let them laugh at me. After Zhao Wuji recovered initially, he thought for a while and called Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong to him. Bai Yu looked calm, while Ning Rongrong was a little proud, thinking that Soul Saint was nothing more than this. Zhao Wuji touched the bruises on his face and said to the two. "Wait a minute, I will suppress you with my third soul skill, and you two will release your soul skills together. Do you hear me?" Ning Rongrong was a little confused and didn't understand Zhao Wuji's intention. Bai Yu also pretended to be confused, but he had guessed what Zhao Wuji was going to do. After all, this was the result he wanted to see. Zhao Wuji summoned the third soul ring and used the third soul skill gravity suppression. Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong suddenly felt like they were being pressed down by a small mountain. 7 treasures turn into glazed glass, 1 day of power. Ning Rongrong sacrificed the 7 treasures glazed tower, Bai Yu also sacrificed the human emperor banner, and at the same time he made another modification, so that Xiao Wuji's gravity suppression disappeared when he and Ning Rongrong attacked together. Xiao Wuji hit his left palm with his right fist and laughed. Ha ha ha, I knew it. When you two attack together, you can remove all the negative effects nearby, so my gravity suppression has been ineffective against you several times. You two are natural partners. Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong were both a little confused, looking at each other, and they didn't understand everything in front of them. Of course, Bai Yu was pretending, because all this was deliberately guided by him. Ning Rongrong looked at Bai Yu and asked, "Which big family are you from?" Bai Yu smiled and asked back, "Why do you ask that?" Ning Rongrong opened her mouth with an expression of "Isn't this common sense?" but she still patiently explained. "Your martial soul is no worse than my 7 treasures glazed tower. You must be a soul master from a big family, but I have never heard of any family using banners as martial souls. Which family are you from?" Bai Yu laughed softly. "I am just a commoner." Ning Rongrong frowned. She didn't believe that a commoner could awaken such a powerful martial soul. Xiao Wuji coughed twice. Sure enough, he deliberately didn't ask about the details of the battle just now, but turned the topic to Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong's martial souls, so that no one would care that he, a soul saint, was beaten by several great soul masters and ran away. However, he was still very confused in his heart. What was the situation of the bursts of pain just now? Even if he didn't take the initiative to defend, 2 auxiliary systems and 2 agile attack systems couldn't break his defense. Just when Xiao Wuji was puzzled, Zhu Zuqing suddenly looked at Bai Yu and asked, "What weapon did you use just now?" Xiao Wuji's face was brightened, and he looked at Bai Yu pretending to be indifferent. Bai Yu had already thought of an excuse. "This is a hidden weapon given to me by Tang San, that is, a weapon used in secret, with strong concealment, fast speed and great power." As he said, he took out a silver needle, which was indeed given to him by Tang San. Xiao Wuji frowned and said, "It's just such a small thing, how powerful is it?" Bai Yu smiled and said, "I bought a piece of hair crystal in Dean Flanders's shop before, which is a good material for making hidden weapons." Everyone suddenly realized. Bai Yu laughed, "I just said that hair crystal is a good material for making hidden weapons, I didn't say anything else. You have to make associations, then it's none of my business." At this time, Flanders, Dai Mubai and Oscar came in a hurry. Dai Mubai was sent by Xiao Wuji to call Flanders, and Oscar met Dai Mubai on the road and had to follow him to watch the fun. Flanders came and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Xiao Wuji told him about his discovery. Flanders looked at Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong with surprise and said in shock, "Martial soul fusion skill." Xiao Wuji shook his head and said, "No, it doesn't look like it. Brother, doesn't the martial soul fusion skill require 2 people to actively cooperate to release it?" Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong just passively attacked together, and naturally produced such an effect. "What's the situation?" Flanders fell into silence and murmured, "I don't know about this, but I believe there is someone who knows. Mubai, go to my office and invite the person in the office over." Dai Mubai was stunned, but still did as he was told and ran towards Flanders' office. "The master is here too." Bai Yu subconsciously looked at Xiao Wu, only to see Xiao Wu staring at Ning Rongrong with jealous eyes. Xiao Wu turned her face away when she noticed Bai Yu's sight, looking sulky. Little girl's temper. Bai Yu suddenly looked into the distance. At the end of the path, Dashi and Tang San came over together. Flanders pushed his glasses and introduced, "That is Yu Xiaogang, the master who studies martial spirit theory. From today on, he is also your teacher." After Flanders finished speaking, he turned around and saw that Xiao Wu and the others had seen Tang San and quickly hid far away. Xiao Wu whispered to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. "Let me tell you, that Dashi is also Tang San's master. He is in Nodding City." When Xiao Wu introduced Dashi's glorious past, Dashi and Tang San also came over. Flanders immediately told Dashi what Zhao Wuji had found. Dashi fell into deep thought. After a while, he suddenly sighed, "It's fate. Everyone. You two are natural partners, perfect partners, because your two martial arts are 100% compatible, otherwise there will be no such effect." Xiao Wu widened her eyes and asked in disbelief, "Really? What is the theoretical basis?" Dashi coughed lightly and skipped the question as if nothing had happened. Everyone knows that martial arts fusion skills require a degree of fit. The higher the degree of fit, the stronger the martial arts fusion skills. Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong can achieve such an effect without actively cooperating to release martial arts fusion skills, which shows that their martial arts are a perfect match. Xiao Wu. "Face my question, Lao Deng." The words of the master frightened everyone, and everyone looked at Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong, as if they were a couple, which made Oscar very envious. Ning Rongrong frowned and looked at the master and said, "Why have I never heard of this theory? What if it's just a coincidence?" After listening to the master's glorious past, she was very distrustful of this half-baked master. In order to maintain his face and establish his own style, the master immediately made up a serious story. "Of course you haven't heard of it. This is one of my own martial arts theories. Do you know about martial arts fusion skills? You don't understand, but I do. Why can't martial arts fusion skills be released by catching two people on the street? Because this thing requires martial arts to fit in. What is martial arts fit? It's easy to understand the word fit from the literal meaning. Who fits better, a couple or two strangers? It must be a couple. Who fits better, a pair of partners who have known each other for many years or two strangers? It must be a pair of partners. So you two." Yu Xiaogang originally wanted to say, "So if you two become a pair after long-term training, your martial soul fusion skills must be very strong," but Bai Yu directly changed partner to husband and wife. So Yu Xiaogang said frankly, "So if you two become a pair after long-term training, your martial soul fusion skills must be very strong." What? Everyone was stunned. Ning Rongrong's cheeks were slightly red. She glanced at Bai Yu quickly, and then frowned and scolded Yu Xiaogang, "You old man are so disgusting, you start with dirty jokes. What is long-term training? Explain it clearly." Chapter 47 Demons Dance. Although Bai Yu only changed 2 words, Yu Xiaogang had already said it. As long as the modification time has not passed, he will continue to talk along this line of thought. So he said frankly, "Why, am I wrong? Generally speaking, the probability of a couple using a martial soul fusion skill is higher than that of brothers, fathers and sons, or friends, because couples work hard day and night and know each other very well, so they have the highest degree of compatibility. The fact that your two martial souls are so compatible means that you are a natural match, and this is a fate destined by heaven. If you become a couple, day and night, your compatibility will definitely be higher." Ning Rongrong blushed, but she was angry. Zhu Zuqing frowned and stood in front of Ning Rongrong, not hiding her disgust for Yu Xiaogang. Oscar, Tang San, and Daimyo Bai looked at Bai Yu with envy from time to time, and looked at Ning Rongrong with covetous and obscene eyes from time to time, and were extremely jealous of Bai Yu's blessing. Flender coughed dryly and quickly tried to smooth things over. "That's not what I meant. What I meant was that you should cultivate enough tacit understanding, not that you must become a couple." "Flender, what's wrong with being a couple? Are you a grown man with a cold heart? These students are all adults. I'll be frank, if you two can develop a martial soul fusion skill together, it will definitely be a life-saving thing. Also, feelings can be cultivated. Why don't you cultivate it tonight? I'll pay for the room. After all, this is for the good of our Shrek Academy. Before Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, Ning Rongrong picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at him, angrily saying, "You old man, how dare you tease me, shut up." Tang San made a move in an instant, and grabbed the stone with the skills he had practiced for many years of practicing hidden weapons, and said coldly, "What do you mean? Is it unfair for you to be a couple with Xiao Wu? It's your honor to be with Xiao Wu, you are not worthy of Xiao Wu." On the one hand, he was supporting the teacher, and on the other hand, he wanted to bring Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong together, so that he would have a chance to get close to Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong was so angry that she was shaking all over. Zhu Zuqing supported her. Xiao Wu stood in front of the two of them and gritted her teeth and said, "Dean, if a teacher flirts with a student, do you care?" Flanders coughed twice, pulled Dashi aside, and roared in a low voice, "Yu Xiaogang! Are you sick?" Yu Xiaogang was sobered up instantly after being yelled at like this. When he thought of the dirty joke he had just made, he felt his face turn blue and white, and his toes dug out a 4-bedroom and 1 living room. He was not afraid of the 7 Treasures glazed sect, but he felt distressed when he thought that the great persona he had finally established was ruined. When Yu Xiaogang died, Zhao Wuji, who was watching from the side, twitched his mouth. He didn't understand the brain circuits of this group of people, and couldn't get a word in, so he couldn't help but touch the bruises on his face and said to Oscar, "Oscar, give me one of your recovery sausages." Oscar nodded, and when he was about to summon the sausage, Xiao Wu suddenly shouted, "Don't!" However, it was too late. Bai Yu made another modification. Super stinky sausage. Ugh! Instantly, everyone present was vomited by the stench, even Zhao Wuji and Flanders, who were not spared by Oscar's stinky intestines. "Oscar, what's wrong with your sausage?" "Ugh!" Zhao Wuji cursed while vomiting. Oscar looked confused, but he couldn't smell the stench, and stared at the sausage in his hand in a daze. Flanders kicked the sausage in his hand away, pinched his nose and looked at Yu Xiaogang. "Master, what's going on? What's wrong with Oscar's martial spirit?" Master was confused. "I don't know. I just met Oscar today." But in order to change the subject, he still said in a deep voice, "Yes, Oscar's martial spirit has mutated." Oscar was shocked. "Master, can martial spirits mutate?" Master nodded and said, "Nonsense. Well, martial spirits can mutate with the acquired environment. For example, if you live in a toilet for a few years, your sausages might stink even more." Ugh! Ning Rongrong and the other 2 girls vomited even more. "You old man, you are so disgusting. Shrek Academy actually has a teacher like you. I want to drop out." Ugh! Ning Rongrong vomited and cursed at the same time, and Flanders' face changed when he heard it. He knew Ning Rongrong's true identity. Once Ning Rongrong dropped out, what would the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect do with the money? He was still waiting for the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect to pay money. He quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong, Dashi is just a guest official, he is not a formal teacher." Plot: Yu Xiaogang is ready to agree with Flanders. Follow Flanders' words and stabilize the situation. Bai Yu changed agree to oppose. "Flanders! What do you mean? Didn't you say before that you wanted me to be a teacher? Are you going back on your word? You superficial brother!" Yu Xiaogang suddenly started to curse, and Flanders was so angry that his mouth was crooked. "You didn't use your brain to make dirty jokes and caused the conflict. Now you don't follow my words. Will you help me pay back the loan shark?" Plot: Flanders is ready to persuade Yu Xiaogang to prevent the situation from getting worse again. Bai Yu changed persuasion to sleep. Suddenly, Flanders slapped Yu Xiaogang, causing him to tremble all over, Ning Rongrong and others to be confused, and the air was quiet for a second. Then, Flanders laughed. "Xiaogang, you are right. His voice sounded like that of a brothel owner who hadn't been open for 3 months, and his expression was like that of an 800-year-old turtle who suddenly went into heat, which almost made everyone vomit again. Yu Xiaogang shuddered, looking terrified, and wanted to escape, but Flanders' soul power was much stronger than his, and he grabbed him and pressed him against the wall with one hand. Ugh! Ning Rong Rong and the others vomited again, twice in a short period of time, which made their stomachs almost cramp. Oscar was eager to save his daughter, and forgot that his martial spirit had mutated for a moment. He wanted to summon sausages, but was kicked away by Dai Mubai. Tang San suddenly felt a little empty in his heart. Plot: Tang San stared at Flanders and Yu Xiaogang blankly, and seemed a little disappointed. Bai Yu changed disappointed to enjoyed. Suddenly, in the horrified eyes of Ning Rong Rong and the others, Tang San suddenly stroked his whole body with both hands, panting while touching. Xiao Wu was stunned. Even though he was a knowledgeable soul saint, everything he saw today was far beyond his tolerance. Fuck, I can't stand it anymore, go away. Xiao Wu signaled Dai Mubai to go with the other students and stop looking. If you keep looking, you will explode. Dai Mubai reacted and pulled Bai Yu along to escort the 3 girls away from here. Oscar wanted to follow, but the 6 people shouted at the same time. Get lost! Oscar! Plot: Yu Xiaogang was pressed against the wall by Flanders and was struggling madly. Bai Yu changed struggle to enjoyment. Before leaving, Bai Yu looked back. Well, the picture is a bit eye-catching. Chapter 48: The Bet with 2 Girls. At night, in Flanders' office, Flanders, Yu Xiaogang, and Tang San formed a triangle. Tang San and Flanders were sitting, Yu Xiaogang was standing, and the 3 looked at each other in silence. The 3 tacitly did not mention what happened during the day because it was too social. Under the influence of the system, the 3 tacitly did not think about why they did that during the day. Flanders said in a deep voice. Ning Rong Rong and Zhu Zuqing have both submitted their application for withdrawal from school to me. Yu Xiaogang, tell me what to do now. Yu Xiaogang sighed. Now our old faces are completely lost. Let Bai Yu go to appease Ning Rong Rong, let Xiao Wu appease Zhu Zuqing, and then let Zhao Wuji, Li Yuzong, and others go to talk. Flanders nodded. Bai Yu showed his ability in the battle against Zhao Wuji, and Ning Rong Rong should be able to listen to him. As for Tang San, he sat silently on the side, occasionally glancing at Yu Xiaogang's beard and Flanders' lips. Do you 2 really want to drop out? In the room, Bai Yu said to Ning Rong Rong and Zhu Zuqing. The task of appeasing Zhu Zuqing was given to Xiao Wu, the only girl who did not submit an application for withdrawal, but Flanders didn't know that her dissatisfaction with Shrek Academy was stronger than Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rong Rong. She didn't drop out entirely because of Bai Yu, so this task naturally fell on Bai Yu. Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rong Rong nodded, and the latter frowned and said. Are you sent by Flanders and that big shot to persuade us? Don't think that the master is talking nonsense, and you and I are really soul mates. Bai Yu smiled and said, I'm not here to persuade you, I'm just here to ask you. Ning Rong Rong and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other and said in unison, what do you want to ask? Ask why you came to this college. After all, this college is not even a third-rate college. After all, it is not on the list at all. It can only be regarded as a wild chicken college. Bai Yu smiled slightly. In fact, he knew the background of Ning Rong Rong and Zhu Zuqing, but his purpose was not to persuade them, but to establish a persona in front of them and brush their favor, so he needed a topic. Sure enough, seeing that she was not here to persuade herself to stay, Ning Rong Rong relaxed her vigilance and said, You already know that I am from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, but what you don't know is that I ran away from home because I don't feel free in the sect. Bai Yu asked with a smile. Hearing you say that, your status in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is not low. Are you the daughter of the sect master? Ning Rong Rong was stunned, and Bai Yu did not wait for her to answer. He turned his head to look at Zhu Zuqing and asked. Why did you come to Shrek? Zhu Zuqing did not want to speak at first, but under the influence of the human emperor banner, she felt that Bai Yu could be trusted, so she said. I want to become stronger. Well, he was still very frugal with words. Bai Yu nodded and said. You are the nether spirit cat, and Daimyo Bai is the evil-eyed white tiger. If I am not mistaken, you two should be members of the royal family of the Xingluo Empire. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were shocked. Zhu Zuqing was silent for a moment, nodded and admitted. Yes, I am a member of the royal family of the Xingluo Empire, and so is Daimyo Bai. My family and his family have been married for generations. Generational marriage? But you and Daimyo Bai don't seem to know each other? Ning Rongrong was puzzled, and Zhu Zuqing said in a deep voice. There is a rule among the direct descendants of the royal family of Xingluo Empire. There is only one winner, and the loser will be wiped out by the winner. Daimyo Bai is the second prince of Xingluo Empire. He can't compete with his brother Davis, so he left Xingluo before I met him. Xiao Wu heard this, her eyebrows were raised, and she seemed very indignant. You mean he abandoned you, his fiancé, because he was afraid? Not a fiancé, he and I just met for the first time. Zhu Zuqing denied Xiao Wu's statement. Ning Rongrong was also a little dissatisfied with the irresponsible Daimyo Bai. At this time, Bai Yu smiled and said. Very good, it seems that our goal is the same, that is to become stronger. So, why did you come? Do you think Shrek Academy is strong? Ning Rongrong said. When I was in the sect, I heard about Shrek Academy. I heard that it only recruits monsters. I was very curious, so I came to sign up. Zhu Zuqing also said. Well, I also heard from the big shots in the royal family in Xingluo that the teachers of Shrek Academy are very strong, so I came. Bai Yu spread his hands and said with a smile. Really? You all think that staying here can help you become stronger, so why do you want to leave? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing gritted their teeth when they mentioned this, and said indignantly. Who knew that the dean here is a big pervert, and that big wet, and that Tang San, too disgusting. They are so perverted now, who knows what they will do to me in the future, it is better to drop out early. Bai Yu smiled. What if I promise that they will not harm you? Zhu Zuqing showed a suspicious expression, and Ning Rongrong was even more direct, mocking. Promise? What guarantee do you have? Bai Yu slowly took out a contract under Xiao Wu's doubtful eyes. It was the contract that Flanders mortgaged Shrek College to the Soto City Bank. The Soto City Bank is the property of a relative of mine. Flanders has mortgaged the college to the bank, so now the dean of Shrek College is the owner of the bank, that is, my relative. Now you believe my guarantee, right? He did not say that he was the owner of the bank, but lied that the owner of the bank was his relative. This way, there was more room for maneuver and Tang Hao and Flanders would not suspect him. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. You are not a commoner. Ning Rongrong was a little proud, because she thought Bai Yu was from a big family or a big sect from the beginning, and now her guess has been confirmed. How could a commoner have a relative who was the owner of a bank? Zhu Zuqing asked. Why did you come to Shrek Academy? Bai Yu answered without hesitation. Just like you, to become stronger. How about this, the three of us make a bet. Whoever breaks through level 40 first among the three of us, the other two will agree to one of his requests, how about it? Zhu Zuqing hesitated, while Ning Rongrong was eager to try. Seeing this, Bai Yu provoked. Since you want to become stronger, how can you do it without some motivation? If you are afraid, I will let you go. If you two break through to level 40 before me, I will agree to your three requests. Are you still afraid to bet? Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong looked at each other and nodded heavily. Okay, we promise you. In the office, Flanders sent Tang San away and asked Tang San to call Xiao Wu over. Xiao Wu poked his head out of the door, fearing that he would see some eye-catching scene as soon as he came in. "What are you doing sneaking around? Why don't you come in?" Flanders cursed unhappily. Xiao Wu touched the back of his head, walked in with an awkward smile, and asked, "Brother, is there something wrong?" His toes and body were facing the door, ready to run away at any time. Of course, Flanders knew what he was afraid of. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he was about to speak. Suddenly, a vague voice came from outside the window. "Flanders, you Xiao Gang! Come out and see!" Flanders' face changed. He couldn't keep up with Xiao Wuji's conversation. He walked to the window and looked outside, but found nothing. He turned his head and looked at Yu Xiao Gang, and the two nodded. With Flanders' strength, even he didn't find the source of the sound, which meant that the other party was not weak. It would be better to go out and communicate to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. So Flanders took Yu Xiao Gang out, and Xiao Wuji hesitated for a moment and followed him out. Chapter 49. Like son, like father. Soon, Flanders and the other two saw a man wearing a cloak with his back to them, looking very arrogant. Flanders asked, "Who are you?" The cloaked man, Tang Hao, said in a deep voice, "I am Tang San's father." Tang San's father. Flanders and Xiao Wuji looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. Only Yu Xiaogang widened his eyes, but he didn't know what Tang Hao was going to do. At this time, Tang Hao turned around and walked towards the three people step by step. "Yu Xiaogang, my son has been practicing with you for 6 years. Not only did you not help him grow, but you made him become a Tang San fart like you. And you, as a teacher, actually had sex with a man in broad daylight. If it weren't for you, how could Xiao San become so feminine?" He looked at Flanders again and sneered. "And you actually used Shrek Academy to pay off debts in order to make money. I don't care about this, but my son has already enrolled. How can you have it in the future? Money to train him? It's fine if you don't have money, but you raped Yu Xiaogang in public. Aren't you afraid of corrupting students?" As he spoke, the soul rings on Tang Hao's body lit up one after another, until all 9 soul rings appeared. Flanders was sweating and said in a trembling voice, seal the title Douluo." Xiao Wuji's scalp tingled, and he quickly bowed and said, "This big brother, we can discuss something. Get out. Watch aside, or I'll take care of you too." Xiao Wuji didn't dare to say more, and stood aside like a quail. At the same time, Bai Yu was watching this scene in the room with his fiery eyes. Plot: Tang Hao walked in front of Flanders and Yu Xiaogang, and he was going to beat them up to vent his anger. Bai Yu changed beat to touch. Tang Hao walked up to the two and said in an imperative tone, "You two, raise your hands, raise them higher." Flanders and Yu Xiaogang were confused, but they didn't dare to disobey. Then, Tang Hao slapped their chests with both hands. Yu Xiaogang and Flanders closed their eyes tightly, thinking that they would be beaten away, but they didn't expect Tang Hao's hands to start caressing them. The two were confused, subconsciously took 2 steps back and covered their chests. Tang Hao said coldly, "Did I let you move?" The next second, he directly lifted Flanders up, and then touched him up and down like he was touching a figurine. Yu Xiaogang was terrified, and fell to the ground, using his hands and feet to try to get away from Tang Hao. However, Tang Hao appeared in front of him with Flanders, lifted Yu Xiaogang up, and then took out a rope and tied the two to the tree trunk. Flanders said with a sad face, "Your Majesty, I am an old man, don't do this to me." Yu Xiaogang also cried, "Your Majesty Haoshan, I was wrong, I was wrong. Your Majesty Haoshan." Xiao Wuji was shocked. He was still hesitating whether to save Flanders desperately, but he suddenly lost his temper because he had heard of the reputation of Haoshan Douluo. Tang Hao tied up Flanders and Xiao Gang, then took off their pants, letting the cool evening breeze blow over their buttocks that were more wrinkled than book covers. Then, Tang Hao said, "You two are unworthy of being teachers. Today I will be a teacher and show you how teachers punish students." As he said that, he untied the belt around his waist. Plot: Tang Hao untied the belt and prepared to beat Flanders and Xiao Gang. Bai Yu changed beat too. Tang Hao untied the belt, then raised the belt and threw it to Xiao Wuji next to him. Xiao Wuji. Then, Tang Hao completely took off his outer pants, and continued to take them off. Xiao Wuji. What is he going to do? Could it be? Amid the howling of Flanders and Xiao Gang, Xiao Wuji covered his eyes and blocked his ears. Early the next morning, Shrek's students gathered in the open space. Everyone thought that the dean would teach in person on the first day, but Xiao Wuji was the one who came. Xiao Wuji glanced at everyone, especially at Tang San, coughed twice, and said, "Everyone, your task today is to run. Go, run 100 laps around the village and rest when you finish. By the way, you can't use soul power." Ah! Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the training method of Shrek Academy to be so simple and unpretentious. Ning Rongrong's face changed even more. She had been spoiled in the Seven Treasures glazed sect since she was a child. Not to mention running, if she went to a place that needed to be walked a little further, the big guys in the sect would send a carriage to pick her up. Other people's faces were also a little ugly. Soul Masters couldn't use soul power, and they had to run 100 laps. Was that killing people? Xiao Wuji saw that everyone didn't move, and said impatiently, "What are you looking at? Soul Masters don't need to exercise." Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and said, "This training is unreasonable. I want to see the dean." Xiao Wuji's expression suddenly became a little strange. He said with some lingering fear, "Stop talking nonsense, run first." After that, he waved his hand and left, leaving everyone confused. As the oldest senior student, Daimyo Bai stood up and coughed twice. "I also ran when I entered school. Let's run quickly. We should be able to finish it at a steady jog. 100 laps, can we finish it at a steady jog? Are you kidding me?" Ning Rongrong was stunned. Daimyo Bai glanced at Ning Rongrong, as if he was mocking this spoiled young lady, and then pulled Tang San to run together. Tang San was a little puzzled. Why did Xiao Wuji look at him when he mentioned the dean, and his expression was still so frightened? But as Daimyo Bai pulled him and Oscar to run together, he put this idea behind him. Although Oscar was pulled away by Daimyo Bai, he turned his head from time to time and cast his eyes on Ning Rongrong, as if he wanted Ning Rongrong to see his concern on purpose. However, Ning Rongrong didn't care about his concern at all. She snorted coldly and prepared to go shopping in Soto City. However, she had just taken 2 steps and suddenly remembered something. She turned back and looked at Bai Yu and Xiao Wu. She and Bai Yu still have a bet. Although she is a little bit spoiled and casual, she is still strong in her heart. Since the bet has been made, she will let Bai Yu see the power of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect. Ning Rongrong walked back under Zhu Zuking's strange gaze, turned her head and snorted. Bai Yu laughed. "It seems that you two have not forgotten the bet. Stop talking nonsense, I don't believe that I can't beat you after receiving the same training as you," Ning Rongrong said with her hands on her waist. Xiao Wu looked at Bai Yu and asked, "Xiao Yu, do we have to run too?" Bai Yu looked at Ning Rongrong, retracted his gaze, and smiled. "Run." So the 4 of them ran side by side. As they ran, a girl suddenly rushed out from the side of the road. She was terrified, her steps were flustered, and she shouted "No, no, no" in her mouth, as if she was being chased by someone. The next second, a fat man in red clothes chased out with short legs. Through his clothes, you can see his belly shaking. Who else could it be but Ma Hongjun? Qiwa. Qiwa, listen to me. Qiwa is just an ordinary person. Ma Hongjun caught up with her in a few seconds and grabbed her hands, trying to calm her down. Plot, Qiwa couldn't stand Ma Hongjun in that aspect, so she had to run out. Ma Hongjun wanted to comfort her, so he grabbed her. Xiao Wu was shocked when she saw this, and said indignantly. You dare to rob a woman in broad daylight, Xiao Wu, let's go. Bai Yu nodded, and changed comfort to QJ. Chapter 50, Beating Ma Hongjun, the QJ offender. Xiao Wu was about to stop Ma Hongjun with words, when she suddenly saw Ma Hongjun pressing Qiwa against the wall, then raising his waist and rubbing against Qiwa, like a wild boar courting a mate. Qiwa didn't know why Ma Hongjun suddenly got horny. She was horrified and struggled quickly, but Ma Hongjun held her down with one hand and reached into his pants with the other hand. Help! Qiwa was terrified and cried for help. Xiao Wu suddenly felt nauseous and yelled. Hey! Fatty over there, let go of that girl! Xiao Wu pointed with her jade finger, and Ma Hongjun, who had been holding Qiwa with his fat body, suddenly raised his head. The gentle expression on his face turned into anger, but when he saw Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing behind her, the anger instantly turned into vulgarity and greed. Hey, girl, are you trying to meddle in other people's business? Ma Hongjun let go of Qiwa and looked at Xiao Wu with a vulgar look. Ah, how disgusting! You robbed a woman in broad daylight. I'm here to help you today. Ma Hongjun sneered. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. As he said that, Ma Hongjun stepped forward and looked at Xiao Wu and said. What, 4 against 1? Do you dare to fight one-on-one? Xiao Wu looked confident. What's there to be afraid of? Ma Hongjun smiled. Well, in that case how about we play something bigger? Whoever loses has to agree to one of the other's requests. Xiao Wu frowned. Ma Hongjun's wretched eyes were even worse than Tang San's. She subconsciously turned her head to look at Bai Yu. Bai Yu nodded and smiled encouragingly. Xiao Wu was immediately full of confidence and agreed to Ma Hongjun's request. Okay, I agree. Before she finished speaking, Ma Hongjun suddenly punched Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth. What a sinister guy! Fortunately, she was very flexible and twisted her waist in time to avoid Ma Hongjun's sneak attack. She also turned around and kicked Ma Hongjun out. Ma Hongjun retreated a distance, stabilized his body, and suddenly jumped high, spraying a line of fire. His first soul skill, Phoenix Fire. This fire came suddenly and went straight to Xiao Wu with a certain prediction. However, Xiao Wu was very agile and easily avoided the Phoenix Fire, and she had time to laugh at Ma Hongjun. Hey, why is your martial soul a chicken? Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix martial spirit has mutated. This is his sore spot. Xiao Wu hit his sore spot at once, making him very angry. Asshole, you know nothing. The second soul skill, Phoenix Rising. Ma Hongjun was bathed in flames, and rushed towards Xiao Wu like a self-destructing truck. However, this was exactly what Xiao Wu wanted. Xiao Wu looked up and met Ma Hongjun's eyes. A piece of love appeared in her eyes. Ma Hongjun, who was originally lustful, suddenly felt his eyes blurred. Countless beauties were hugged by him, and the beautiful scenes in his dreams appeared in front of him. Charm. While Ma Hongjun was charmed, Xiao Wu activated the first soul skill Waist Bow, soft with greatly enhanced toughness. He jumped onto Ma Hongjun's back and kicked him into the ground. Then Xiao Wu pulled him out again, and kneed him in the lower abdomen, sending him flying into the sky. The next second, Xiao Wu jumped in front of Ma Hongjun and kicked him hard in the face, sending him flying into the ground with a thud. Xiao Wu walked over, stepped hard on Ma Hongjun's face with the heel of her crystal shoes, and asked. How is it, do you accept it? Ma Hongjun didn't speak because he fainted. At this time, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing walked up to Qiwa and comforted her. Don't be afraid, the bad guy has been subdued by us. Qiwa covered her chest like a quail and sobbed. He is my boyfriend, but his martial soul has mutated, so his needs in that area are particularly strong, and I can't bear it, so I ran out. But I didn't expect that he actually wanted to rape me on the street, Wu. Zhu Zuqing was concise. Bai Yu looked at Xiao Wu, who raised his sandbag-sized fist. Don't worry about it, I'm here the same way, where is the QJ? He walked over and took a closer look, and saw that it was Flanders' direct disciple, Ma Hongjun. Xiao Wu fanned the flames. Teacher Zhao, it was this wretched fat guy who wanted to QJ girls in the street. Now he has been subdued by us, how should we deal with him? Xiao Wuji put away his sandbag-sized fist and explained awkwardly. Ahem, this guy is called Ma Hongjun, his martial spirit is a mutated phoenix, so he has some defects in some aspects. Everyone was puzzled. Teacher Zhao, do you know him? Ahem, he is the direct disciple of the dean. Everyone was stunned. Such a rapist was actually the dean's apprentice? The next moment, they remembered what happened between Flanders and Yu Xiaogang before, and they looked like master, like apprentice. No wonder he could teach a rapist apprentice. Xiao Wu looked at Zhao Wuji and said dissatisfiedly. Does it mean that he can rape in the street just because he is the dean's apprentice? Zhao Wuji coughed twice. It was difficult for him to handle this matter, so he said. How about this, Bai Yu, you carry Ma Hongjun to the dean's office, and I will go to find the dean. Bai Yu nodded, dragged Ma Hongjun's foot, and dragged him to the door of Flanders' office like a pig. Soon, Zhao Wuji came with Flanders. Flanders still had some fear on his face. When he saw Bai Yu dragging Ma Hongjun like a pig, his eyebrows jumped and he asked. Bai Yu, didn't I ask you to carry Ma Hongjun over? Bai Yu looked innocent. Dean, I can't carry him. Other girls can't carry him either, so I can only drag him over. Flanders, Bai Yu asked. Dean, Ma Hongjun wanted to QJ Qiwa in the street, and his pants were taken off. If we hadn't arrived in time, Qiwa would have been raped. What do you think we should do? Flanders' mouth twitched, and he said. Ma Hongjun's martial soul has mutated, so this should not be his original intention, it is caused by his martial soul mutation. He can't control the consequences. Flanders was trying to excuse Ma Hongjun in his words, and Bai Yu was too lazy to confront Flanders head-on, nodding and saying yes, yes, yes. When Flanders announced that Ma Hongjun's punishment was only 1 day of confinement, Bai Yu immediately told Ning Rongrong and the others about it. And Ning Rongrong and the others' reaction to the news was as expected by Bai Yu, and they were very angry. What? Only confine that QJ criminal for 1 day?